The key word for EU Days is knowledge.
Transition.
Values.
Sustainability.
Dialogue.
Democracy.
Openness.
Insight.
EU Days is the largest forum in Sweden for discussions about the EU and its future and the most pressing issues on our common agenda.
The main function of the EU Days is actually to bring people together to talk about the European common policies and our European common future.
This is a really great event. It's about democracy. People have a chance to come and listen and participate.
Well, EU Days is extremely important for discussing EU, what we as students, society, local authority want with the EU, with our memberships.
EU has an extremely important role when it comes to the global challenge. And we need platforms to discuss it and to make people involved and meeting each other with their experience.
The way the discussions during 2 days here are organized gives everyone who participates an excellent opportunity to be much more knowledgeable afterwards.
I was surprised about the level of the discussion. The discussion was very in-depth and very detailed at some points.
We have the dialogue between different people with different backgrounds. It's always important to keep the conversation about the EU alive.
I believe too that the very nice thing to be in these kind of events is to network, to meet other agencies, to meet people from cities, to meet youth and to meet politicians. So the networking aspect is very important for me.
Hello everyone and welcome to EU Days Day 2. Some of you were here yesterday, welcome back, and to those of you who did not come here yesterday, welcome to the EU Days. So my name is Maria Wetterstrand. I'm the moderator here during the plenary session and some of the events around these halls. Sometimes in the program there will be like 2 or 3 sessions, parallel sessions in different places, and you just choose whichever you want to participate in. So the organizers of this event is, you could see on the screen, is the city of Lund, Lund University, the representation of the European Commission in Sweden, and Europe Direct Lund in cooperation with several co-organizers. I'm not sure if we have the picture. Yes, we have the picture on the screen, so you can see also the co-organizers there. And the theme of the EU Days this year is that Sweden has now been 30 years a member of the European Union, and also it's the 25th anniversary of the Öresund Bridge. And we will discuss during today a lot of different topics related to the EU's future when it comes to sustainability, to competitiveness, defense and security, enlargement, and we started already yesterday with several of those topics. We do have the possibility for the audience to ask questions. You use menti.com, and I think we have a code for that arrives on the screen at times, and if it's not on the screen, yes, it's on the screen. And you only need to know which room you're in, because if you use the wrong code, you will send the questions to the other seminar, and that might cause a bit of confusion. But it might also be fun, who knows. So if you want to write something on social media, you can use the hashtag EUDaysLund, and then everyone will be able to follow that. There is a photographer on site also today, and if you don't want your picture taken, please let someone know. You can talk to the people in the white t-shirts with the EU Days logo, and you can also use those people if you have any question about the EU Days that you need answered. There is a recording of these days, and you will be able to watch it afterwards at the European Commission Representation in Sweden's YouTube channel. And I do think also that there is streaming online, so if someone is watching online, please, hope you have a nice time. There are exhibitors around the halls here in the foyer on the first floor. Take the chance to talk to those. You will also find the coffee stations, toilets and such around here. And the emergency exits are on the sides and in the back. So I think that was all for the practicalities. I don't know about you, but I feel a little bit depressed today because I read about the UN Global Assembly and the speech from President Trump, where he, amongst other things, told Europe to, if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. Feels like a little bit the opposite of what we are trying to do here. We want to talk to people that we've never seen before and get to know them and try to understand each other. So let's try to prove him wrong during today and build alliances and create dialogue and yes, not build borders unnecessarily between each other. So let's invite onto the stage representatives from our organizer. Today it's Rasmus Törnblom, who is the Vice Chairman of the Municipal Board, City of Lund. It's Kristina Eneroth, Pro Vice Chancellor for External Engagement and International Matters at Lund University, and Annika Weppling-Korsenek, who is the Head of the European Commission Representation in Sweden. So, welcome. Nice to have you here.
Again,
Annika. Yes.
And Kristina.
So, what do you see as the most pressing societal challenges for Europe right now? What do you say? You can start, Kristina.
Okay, good morning all. I think that actually the biggest challenge is that we need a changed mindset, and a changed mindset in the sense that we better need to understand the consequences of being in a multipolar world. And it's not only multipolar, we are also in a situation with polycrisis. So we have a lot of crises stacked on top of one another and accentuating each other in a negative way. And all of that is actually what trickles down to what we can do in terms of digital green transformation, artificial intelligence, or even resilience. So a new framework, a new mindset. And I'm not talking about us in the hall or in the room here. I think we are fine, but there are about 450 million others. So I think that is a great societal challenge.
It definitely is. Rasmus, what's your viewpoint?
Hello everyone. I would say that one of the most pressing challenges, as I see it, is how to keep our societies together in an increasingly uncertain world. With so much instability around us, I believe we need places that shows that progress, care, optimism and the future still is important, and that all those ideals still belongs to us. For me, Lund should be one of these places where hard work is encouraged, where trust is valued as gold, and where we make sure that today's problems are not for the next generation to get passed on. So that is my answer.
Yes, thank you. Annika?
I agree, of course, with all the previous things that were mentioned, but very concrete. The evening on 9th of September, 23 drones entered Polish airspace. We had 123,000 flights that were disrupted by GPS disruptions only in the first 4 months of this year in the Baltic region. We have numerous cables that have been destroyed in the Baltic Sea, and not just when this forum that we are in today started, we had drones flying over Copenhagen Airport and Oslo Airport. So I think this increasing security and the security threat is really one of the major societal challenges, and a very existential one that we haven't really felt this close and this prominent in a very long time.
So now you all mentioned different societal challenges, and you're all working on like different levels in society. So let's hear a bit how you are working at your respective levels to find solutions to those challenges. And you can choose quite freely what kind of challenges and solutions you want to mention. So it's an opportunity for you to talk about the most important things that you are doing. Kristina.
Okay, I'm representing a very large university. This is always a challenge because we do so much. We teach, we do research, and we work with innovation, often in collaboration with others. And if I start out with the teaching part, what we are trying to do in changing mindsets is to bring in more knowledge on intercultural awareness or even skills in our programs. And we're not there yet, we are working on it, and of course we are a very international university, so we have a lot of international students here in Lund, but we haven't really paid attention to the more direct knowledge of this intercultural lab that we represent, and we are working on that in terms of our teaching. And now I'm going to explain everything we do in research, and unfortunately you will have to stay here for the rest of the week. Now, I will not do that, but every opportunity I get to promote science diplomacy, I grab. And science diplomacy, loosely defined, is if and when the diplomacy world and the science world come together to collaborate more. And we do a lot, we can do even more. Lastly, on the innovation part, I think that is really important to remember that a lot of the innovation that comes out of universities is actually the foundation for new startup companies. And Lund has some really good statistics on this. Last year, the European Patent Office in Munich, they released a report looking at the number of patents over the last 25 years that relates to universities, but has been the foundation for startup companies. And Lund comes out as number 3 in Europe, not in EU, Europe. Number 1 is ETH in Zurich, number 2 is Cambridge, number 3 is Lund, and number 4 is Oxford. And one shouldn't, yeah, thank you. We've been working on more than half a decade for that, so thank you. But one shouldn't forget that the universities are powerhouses even in trying to change the society in commercializing what comes out of our research. So that was teaching, research, and innovation and collaboration.
Then you probably contributed to the fact that Sweden is, by The Economist, considered to be the second most innovative country in the world, I read yesterday.
Yeah.
So that's thanks to you.
Yeah.
And some other people.
Yes.
Some other people as well.
Some other.
So Rasmus.
Thank you. My answer will be quite similar, because I also believe that innovation and places who makes innovation possible is very important to building a better future. And at a local level, I am convinced that communities across Europe can take the lead in this by working together, by cooperating with different parts in the community. In Lund, we are doing this in the climate action. We are doing it but also in innovation and in building a stronger society that holds together. I would say it's about creating a community, a place where people enjoy living, with a lively city center, like in Lund, exciting job opportunities, and a rich cultural and civic life, where people can meet, speak, debate, discuss, and talk about everyday's matter and very important questions. And just as important, I think it's about strengthening the bonds between us, building social cohesion, nurturing trust, and encouraging the spirit of work and responsibility. I think that is how we want to contribute to Europe from Lund's perspective, and I think that more communities all across Europe should take the lead on this.
Thanks a lot. And Annika, what do you do as head of the European Commission Representation?
Well, the EU, looking at what I was mentioning on security and defence, has really responded in unprecedented ways, one would say. I mean, the way that EU now is cooperating on ramping up defence in member states and also cooperating on preparedness was unthinkable just a few years ago. But it is happening, and the first leg is, of course, to keep the support for Ukraine and make sure that we fight together with Ukraine against Russia, since that's where we see the most existential threat coming. And here, despite that there are tensions within the EU, we have kept unity when it comes to sanctions. So we have had 18 sanctions packages, and now a 19th it's on its way, which is very important to kind of try to stifle the Russian economy, the war economy. And also, of course, EU is supporting Russia with economic support, with humanitarian support, and also military support. And the second one is to ensure that the EU member states have the capacity to build up their own defense capabilities. And this, yes, it's a member state responsibility, and it's not an EU competence as such, but EU can facilitate and make sure that the member states can take loans, for example, to have enough budget for its defense capacities, and that we have done through what we call the SAFE program and loans. And we have a whole program called Preparedness 2030, where all these different bits and pieces are laid out, and I will do commercial at 1 o'clock. We will have a seminar on this issue, where we will also go more into the preparedness issues. So how do we work towards being more independent when it comes to critical raw materials, on energy, on other aspects that makes us vulnerable in this threatening world, so to speak.
I mean, that's really great, and I think one thing that you also do is that you organize these EU days. But that was maybe obvious. And the EU days, I think one of the main points is to bring people together and talk from different parts of the society. And I have one thing that I say quite often when I speak at seminars and such thing, is that telepathic communication is overrated.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so much better that we actually meet and talk to each other, even if we have sometimes different opinions. So if you want to say just shortly one sentence or such about how you try to, apart from the EU days, create more of a dialogue with the outside world, outside your organization. Christina.
Well, that is part of our mission. So that is what we do every day as a university. And I also think that we, over the years, have come to realize that we need to take much more responsibility, not only for discussions in the local or regional community, but also on a global scale.
And what about the city of Lund? Do you talk to Malmö? Or
yeah, we talk to Malmö. Nowadays we talk to Malmö.
As long as you don't have to meet in person.
It's so far away. Actually, the city of Lund is working quite a lot with different international connections. We are having these Nordic, I don't know the English word in Sweden, we say vänort, friends municipalities all across Scandinavia and the Nordics. But we also have some engagement in Africa and in different parts of Europe. So we are actually working quite well with a lot of parts of the world.
Super. Annika?
Yes, it's very much the mandate of the European Commission's representation to reach out, and I hope many of you have felt that. Some of our main target groups are young people, because, well, that's the future, and we really need to engage young people. Then journalists and media, because they are great multipliers. And then what we call stakeholders, so it can be organizations, it can be NGOs, it can be industry associations, etc. Also because they serve as multipliers. And we do that via meeting places like seminars and conferences, but also a lot on social media, of course, because that's where you meet, especially young people.
You have
more
a
and more.
TikTok account?
No, we're not allowed to have TikTok accounts, so we don't have
so.
that. So we probably don't meet the young people, to be honest.
I guess they remove them, right? They are not allowed to have them. The members of the European Parliament, they can't have TikTok, I think.
That I don't know. That you have to ask the Parliament about. But the Commission is not allowed. No.
Yes. Okay. But great. Anyway, thanks a lot, and applause for the organizers. And now I had the great honor to introduce a former Prime Minister of Sweden, a former Minister of Foreign Affairs, and a person who is one of the most experienced we have on the international arena. He is Carl Bildt. Welcome onto the stage, Carl.
Det klarar du bra. Tack. Thanks, Maria. Pleasure to be in. Can you hear me? Works. Pleasure to be in Lund. I hope that we will have a fairly peaceful day here. I say that against the background of my recent travels around Europe. When I landed some days ago, I was in Warsaw. At virtually the same time, the Russians sent 20 drones into Polish airspace for the first time, which led to a major crisis that entered also the discussions in the UN Security Council. And I, the other day, landed in Copenhagen. Of course, immediately a couple of hours after that, there were 3 drones, big drones hovering in the evening over Copenhagen Airport, closing down traffic for 6 hours. I hope that today will be a quite and calm and peaceful day here in Lund. I'm going to say a couple of things about primarily peace and security defense, because these are issues that have come to the explicit forefront of European cooperation for obvious reasons during the last times. But I'm going to say that we should not forget, we tend to do that sometimes in our discussions, that the entire European Union, or European project of integration, if we go back to the origin of it, was set up to defend Europe. But we should not forget that it was set up to defend Europe against itself. Because what had happened prior to that was that Europe had been riven apart by wars for generations. Europe was the continent of culture, of Renaissance, of all of those things by necessity, but also by the one war after the other. And that culminated, as a matter of fact, as you know, in wars in Europe that developed into wars all over the world. Twice during the previous century. First, the one world war that was started in Sarajevo, and another world war was started with Hitler's aggression against Poland, but stretched all over the globe with significant ramification. That led to, Maria alluded to United Nations, to 80 years ago now, the setting up of the United Nations and the international framework that was supposed to prevent that on a global scale. Not only the United Nations, but also so-called Bretton Woods institutions of international financial and economic cooperation. But it led also Europeans to start to think that never again, we must prevent us going to war with each other. I mean, there's something that Swedes and us sometimes have difficulty understanding, because we had, by fortune or fame or whatever it was, we had been outside of these wars since Napoleonic times, for a number of different factors. But for all of the other European countries, war had been a more or less permanent reality of their lives. So the way to prevent that, they thought, was to tie the economies together. It was a very functional approach. It was not a question of deterring war by arming against each other, we say in Europe. It was a question of integrating and thus preventing conflict. And at the core of it had been the conflict between the French and the Germans that had led to war in 1870 and 1914, and you might argue then also the 1939 or 1940 to be precise in that particular respect. And one tied together then what was considered at the time the core parts of their economies. And the core parts of their economies in those days was coal and steel. Because with coal and steel, you could build guns. And the more coal and the more steel that you had, the more guns you could build. So tying together the French and the German coal and steel industry, the coal and steel community that was set up, that was the beginning of the entire thing. And that developed into the European Economic Community, somewhat broader than we are 6 nations. And that developed eventually sort of into what we've seen, what is the core of today. If we looked at the, which I'm fond of doing, different stages of European integration from the point of view of peace and security. You can say there was the initial stage from sort of the 1950s when all of this was set up. France and Germany as a core, with Germany wanted a common market for its industry, and France wanted a common agricultural policy for its farmers to simplify things, so we got a common market and a common agricultural policy. This is a period that eventually, I think, lasted up until the 1990, and what happened there? It became gradually more popular because people saw the advantage of the integration. So we had countries joining. The most important country to join was, of course, after substantial controversy, was the United Kingdom. But in 1989, the wall came down in Berlin, and all of Europe changed again. The Cold War was over. The framework conditions, you can say, that had been there for the setting up of the European institutions and the European structures of cooperation changed fundamentally. And the question what to do, because there was a risk of this bringing promise and hope, needless to say, but also the old rivalries coming back again with nations that had now found new opportunities. And that was the second big phase of European integration. The Maastricht Treaty that took it from the European communities, as was called in those days, into the European Union. Substantially more ambitious in a number of areas, including setting up a common currency that later took some time, but it did happen. But you can say at the core of the European Union that it was setting up was the, as always in Europe, I was going to say, the German question. Because there were a lot of people who said, well, this Germany being reunified is, of course, something that we were in favor of in principle. But at the same time, 80 million Germans in the middle of everything, with Germany being the by far most significant country, that led to some nervousness around Europe. And then strengthening substantially European integration and creating the European Union was a way of preventing a Germanized Europe by making a Europeanized Germany, integrating Germany even further, and the most important was integrating the very strong German currency into a European currency, because the dominance of the German currency was at that time very obvious and very destabilizing at that time for the rest of Europe. Then the second part really of that new, you could say, task or mission of the European Union in this completely changed environment was, of course, what to do with the countries of Central Europe. Countries who had been sort of frozen behind the Iron Curtain for more than a generation. They were certainly liberated, they were waving their flags, and they were searching their future. But these were also areas in Central Europe that had historically been sources of instability. So it was also there some issues that need to be addressed. And the answer was, of course, an enlargement of the European Union. There was a small enlargement that happened first with sort of Sweden and Austria and Finland. I would say that was the west enlargement of the west of Europe. The neutrals, but we'd been part of the west all the time. But then it was a question of enlarging with the east, the former Soviet Empire states that were there, from sort of the Baltic states, who had been part of the Soviet Union itself, to all of the Soviet satellite countries. The question of enlargement was not very self-evident, and it was hotly debated, and it was contested, and not everyone was in favor. But the strategic imperative of doing it was fundamental, and eventually led to it happening. So the phase in the development of European integration up until 2004 and eventually 2007, when it was completed also with Romania and Bulgaria, was a fundamental shift when it went from integrating all of Western Europe practically to integrating practically all of Europe. That changed all of the institutions, all of the mechanisms, all of the financial issues of the way in which the European, and needless to say, the way in which the different institutions operated, because the number of member states increased. We were up to 28 member states. It had started at 6. That was, to put it mildly, quite a change. What followed that, say that particular phase, which I think in retrospect, I would say, is, the reconciliation between Germany and France was fundamentally and extremely important. And I would also add the reintegration of the sort of re-emerging democracies of Southern Europe and securing them. Spain after Franco, Portugal after Salazar, Greece after the military dictatorship. That was also a historical achievement. We tend to forget these things today because we consider it so self-evident that the French and the Germans are friends, and that democracy is there in Southern Europe. It wasn't self-evident, but it was secured. And the even more remarkable thing is the transformation that we managed to achieve with the Central European enlargement, bringing not only stability and security to that area, but also, of course, bringing the possibility of economic progress. They went from, see if I get the figures right, they went from, if you look at the figures, when they entered in 2004, they were on the average, they were on the economic level of 45% of the average of the West. They were 45% down in comparison to the rest of us. They are now, which is not too long ago, they're at the level of 80%. So the fact that they were integrated into our markets, had our support, fair amount of financial support has to be said as well, and a couple of other things, made it possible for them to very rapidly start to climb the ladder and start to develop standards of living and standards of societies that was sort of roughly similar to what the West had and what they had been denied for a generation. That was, I would say, probably the single largest contribution that the European Union did to peace and stability in Europe in modern times. Then followed a period which I characterize as the period of the black swans, because suddenly things started to happen. There was the one damn thing after the other, and we can go through them, but I won't do that. We had the global financial crisis hitting us from 2008, which started in the US, affected all over the world, and affected Europe somewhat later, but fairly fundamentally. It wasn't only about the Greek crisis and the possibility of that country more or less collapsing, partly due to its own fault, has to be said, but partly due to external factors. But it was the entire structure of economic cooperation that was under threat. We had the Brexit crisis, but I can skip that one. But we had prior to that, the 2015 refugee crisis, which was a very, very major challenge when you suddenly had 1 million people pouring over the borders into Europe, challenging our ability, willingness to a certain extent, but that was less of a problem at the time, but also ability to absorb these numbers, but also the fear that this was going to be a problem for quite some time. That was managed, and then we had, of course, COVID and other things. So there was the one crisis after the other. And you saw during those years, you had the leaders of Europe rushing to Brussels all the time for crisis meeting after crisis meeting after crisis meeting. And every crisis meeting looked like sort of a half success at best. But the combination of all of them meant that, yeah, all of these things were sorted out. And European governments understood that, well, they can't do without rushing to Brussels. Some of that because of the institutions, but some of it was simply because you have to sit down together when you are small countries. And Europe is composed of small countries and countries that don't yet understand they are small. But during that particular period of crisis, everyone understood that they were small, and it was only by rushing to Brussels or wherever the summit meetings were held that they could manage. And they did. So that was, in its own particular way, handling all of the black swans was another period that was, at the end of the day, rather successful. These were still years when we were operating in a global environment that was fairly benevolent. When there was talk about a global liberal order, it wasn't entirely global, it wasn't entirely orderly, it wasn't entirely liberal, but it was close enough. And it was still a situation where all of the global actors wanted to be part of and pretend to be part of a global liberal order. But that, of course, started to decay. And we had also a fairly okay relationship with Russia. And we had a fairly secure transatlantic alliance. And suddenly we entered, first slowly, and then with a big crash, into a situation where all of these basic framework conditions for European integration started to change. The most important aspect of that is, of course, the full-scale Russian war of aggression from February 22. I mean, Russia had showed even prior to that the threshold for using military power was lower than perhaps we had thought. That was in August of 2008 in Georgia. It was a big crisis in 2013 and 2014 in Ukraine, or with Ukraine, which was really about the Ukrainians wanted to have a free trade agreement with the European Union. They said, well, I mean, we've seen the success of the Central Europeans by trading with the rest of the European Union and being integrated. We want to have the same. We want to be part of you, the one way or the other. And they got what was called a deep and comprehensive free trade agreement, and Russia said, no, you are not allowed to have that agreement with the European Union. And that led to, I won't go into all of the details of that, all of the Maidan crisis and internal crisis in Ukraine triggered by the Russians, eventually big changes in the western direction inside Ukraine, and then Putin rushing to grab Crimea, and then rushing to grab also substantial parts of southern and eastern Ukraine. He succeeded with Crimea, and he essentially failed with the south and the east of Ukraine, because he had fundamentally, as he always does, misjudged the country of Ukraine. Then came, of course, for all sorts of reasons, the full-scale war. And then we were challenged on the fundamentals of European peace and security and what we could do. Because accepting one country as grabbing another, we hadn't seen anything of it since Hitler tried to, and did, as a matter of fact, conquer Poland in September of 1939. Because Hitler didn't like the existence of Poland particularly, and wanted to get rid of it. Divided it up, by the way, with Stalin. We should not forget about that. And Putin evidently did not like, for historical reasons, the existence of an independent Ukraine, and thought that I can go in there and I can occupy it and I can sort it out and I can create a greater Russia. It didn't really turn out as he intended, but the European response was also a very important part of that. The determination of the Ukrainians was the number one, but what we did was also important. Very substantial sanctions were decided very fast, much faster and much deeper than I think most of us had thought was going to be possible, because suddenly there was a strong European determination. That was very substantial, both financial and military support going to Ukraine. The military support was primarily dominated by the Americans in the initial phase. The financial support very much dominated by the Europeans. And then came the long-term important issue that was put on the table. 4 days after the invasion, Ukraine applied for membership of the European Union. That had been unthinkable before. I remember those days, or prior to those days, meetings in Brussels where everyone wanted to make clear that there was no way whatsoever we're going to give the Ukrainians any thought, any indications, any hint that they would ever be appointed or be allowed to be members of the European Union. But then they applied in the middle of the war. And even the countries that have been extremely reluctant to even think about that possibility, France, to take the most concrete example, after some hesitation, has to be said, saw that the European situation has changed. The strategic role of the European Union is a different one. And we have to say yes to the possibility or the perspectives of the Ukrainians becoming members. That was a sea change. And that has opened also up the entire box of enlargement that had been in a somewhat lower drawer in Brussels for quite some time. The Western Balkans countries had been promised membership in 2003. Not very much had been happening. The Croats got membership in 2013, but since then, nothing for 10 years. But now, the enlargement issue was back on the agenda, because after the war, to secure peace, it was obvious that membership of the European Union was essential for Ukraine. The war is now on its 3.5 years. There have been two big failures, or two big, so far, persons who have failed. The first is, of course, Mr. Putin. He launched this war with all of the resources available to the Russian Federation, and those are very substantial. More than 100 battalion battle groups poured over the borders of Ukraine. He expected to be in Kiev within a day or two. He expected to capture the entire leadership and get rid of it. He expected to conquer the country within, some say 3 days, I think that's slightly exaggerated, but say 3 weeks. The political military efforts would subdue Ukraine. Didn't happen. We are now 3.5 years down the line. A horrible number of casualties since then. Enormous amount of destruction. The Russian army that invaded no longer exists. It was destroyed. He has created new armies. The Russian forces that are now there are 3 times as big as the Russian forces that invaded originally. Is a Russian army that is 3 times the size when he invaded, and he's managed to get the control of slightly less than 20% of Ukrainian territory. That's a massive military failure and a massive political failure of Russia so far. The second failure is, of course, the failure of, this year, of Mr. Trump, who believed that he could fix peace in 24 hours. And as he said in that UN speech that Maria alluded to yesterday, he said he thought it was going to be possible for him to end the war because he thought he had a good personal relationship with Mr. Putin. I mean, that's naivety bringing it to a new dimension. Because wars are not fought because personalities dislike each other or like each other. They are fought for somewhat more fundamental reasons. So Mr. Trump tried to say to Mr. Putin, ceasefire, and Mr. Putin said, no, and then Trump said ceasefire, and then Putin said, blah, 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 and then Trump said ceasefire, and then blah, 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 and it ended in this sort of debacle at the Alaska summit, where eventually, in some sort of way, Putin convinced Trump that, nope, I'm not going to accept the ceasefire, I want to continue the fighting. That was a watershed moment, because the Americans were left without a policy. They had previously cut all of their military and financial support. And then it's really the question of the Europeans stepping up. And Europe had been, of course, supplying a lot prior to that. But after Alaska, it's become obvious that it is what the Europeans do that will have a determining effect on the outcome of this particular war. What the Ukrainians do is number one, but they need our support. And that support was not going to come from the other side of the Atlantic any longer. It would have to come from us. If you look at the figures, to help Ukraine, that requires, they require in the order of 60 to 80 billion euros or dollars a year in order to help with essentially sustaining the functioning of state institutions, basic state institutions. It's not only a question of finding ammunition, that's not the problem these days. Or tanks, which have turned out to be somewhat less than useful. But it's a question of making certain that the hospitals still work, that there are still teachers paid to go to take care of the children, that the railways function, that sort of basic state functions and society economic functions work, and they do. It is amazing when you go to Kiev these days, and I was there prior weekend. It happened to be a sunny day. Sunny days, it happened to be days when the Russians were doing something else. Kiev is a vibrant, lively, beautiful European city in the middle of war, because of very much the support that we give. So 60-80 billion a year, lots of money. But if we look at that as part of our economy, the European economy is very big. It's roughly 0.3% of our GDP that we will have to help them with. Well, we have agreed to increase our defense spending from roughly 2 to roughly 3.5% of GDP. So what we need to do is also a part of that, to have the 0.3% of sustained support to Ukraine. Peace will only come when Mr. Putin understands that he will not win. That he understands that if it continues and continues and continues, he can sort of, losses will mount, and there will be no possibility for anything that is except it becoming more and more difficult for Russia. That requires that the front lines are holding by the Ukraine military. It requires that there's a credibility in the continuation of the European support, and requires also that the Ukrainians continue to do the amazing developments they've done in developing their own defense industries of defense. So this looks fairly okay. And let me add, there's another element that has been happened that is substantially important, and that is the development of the coalition of the Lund Concert. It was mentioned that the EU has been basically united, basically means that the Hungarians are blocking things all the time. But it has also been important to bring sort of Norwegians and primarily the Brits on board. So it's a European Union plus approach that has been taken to the support, and that of course increases the credibility of the entire effort. So it's a question of sustaining Ukraine, and if Ukraine survives in the one shape or the other, Putin loses. It's not a question of Russia losing. Russia will not be defeated, but Putin needs to be defeated, and he will be defeated if Ukraine survives. And if Ukraine survives, it means that we are safer, all of us, in the future. Were Ukraine to fall, we might be next in line. So the defense of Ukraine today is the defense of us tomorrow. And what you see also is, of course, the beefing up of defense throughout Europe. And here we are in a new phase also in the EU developing. It was mentioned all of the defense efforts going on inside the European Union. But of course the number one military alliance will remain NATO. NATO is the military alliance of Western Europe, and now Sweden, Finland there as well. But EU is the security alliance. And it's by the military alliance and the security alliance working together that you got the total defense. Because it's not only about supporting military forces on the front line, it's also about sustaining it in different ways, and by the technologies and cyber defense and all of these things that to a very large extent are within the competence of the European Union, not within NATO. They do things that EU can't do. But EU does a number of things that NATO can't do, and that is fundamental to the success of the overall deterrence and defense of Europe. So the EU-NATO integration, with that, its difficulties. You can go into the details of that if you want, but forging them together is going to be extremely important for the future. That being said, it is not only that which changes things. I mentioned the change is much bigger, the one that we are now faced with. And that is, as I said, the entire framework, the global framework within which we have been operating is crumbling. Obviously have to deal with an aggressive militaristic Russia. We now have to deal with an unpredictable United States, which doesn't care too much about the security of Europe. And that is absolutely new, at least for, well, nearly 100 years. Doesn't really understand and care for the security of Europe. They do care and they are concerned with the security versus China. I can understand part of that. But the end result is that we have to be more in charge of ourselves. Add to this, of course, the crumbling of the entire framework of global trade. All of the things that Trump is doing in terms of tariffs is, of course, stupidities from all sorts of points of view, including the point of view of the American economy, except the fact that he wants to take in money from tariffs, and he thinks that it's foreigners that pay the tariffs. It's not, it's the Americans who buy the products, but anyhow, apart from that, all of it is in contrary to all of the principles of the World Trade Organization, and the global trading system has been operating it. And that is damaging, and that is dangerous, and that is losing. But if you look at European or global trade and imports, 13% of imports in the global economy is United States, 13%. So we have roughly 85% of the trade in the world operating without even touching the United States. And that means that there's now a new possibility of framing a global trade in a new way. And there the European Union is very important. And that is also something that long term is a contribution to stability on the global stage when instability is generated by the new situation. I will not bore you with all of the other aspects of the future. Just concluding by saying that this particular project that started quite some time ago has been far more successful than anyone thought. That was a tragedy of the British leaving. And that was a stupidity. And if we look at the opinion polls, and they expected, and Boris Johnson and others, they expected a lot of other countries to start to leave the European Union. What happened was the other way around. We now have a fairly large majority in the UK saying it was a fundamental mistake to leave, and they want to come back again. Not going to happen for the foreseeable future, but it's important to understand that. And support for the European Union went up quite considerably when they saw all of the turmoils and the troubles and the disadvantages of leaving. But it has been a fairly complicated journey, but the amount of challenges that the European Union have been able to withstand has been remarkable. But we are now in a new phase of the entire process of European integration. It's going to be more difficult. It's going to be more demanding, both in terms of handling the war, handling the Americans, handling global instability, than has been the case before. And I think it's important to understand that it's not just a simple road ahead, but it's a more important road ahead. But what has been demonstrated very clearly, and will be even more important in the future, it is only by working together have we a possibility to managing a more volatile, a more dangerous, a more competitive, and a more challenging world in a number of different respects. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Carl. That was excellent. And let's just check if we might have some questions from the audience. I could ask questions, but maybe we have some... Is someone checking questions from audience? Yes.
Yes, actually we have a lot of very good questions.
I can imagine.
To thank the audience for that. First of all, Mr. Bildt, beyond the ERA loan and the likelihood of the frozen Russian state assets being mobilized in the near future, what other financial resources can the EU and the member states mobilize for Ukraine?
Well, all sorts of resources. I mean, first there are resources in the EU budget that should not be exaggerated, but they are. And they are utilized. No, we know, well, you know, that the EU budget, which some people believe is enormous, is not particularly enormous if you compare it to the European economy. It's slightly above 1% of GDP. We have in our, I should know, what is the share of public expenditure in Sweden these days, 44% or something
yeah,
like
something
that.
like that,
Yeah.
44.
Of our GDP, 1% of that goes to the European Union. And a part of that from the Commission will have to go to Europe and does. Then the European Union has been important in mobilizing different debt instruments, but then it's also been a question of budgetary support. I mean, you've seen from Sweden as an example, but also Denmark, if I go from where I was yesterday, Norway, which has too much money for some reason that God decided once upon a time. We give substantial amount of money from our budget. You've seen in the Swedish case, for example, that's been not entirely sort of, there are pluses and minuses in the word. I mean, development aid is important. And we have still the highest development aid of any EU country, but we are switching that more and more to Ukraine in this particular situation. But essentially, to be quite honest, it's going to be taxpayers around Europe that will have to pay. We have to pay for our future, for our defense. And our defense in the next few years is going to be the defense of Ukraine.
Thank you. In today's Europe, with the rise of right-wing populism in many countries, Could the foundations of the EU as we know it today be threatened?
Yeah, that's an important debate, which is very popular. I don't think so. And I hope I'm right in saying so, but history will judge. We have one European country where, as a matter of fact, even a neo-fascist party has been taking power, and that is Italy under Mrs. Meloni. So far, so good. It hasn't changed the fundamentals of their European and Atlantic policy. It hasn't, in any sort of way, affected their support for Ukraine. And I don't see, if you look at France, which is sort of facing political uncertainties in the presidential election in 27, well, even Marine Le Pen, who's starting out at sort of being fairly pro-Russian, has stopped being pro-Russian. You can't be pro-Russian in the political environment of Europe today. If you not be as reliable and as good, and France is going to be in a terrible financial mess anyhow. So yeah, there are challenges, but I don't think it's sort of, challenging, but not going to be fundamentally different.
Let's take one more question.
Yes, I was thinking the same.
Yeah.
What
and
are
then
the
I
most,
have one.
Yes, absolutely. What are the most important actions the EU needs to take to ensure that Brexit was a singular and possibly reversible event, especially in the light of eternal turmoil created by populists?
Well, the second most important thing is to be, first successful with peace and security. It's fairly obvious. The second is the sort of economic competitiveness issues, which I didn't mention at all because they are addressed separately. But we must continue to demonstrate that by working together we can increase the possibilities of our economies to deliver the sort of economic and social and welfare and other benefits that is what makes Europe the place in the world that has the most secure and the best quality of life. There's no other part of the world that can compete with us in terms of quality of life. But it requires some things, and those must be sustained.
You started out with talking about free trade and how that can be not maybe guarantee peace, but can at least lead to a bit more stable world. Do you still believe in that fundamental, despite what happened with Russia?
Yes, I do. As you say, it can't guarantee by itself. People can go to war anyhow if there is sufficient strong reason. But of course, being more together increases you see the benefits of it. And then you see also the price you'll have to pay if you go to war. And look at, I think Russians, for example, are now very, very nervous about what's happening in the Baltic Sea. Because even if they talk about they are at war with NATO and a war with everyone, and everyone is hostile to them at the moment, a third of their foreign trade is dependent upon the Baltic Sea. And without that foreign trade, the Russian economy will collapse. So economic links are very important, even when things go very wrong.
Good to hear someone who still believes that we can build a better world somehow.
Well, there has to be someone.
Thank you so, thank you so much, Carl. And we will have a coffee break until 10:30, and then well, there will be sessions, and you can see them in the program.
hissades, det var barn som sjöng och det var otroligt stort att tänka på. Inte så långt efter att Berlinmuren hade fallit så stod vi där tillsammans, 25 länder. Det var stort. Ja, men jag har ju haft förmånen att få vara med så länge så det är klart att man har kunnat bidra lite grann. Jag har ju förhandlat flera handelsavtal till exempel som har skapat inte bara handelsförbindelser utan närmare band mellan EU, Kanada, EU, Japan, EU, Singapore, EU och flera länder i Afrika. Och det är klart att det är en fantastisk känsla när det äntligen skrivs under och när det träder i kraft.
Jag tar med mig mina erfarenheter från att ha bott i ett land utanför EU med mig in i klassrummet. Jag vill förklara för mina elever varför de inte ska ta demokrati och andra rättigheter för givna. Jag föddes i Albanien. Min pappa var väldigt intresserad av politik och han pratade mycket om till exempel EUs möjligheter. Det var nog där drömmen föddes, om att flytta till ett land inom EU och bli en del av något större. Jag var bara 10 år gammal när jag packade väskan och flyttade till Sverige, till Borås, där min storebror bodde. Efter gymnasiet utbildade jag mig till lärare i samhällskunskap och flyttade till Ulricehamn. Som lärare vill jag förmedla EUs betydelse till mina elever. För 4 år sedan utbildade jag mig till skolambassadör för EU. Utbildningen gav fördjupande kunskaper om EU men också konkreta exempel på hur jag ska göra för att få eleverna mer intresserade av EU-frågor. Jag vill väcka elevernas intresse för EU och förklara för dem vad vi får ut av medlemskapet. EU-samarbetet ger oss fantastiska möjligheter. Från spännande praktikplatser i Bryssel eller på andra ställen i Europa till fria tågresor med Discover EU, till utbildningar på Europas bästa universitet. Men viktigast av allt, EU står för frihet. Att tycka och tänka fritt och röra sig hur man vill. Så har det inte alltid varit i Europa.
När jag var 12 så flyttade jag med min familj från Iran till Sverige eftersom mina föräldrar ville att jag skulle få bättre möjligheter i livet. Under den resan så såg jag Europa för första gången. Det var mitt första riktiga steg ut i världen och redan då visste jag att jag ville se mer. Sverige var så fint. Under ett sommarlov lärde jag mig programmering genom att titta på YouTube och min pappa som är dataingenjör lärde mig robotik. Så jag valde såklart teknisk linje på gymnasiet. En dag fick vi information om ett EU-projekt inom Europeiska solidaritetskåren med fokus på klimatförändringar. Jag hade alltid varit engagerad i klimatfrågan men samtidigt så hade jag aldrig rest utomlands själv någon gång. Så jag var lite osäker på om jag skulle våga eller inte. Men min mamma sa, ta den här chansen, åk, vad är det värsta som kan hända? Så jag åkte. Jag kände mig ensam i början, men sen blev det väldigt intressant och det gick jättebra. Efter så kollade jag upp vilka fler program EU har som man kan ansöka till. Jag åkte tillbaka till Georgien och lärde ut robotik och så har jag även varit i Marocko och lärt ut programmering och engelska. Jag vill fortsätta jobba med Europa. Jag har lärt mig så mycket som kommer hjälpa mig i framtiden.
Jag vill visa att det går att övervinna hinder oavsett om de är fysiska eller mentala. Träning har varit avgörande för mig och tack vare idrotten har jag fått resa runt i Europa och andra delar av världen. Nu vill jag inspirera andra att hitta sin egen väg. När jag var liten spelade jag fotboll varje dag och drömde om att bli proffs. Men när jag var 12-13 år förlorade jag min syn och med det försvann också min dröm. Jag hamnade i en djup depression och visste inte hur jag skulle ta mig vidare. Men en dag blev jag inbjuden till ett parasportläger där jag träffade andra som var i samma situation som jag själv. De visade mig att det fanns ett liv trots blindheten och det var gnistan som räddade mig. I Sverige tar vi för givet att vi kan dricka kranvattnet, så är det inte överallt. Jag har tävlat i länder där man måste köpa flaskvatten då kranvattnet inte går att dricka. Det är fantastiskt att vår EU-kommissionär kämpar för att vatten ska finnas tillgängligt och förbättra kvaliteten i vattnet i hela EU. För mig är det viktigt med ett öppet och fritt Europa och så var det ju inte första gången som Stockholm Marathon hölls 1979. Och jag ser hur idrotten förenar oss oavsett ursprung och fysisk förmåga. Och det är så härligt att få dela den här upplevelsen tillsammans med alla andra löpare som har tagit sig hit från alla EU:s länder.
Jag har jobbat som polis hela mitt vuxna liv. 23 år gammal var jag när jag tog examen och sedan dess så har brottsligheten och kriminaliteten förändrats väldigt mycket i Sverige. Skjutningar och sprängningar har ökat väldigt mycket. De kriminella har blivit yngre och de kriminella nätverken har blivit mycket mer organiserade och mobila. Ofta kopplat till internationella nätverk som både samarbetar digitalt och på marken. Det här ställer helt nya krav. För att möta den nya organiserade brottsligheten så måste polismyndigheterna inom EU samarbeta tätt tillsammans. Och det här har både gjorts och görs. Vi har några exempel som Europol har jobbat med, till exempel Cepol, Impact, Encrochat och Sky. Och det har lett till många fällande domar och många fängelseår. Men något som har frustrerat mig länge längs med vägen, det är att vi har ofta glömt bort att jobba brottsförebyggande. Vi har gått ifrån att möta människor och ungdomar långt innan de går in i brottsligheten. Det här var en av anledningarna till varför jag slutade som polis och engagerar mig nu i civilsamhället, för då kan jag försöka påverka ungarna i ett tidigare stadie så att de ser att det finns andra alternativ än ett kriminellt liv.
Jag flyger för Saab i samarbete med MSB och RESC-EU, där EU-länder kan be varandra om hjälp vid exempelvis skogsbränder. Jag var ju med i 2024 i Bulgarien på de omfattande skogsbränderna. 37 grader varmt och det var nästan så att olivträden självantände. Helt sedan jag var barn har jag velat bli pilot. Och sen dess har jag flugit allt från segelflygplan till helikopter, ambulans, privatjet. Egentligen flyger allt utom stridsflygplan. Det är först nu när jag börjar flyga brandflygplan som jag får använda alla mina kunskaper och dessutom göra skillnad. Flygplanet är en Fireboss, gjort för ändamålet skogsbrand. Vi landar på vatten, skopar upp det i tanken som ligger mellan motor och cockpit tills vi har önskad mängd vatten. Då släpper vi in skoporna, accelererar upp till lättningsfart och går in över skogsbrand. Vi brandflygpiloter jobbar ju bara under sommarhalvåret och jag fick erbjudande om fast tjänst som pilot. Men det här jobbet är så utmanande och utvecklande för mig som pilot och dessutom gör jag något som betyder något på riktigt, både för mig själv och för samhället i stort. Och det är det jag vill göra.
Jag borde ju verkligen kunna kalla mig för europé. Ibland gör jag det också. Men jag vet inte om jag tycker att det finns någon europeisk själ. Jag vet inte ens om jag tycker att det är speciellt viktigt. EU är mycket viktigare. Mycket viktigare än så. Det spelar väl ingen roll om jag tycker att jag är lite lik en rumän eller en polack eller ens de ibland ganska svårbegripliga fransmännen. För sanningen är mycket större. Vi behöver varandra för att kunna fortsätta leva på det sätt vi vill. I fred och i en natur som vi inte förstör för oss själva och de som kommer efter oss. Det är klart att det finns mycket kvar för EU att göra och mycket som EU skulle kunna göra bättre. Inte minst för att säkerställa att alla inom EU faktiskt kommer överens om att vi åtminstone har en gemensam syn på mänskliga rättigheter. Men det betyder inte att EU blir mindre relevant. Tvärtom. För vi skulle knappast kunna klara av vår tids utmaningar på egen hand.
Jag tror att EU-medlemskapet har inneburit att vi numera säger också här i Europa att vi känner oss hemma i Europa. Sen har det förstås påverkat så mycket i vår vardag, allt från hur vi handlar till beslut som påverkar oss i vardagslivet. Det viktigaste för mig var ju miljöfrågorna och klimatfrågan som vi faktiskt flyttade fram positionerna under de år som jag fick vara med och påverka EUs politik. Att vi också lyckades att genomföra lagstiftning som faktiskt gör tillvaron säkrare och bättre för människor och för miljö.
Men för mig har ju EU-medlemskapet betytt att vi faktiskt är med tillsammans med våra vänner och grannar och bestämmer och påverkar klimatkrisen, flyktingkrisen. Så svåra problem kan vi bara lösa tillsammans. Så det känns naturligt att vi sitter tillsammans och försöker hitta en väg framåt. Ja, men det har ju hänt så mycket under de här åren, men det jag tänker framförallt på det var i maj 2004 när de 10 nya medlemsländer kom med. Och då hade vi en stor ceremoni på Europaparlamentets gård. Flaggor hissades, det var barn som sjöng. Och det var otroligt stort att tänka på. Inte så långt efter att Berlinmuren hade fallit så stod vi där tillsammans, 25 länder. Det var stort. Ja, men jag har ju haft förmånen att få vara med så länge så det är klart att man har kunnat bidra lite grann. Jag har ju förhandlat flera handelsavtal till exempel som har skapat inte bara handelsförbindelser utan närmare band mellan EU, Kanada, EU, Japan, EU, Singapore, EU och flera länder i Afrika. Och det är klart att det är en fantastisk känsla när det äntligen skrivs under och när det träder i kraft.
Jag tar med mig mina erfarenheter från att ha bott i ett land utanför EU med mig in i klassrummet. Jag vill förklara för mina elever varför de inte ska ta demokrati och andra rättigheter för givna. Jag föddes i Albanien. Min pappa var väldigt intresserad av politik och han pratade mycket om till exempel EUs möjligheter. Det var nog där drömmen föddes, om att flytta till ett land inom EU och bli en del av något större. Jag var bara 10 år gammal när jag packade väskan och flyttade till Sverige, till Borås, där min storebror bodde. Efter gymnasiet utbildade jag mig till lärare i samhällskunskap och flyttade till Ulricehamn. Som lärare vill jag förmedla EUs betydelse till mina elever. För 4 år sedan utbildade jag mig till skolambassadör för EU. Utbildningen gav fördjupande kunskaper om EU men också konkreta exempel på hur jag ska göra för att få eleverna mer intresserade av EU-frågor. Jag vill väcka elevernas intresse för EU och förklara för dem vad vi får ut av medlemskapet. EU-samarbetet ger oss fantastiska möjligheter. Från spännande praktikplatser i Bryssel eller på andra ställen i Europa till fria tågresor med Discover EU, till utbildningar på Europas bästa universitet. Men viktigast av allt, EU står för frihet. Att tycka och tänka fritt och röra sig hur man vill. Så har det inte alltid varit i Europa.
När jag var 12 så flyttade jag med min familj från Iran till Sverige eftersom mina föräldrar ville att jag skulle få bättre möjligheter i livet. Under den resan så såg jag Europa för första gången. Det var mitt första riktiga steg ut i världen och redan då visste jag att jag ville se mer. Sverige var så fint. Under ett sommarlov lärde jag mig programmering genom att titta på YouTube och min pappa som är dataingenjör lärde mig robotik. Så jag valde såklart teknisk linje på gymnasiet. En dag fick vi information om ett EU-projekt inom Europeiska solidaritetskåren med fokus på klimatförändringar. Jag hade alltid varit engagerad i klimatfrågan men samtidigt så hade jag aldrig rest utomlands själv någon gång. Så jag var lite osäker på om jag skulle våga eller inte. Men min mamma sa, ta den här chansen, åk. Vad är det värsta som kan hända? Så jag åkte. Jag kände mig ensam i början, men sen blev det väldigt intressant och det gick jättebra. Efter så kollade jag upp vilka fler program EU har som man kan ansöka till. Jag åkte tillbaka till Georgien och lärde ut robotik. Och så har jag även varit i Marocko och lärt ut programmering och engelska. Jag vill fortsätta jobba med Europa. Jag har lärt mig så mycket som kommer hjälpa mig i framtiden.
Jag vill visa att det går att övervinna hinder oavsett om de är fysiska eller mentala. Träning har varit avgörande för mig och tack vare idrotten har jag fått resa runt i Europa och andra delar av världen. Nu vill jag inspirera andra att hitta sin egen väg. När jag var liten spelade jag fotboll varje dag och drömde om att bli proffs. Men när jag var 12-13 år förlorade jag min syn och med det försvann också min dröm. Jag hamnade i en djup depression och visste inte hur jag skulle ta mig vidare. Men en dag blev jag inbjuden till ett parasportläger där jag träffade andra som var i samma situation som jag själv. De visade mig att det fanns ett liv trots blindheten och det var gnistan som räddade mig. I Sverige tar vi för givet att vi kan dricka kranvattnet, så är det inte överallt. Jag har tävlat i länder där man måste köpa flaskvatten då kranvattnet inte går att dricka. Det är fantastiskt att vår EU-kommissionär kämpar för att vatten ska finnas tillgängligt och förbättra kvaliteten i vattnet i hela EU. För mig är det viktigt med ett öppet och fritt Europa och så var det ju inte första gången som Stockholm Marathon hölls 1979. Och jag ser hur idrotten förenar oss oavsett ursprung och fysisk förmåga. Och det är så härligt att få dela den här upplevelsen tillsammans med alla andra löpare som har tagit sig hit från alla EUs länder.
Jag har jobbat som polis hela mitt vuxna liv. 23 år gammal var jag när jag tog examen och sedan dess så har brottsligheten och kriminaliteten förändrats väldigt mycket i Sverige. Skjutningar och sprängningar har ökat väldigt mycket. De kriminella har blivit yngre och de kriminella nätverken har blivit mycket mer organiserade och mobila. Ofta kopplat till internationella nätverk som både samarbetar digitalt och på marken. Det här ställer helt nya krav. För att möta den nya organiserade brottsligheten så måste polismyndigheterna inom EU samarbeta tätt tillsammans. Och det här har både gjorts och görs. Vi har några exempel som Europol har jobbat med, till exempel CEPOL, Impact, Encrochat och Sky. Och det har lett till många fällande domar och många fängelseår. Men något som har frustrerat mig länge längs med vägen, det är att vi har ofta glömt bort att jobba brottsförebyggande. Vi har gått ifrån att möta människor och ungdomar långt innan de går in i brottsligheten. Det här var en av anledningarna till varför jag slutade som polis och engagerar mig nu i civilsamhället, för då kan jag försöka påverka ungarna i ett tidigare stadie så att de ser att det finns andra alternativ än ett kriminellt liv.
Jag flyger för Saab i samarbete med MSB och RescEU, där EU-länder kan be varandra om hjälp vid exempelvis skogsbränder. Jag var ju med i 2024 i Bulgarien på de omfattande skogsbränderna. 37 grader varmt och det var nästan så att olivträden självantände. Helt sedan jag var barn har jag velat bli pilot. Och sen dess har jag flugit allt från segelflygplan till helikopter, ambulans, privatjet. Egentligen flyger allt utom stridsflygplan. Det är först nu när jag börjar flyga brandflygplan som jag får använda alla mina kunskaper och dessutom göra skillnad. Flygplanet är en Firebus, gjort för ändamålet skogsbrand. Vi landar på vatten, skopar upp det i tanken som ligger mellan motor och cockpit tills vi har önskad mängd vatten. Då släpper vi in skoporna, accelererar upp till lättningsfart och går in över skogsbrand. Vi brandflygpiloter jobbar ju bara under sommarhalvåret och jag fick erbjudande om fast tjänst som pilot. Men det här jobbet är så utmanande och utvecklande för mig som pilot och dessutom gör jag något som betyder något på riktigt, både för mig själv och för samhället i stort. Och det är det jag vill göra.
Jag borde ju verkligen kunna kalla mig för europé. Ibland gör jag det också. Men jag vet inte om jag tycker att det finns någon europeisk själ. Jag vet inte ens om jag tycker att det är speciellt viktigt. EU är mycket viktigare. Mycket viktigare än så. Det spelar väl ingen roll om jag tycker att jag är lite lik en rumän eller en polack eller ens de ibland ganska svårbegripliga fransmännen. För sanningen är mycket större. Vi behöver varandra för att kunna fortsätta leva på det sätt vi vill. I fred och i en natur som vi inte förstör för oss själva och de som kommer efter oss. Det är klart att det finns mycket kvar för EU att göra och mycket som EU skulle kunna göra bättre. Inte minst för att säkerställa att alla inom EU faktiskt kommer överens om att vi åtminstone har en gemensam syn på mänskliga rättigheter. Men det betyder inte att EU blir mindre relevant. Tvärtom. För vi skulle knappast kunna klara av vår tids utmaningar på egen hand.
Jag tror att EU-medlemskapet har inneburit att vi numera säger också här i Europa att vi känner oss hemma i Europa. Sen har det förstås påverkat så mycket i vår vardag, allt från hur vi handlar till beslut som påverkar oss i vardagslivet. Det viktigaste för mig var ju miljöfrågorna och klimatfrågan som vi faktiskt flyttade fram positionerna under de år som jag fick vara med och påverka EU:s politik. Att vi också lyckades att genomföra lagstiftning som faktiskt gör tillvaron säkrare och bättre för människor och för miljö.
Men för mig har ju EU-medlemskapet betytt att vi faktiskt är med tillsammans med våra vänner och grannar och bestämmer och påverkar klimatkrisen, flyktingkrisen. Så svåra problem kan vi bara lösa tillsammans. Så det känns naturligt att vi sitter tillsammans och försöker hitta en väg framåt. Ja, men det har ju hänt så mycket under de här åren, men det jag tänker framförallt på det var i maj 2004 när de 10 nya medlemsländer kom med. Och då hade vi en stor ceremoni på Europaparlamentets gård. Flaggor hissades, det var barn som sjöng. Och det var otroligt stort att tänka på. Inte så långt efter att Berlinmuren hade fallit så stod vi där tillsammans, 25 länder. Det var stort. Ja, men jag har ju haft förmånen att få vara med så länge så det är klart att man har kunnat bidra lite grann. Jag har ju förhandlat flera handelsavtal till exempel som har skapat inte bara handelsförbindelser utan närmare band mellan EU, Kanada, EU, Japan, EU, Singapore, EU och flera länder i Afrika. Och det är klart att det är en fantastisk känsla när det äntligen skrivs under och när det träder i kraft.
Stor verksamhet i Hello. Perfect. Is it okay if we start? Can someone from the no signs. Okay, let's start. Cut. A very, very warm welcome to this panel on the theme of trade and competitiveness. Is the EU on the right track? Hosted by us at the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise. My name is Björn Wedin. I work as a trade policy advisor at the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise, and I'm going to be your moderator today. International trade has surely been through a few years of rough time, to say the least. I started at the Confederation in 2020, 2021, jumping straight into a trading world which was severely affected by the global pandemic. After that, we of course had the Russian invasion of Ukraine that had also severe effects on global value chains, apart from all the human suffering, of course. Some global distrust in the international trading system followed. And now, of course, we have everything that is going on across the pond to the west, and not Denmark, but further west to that. This means I've never really experienced the good old days when countries were actually opening up towards each other, but hopefully I got some years left and can experience that sometime as well. But in all this chaos that is going on right now, the EU is also looking to catch up with major global partners in terms of boosting its own competitiveness, and in our view, trade should play a central part in that. And against this background, we want first-hand experiences from our member companies. What is the EU doing right today? What can they do better to cope with all these challenges that we are experiencing right now, and what is the actual business reality in today's world? To answer these questions, we have a stellar panel, if I can say it myself, here today. First off, we have Malin Parkler. You are the CEO of Pfizer Sweden. For those of you who doesn't know, Pfizer is of course a global pharmaceutical company present pretty much all over the world. And you have been in Sweden since the 50s, if I'm not misinformed.
Not me, but Pfizer.
Good point, for the record. We're also happy to have Jan Kihlström next to us here. You are the continental CEO of Keolis, global public transport company. And I think many of you in this room are regular users of your services. I am at least. You are, for instance, running the public transport both here in Skåne, but also up in Stockholm. So absolutely. Welcome to you as well. To the left here, we have Fredrik Rosenqvist, CEO of Quantum, a company producing heat pumps, around 350,000 a year, both in Hungary, but also in a factory quite close to here, if I'm not misinformed.
We're not quite there yet, but we will get to that point.
You're not quite there, okay, perfect. If the trade policy is correct, perhaps. And last but not least, my colleague from Swedish Enterprise, Henrik Isaksson, you are the Director for Trade Policy at our organization, which represents 60,000 member companies pretty much across all sectors in Sweden. No time to lose. We have 45 minutes here today, so I want to start off with kind of a short question, which I want all of you to answer yes or no to. Perhaps you can get 1 or 2 lines to explain your answer, but in essence, I want a yes or no. When talking about international trade or in these areas, people often tend to say that globalization is dead, or at least globalization is in decline. I want to ask you all, is that actually true in practice? Are you as companies less global today than you were, say, 5 to 10 years ago? If I start with you, Malin.
So the short answer is no, definitely not. But I do want to expand a bit, but I'll save that for later then.
Perfect. Jan?
I would say no. We are moving more and more outside the countries that we are in, and we see opportunities everywhere. So, and I think maybe it's a little bit of a difference when it comes to services. We are only supplying a service, nothing else, and that is, I don't see any trends in that regard that you're explaining.
Well, I'll take the opportunity to say just a word or two about Quantum. We're a company that are built up by energy veterans from 2 large companies, NIBE and E.ON. We're building the next generation of energy systems for cities. And of course, with that type of ambition and being a scale-up, currently we're growing maybe 500% year over year. And of course, the answer then is globalization is an absolutely must for us.
Henrik, how does it look for the business community in general?
No, I mean, globalization is not dead. You might find some headlines like that in the media, but it's not dead. You only have to look at the figures. Trade in goods is increasing, but in particular trade in services is increasing dramatically. So if you just look at the figures, globalization is absolutely not dead, luckily.
Perfect. Thank you for those short answers. Malin, starting with you, I want the audience to get a sense of how global Pfizer actually is. Can you tell us a bit about which your biggest markets are, and also why is it so important for a company like yours to be able to trade globally?
Yeah, so maybe then I can expand my answer for the previous question and integrate it here. So our biggest market is of course the US and then China. I think we're not so different from many others. Then comes the EU. But to the question on if trade is decreasing, so no, definitely not. And we're not less globalized. I mean, we have patients, they're located across the whole world. There are no country where there are not people that are in need of pharmaceuticals or vaccines. So we cannot be limited by borders or regional or country borders. In 2024, we supplied or we reached more than 400 million patients across the globe with our medicines and vaccines. But having said that, if we have an EU perspective, the attractiveness of the pharma industry in clinical trials and where it comes to launching new innovative medicines, that has declined in Europe, and that trend needs to be reversed because there are so many opportunities in the EU to be a very prominent life science region. And that's not only beneficial for patients and their health, it's also very beneficial for the society, both when it comes to economic growth, of course, but also building a resilient society, and we talk about that a lot nowadays. To have a healthy population and access to medicines and vaccines is fundamental to be resilient and also sustainable. But also then, given also the geopolitical situation at the moment, Pfizer is actively navigating this complex landscape because it's not so easy all the time. For example, Russia. Do you do trade with Russia or not? No, but you have people that are sick there. So from that is also a moral and ethical dilemma when these geopolitical issues are rising. But we also need to strategically adapt to the global trade dynamics. And then for us, we see that this is a critical moment for the EU to take leadership in technology and in the life science. And we see that it's a need for being more proactive thinker, being more strategic rather than being more reactive and putting together reactive policies. Because otherwise we see that we have a risk that companies direct their investments to more competitive markets. We also see a reduced access. We can see a reduced access to innovative medicines and medical innovations, and also potential loss of high-skilled jobs. If I should mention lastly mention the geopolitical areas that are most impactful at the moment, for us it's the US-China tech competition, and they're competing, and we're not competing in this. And then it's the US tariffs, of course, that's been mentioned. And then for our business in the pharma industry of medicines and vaccines, we also have the most favored nation, which is the first time where the US government is pushing for fair pricing in pharmaceuticals. And to give a perspective on that, the US, they invest 0.78% of their GDP per inhabitants in innovative medicines, whereas Europe has an average of 0.34. So the irritation in the US has some substance. And then combined with that, EU legislations are pushing prices down, doing everything they can to push prices. And then even by, not only by negotiations and price cuts and mandatory rebates, it's also by pushing the IP rights. So at the moment there's been discussion on shortening the data protection, and you all know what that means for companies with shorter patent lives. And then at the same time also have emerging markets that are actually now being very assertive around putting together regulatory frameworks, so that it's also a competition when it comes to versus the EU. So a long answer maybe, but these are the things that are super important for us.
Interesting. So clearly a need to stay global and keep the borders open. Jan, you mentioned Keolis is of course a services company. How does it work for you? Can you be as present on as many markets as Pfizer is, and how does it look like for you, and why is it important?
I will also start by saying two words about Keolis, because I guess you don't know what Keolis is. No one really does, because we always have another brand fronting. Skånetrafiken is not doing the bus service in Lund. Keolis is doing the bus services Lund. SL is not doing it in Stockholm, and so forth. So that's the way it is all over the globe. And we are kind of being big. We have 24,000 buses around the world. So you can just imagine the change into electrical vehicles and so forth. So just to put that in context. Yes, what about the question about going global and how does that work? Is that what you said? First of all, it depends on the political landscape. We have countries right now that have still not opened these for competitiveness. Even countries in Europe. Belgium has 25% of its sort of total transport of public in the country closed. Sweden is almost open. UK is almost open. So it depends on what kind of sort of regulatory framework you have. But overall, it's quite easy to expand, because you can more or less always go in and you can have an open sort of competition situation. You have long-term agreements, you can afford to invest, and so forth. And that's why we continuously do that. And there are a lot of obstacles and a lot of challenges, but that has to do with sort of different way of doing business. And that's quite normal, I would say. Yeah. So overall, a good situation, I would say.
Great, sounds optimistic. Welcome back to the challenges, though, a bit later on. Turning to you, Fredrik, you're a bit younger company compared to both Keolis.
He's probably younger as well.
Yeah, he might be younger as well. How does it look like for you? Are you have you been able to use these years to go global, or how does it look like?
Well, I would say the following, that for the first 28 years of Quantum's history, globalization really didn't matter. We were selling 100% in Sweden. 4 years ago, though, Quantum went through a management buyout, and we started to grow the company. At that point in time, we were 6 employees. Now, 4 years later, we are 350 employees, and we have established ourselves in 8 European countries, and we're selling in another 10. So you can build a small local company, or you can really try and build a scale-up, which we are doing. And then we need access to the markets.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, we'll come back to that as well. But Henrik, turning to you from a general business perspective, are these statements reflective of how it looks for the Swedish business community? Because we often say that, yeah, we are very trade dependent as a country, and our businesses are very global.
We are very trade dependent, and even if you, as you said, globalization didn't matter in the sense that you didn't have customers abroad, it still mattered to you indirectly. For example, every time you turned on your computer, you used American software. That's also part of globalization. So it does matter for all of us, all companies, but also all people as individuals. We are all affected by globalization all the time. But I mean, the challenges for the sectors and the companies are very different. Some are facing this present difficulties that we face from the US and so on without much problems, and others are facing really, really big problems, and it's very much dependent on what sector you're in. But in general, I would say that if you read the media and hear politicians and journalists talking about it, they focus only on the problems. If you then meet the businesses, they focus mostly on the opportunities. So for the people actually doing trade and doing business abroad, they find many more opportunities than you might think if you only read media.
Can I comment on that?
Of course.
I just want to come back a little bit to Carl Bildt's speech when he talked about the development and so forth. And I felt, even though he didn't say that, he was fairly optimistic. I think we have a tendency to look at all the problems and not focus on all the opportunities that actually exists. And to be honest, if you compare a little bit, there is a lot to say about France, and we know all about the budget problems and all of that. I don't mention that when I'm in the meetings in Paris. However, in Sweden we have a tendency to talk more about Trump, more about all the problems with Russia. We are a little bit closer, but in France they are not that occupied with this, and sometimes it makes it worse also from a business perspective. We have to try to separate those kind of things. The world will not go under. We will prevail also these problems. Just wanted to say that.
Can I also comment?
Yes, sure.
Because I think it's a valid point that companies look for opportunities. So that's why companies strategically monitors what's going on and will move business if there's an opportunity that is better somewhere else. So I think this is something that's, that's why Sweden and the EU needs to take competitiveness as something really important. Yeah. Because it's more the regions, or the geographical regions and the countries that are having the potential issues if you don't use the strength that actually EU can provide for companies.
Yeah. That's actually a perfect transition, because I want to talk about the opportunities now before maybe heading into more of the risks. But if we're connecting this to the EU trade policy debate, one might say that this new mandate and with the new Commission, things are actually happening in terms of opening up new markets, etc. One such clear example is the EU is stepping up its game in terms of concluding new free trade agreements, and as late as yesterday, the Commission announced its conclusion on free trade negotiations with Indonesia, for instance, which follows also coming market openings in South America and Latin America. Speaking of opportunities, Fredrik, if I turn to you first, you are, as a company, importing a lot of inputs from outside of Europe, mainly in Asia. Perhaps you will not use the EU-Indonesia agreement, but how would lower tariffs and in general a binding set of rules for one of these countries that you're importing inputs from, how could that help you as a company in practice?
It is when we produce our heat pumps, the softwares we develop here, of course, but when we produce our heat pumps, we operate on a 30-30-40 rule. So about 30% of the components come from Asia, about 30% comes from other countries in Europe, and about 40% quite close to each of our factories. And of course, if we have a lower tariffs, that means that we can reduce the price on our products, and it increases the competitiveness of the technology that we are introducing. And we're not competing with other heat pumps. We're competing with natural gas and oil. And to kind of play on the keynote that we had before, why do we continue to buy fossil fuels to the extent that we do? And why do we buy it from Russia? Come on. Why? I simply don't get it. So lower tariffs makes the green transition go better, and it can take away other dependencies much faster.
Interesting. Jan, you, I know India is an interesting market for Keolis as a company, and that's actually one of the countries that the EU is negotiating a free trade agreement. You're working a lot in public procurement, etc., and those rules tend to be included in those free trade agreements. Why is India such an important market for you, and what would eliminating the barriers that you're facing today, what would that mean for you as a company?
Well, first of all, you can all think about this yourself. India is 1.4 billion people. Have you ever been to India? It's 18 sort of lanes on the freeway with cars that is moving very, very slowly. So overall, the growth perspective in creating public transport systems is in India is fantastic. So that is one of the sort of the criteria. US is more difficult because, everyone is vast. It's different. In India, you have the opportunity. And then you can also see that the interest in India of actually having modern solutions. We have automatic metro, for example, in Hyderabad. That is quite cool, to be honest. So, having said all this, India is a country that is not often so very easy to do business with. So if we can have a more official trade agreement between EU and India, we will be more and more accepted. And it's almost like it's not actually the rule, it's the way that the Indian sort of society or people in India and the government and everyone says, okay, EU is a trustworthy partner, let's work with them. That's going to be making things very, very positive for us. So India is super interesting.
Interesting. Before coming to you, Malin, as well, Henrik, these, it sounds on these gentlemen that these free trade agreements could actually help their businesses, but you know, these takes years to negotiate, sometimes even 25. Is that really time well spent, or should we do something else?
If you only do that for 25 years, it's not time well spent. But fortunately, people are doing other things also in the meanwhile. But some of these negotiations really take very long time. It's more complicated than a deal between two companies, because this is a deal between two societies with different values, different interests, and so on. And therefore, it takes time to get politics to finally align. But luckily, it seems to be the case in Indonesia. In India, we are moving towards a free trade agreement with them. We have one with Indonesia. We have one with the big markets in Latin America, like Brazil, etc. The US don't have these agreements. We do soon have them. So when the US is doing everything wrong right now, when it comes to trade policy, we're actually doing everything right.
Yeah.
So that is reason for optimism.
But at the same time, we have a global multilateral trading system that is perhaps not delivering as much. Would you want to say anything?
I mean, there are lots and lots of problems, and the WTO isn't working as it's supposed to do, and there are numerous problems, and you can't solve all the EU's problems with competitiveness by trade policy, of course. There are many other areas as well. The role of trade policy is primarily to open a door and make it possible for businesses to trade. Then what happens after the door has been opened is up to businesses. They might succeed, they might not. But I'm working on this issue of opening doors. And for the moment, we are opening doors.
Sounds like a fun job.
Yeah.
If you want to comment on that, Malin, as well. Otherwise, I will also put up a follow-up question to you. And also taking in those challenges that I mentioned a bit in the beginning. Of course, the last few years has been kind of a rocky ride, to say the least, and for a company like Pfizer, being one of the first to produce vaccines and distribute them during the pandemic, for instance. How does a company like yours cope with those challenges? Because obviously you were kind of successful during the pandemic when borders were being shut down irregularly and you didn't know what policies were going to be put in place the day after. How do you cope with that?
Yeah, so let me start by also just filling in on the importance of trade. So from the pharma industry, 11% of the exports from the EU is pharmaceuticals, which makes this sector important for the EU, and all these trade agreements are hugely important. And then in Sweden, it's roughly up to 150 billion Swedish crowns. That is the value of exports of pharmaceuticals. But it's also the thing is that it's also very important to remember that everything has to flow freely. It's competence, it's talents, it's to build innovation. And this is connecting to the pandemic and the production of vaccines as well. Having the global reach is super important from many, not only for having the markets where you can sell, but it's also very important to have the global reach when it comes to manufacturing. We can take the vaccine, for example, that needed to produce the vaccine, we needed 280 components from 86 different vendors in 19 countries. And we managed to do this during the pandemic. But there you shouldn't underestimate the power of a unified or common goal, vision, whatever you have. So I think this is something also to remember, that if you don't have that and fight for that, it's going to be more difficult to be successful, because then everyone's different agendas comes in from the side. But during the pandemic, I mean, yes, the borders were closed. We had the opportunity to work with the vaccines. It's different maybe if you would try to deliver energy in another way, but or bus transportation. So we had the benefit of everyone actually needing the vaccine during the pandemic. But there's one really, cannot forget the importance of risk-taking and the big financial investment that is needed. Everything was doing in parallel processes. And in the context with, before the pandemic, we produced 200 million doses of vaccines across our vaccine portfolio. In 2021 to 2020, full 23, we produced 4 billion doses of vaccines. So you understand the scaling up of manufacturing sites across the world, because that is so important with regionalization. So, and also an interesting thing from that is also the respect to countries and treating everyone the same. For example, when we were delivering the vaccine to the European countries, it was important that the trucks went at the same time to the different countries, so no one would feel that they were set aside. It's you can laugh, but it's also so important to remember the respect and how you treat each other, so no one feels that they're left behind or anything, especially in the EU.
You mentioned stability, and we've been talking about it before. How high up on the list of favorite words is stability and predictability for a company like Keolis?
First of all, of course, extremely important. A public transport contract typically is 10 years long. Lifetime economically of an electrical bus is 16 years. If we don't have a stability on the rules, it's very difficult. And I'd like to just come back to the challenges a little bit, because those 24,000 buses that we have, do you think you can move one bus from Belgium to France and use it in France? No. You cannot even move a bus from Stockholm to Skåne because they have different rules. It's not EU's problem, of course, but it indicates the challenge that we have, that every political sort of environment, they want to decide on their own. So those kind of things goes also together with the stability situation. I'm not saying that we should have one type of bus in Europe, because that's a bit sort of difficult, but it underlines the challenges you have when you have to adopt too much to a local situation. So I think that stability long term, and also common sense when it comes to specifications and what you would like to have, even if it's a bus or if it's a tram or if it's something else, is really required.
And what were the effects of these recent crises and challenges? How has that affected in general, if you add a layer on top of that?
What do you mean, the recent challenges and the crises?
You say the pandemic, where you couldn't move people across borders, for instance.
Okay. You know, and that's a bit, if you take the pandemic in public transport, in some countries it was completely locked down. In most of the countries, the smart countries, they kept it open, but they made sure that you didn't have that many people on the same sort of. And of course, the big advantage from that respect, and you don't think about that, but you know, when during the pandemic we got rid of the cars. And that's also very, very favorable if you go public transport. I will give you one example. How much do you think the average speed is in Paris if you go with a bus? It's 8 kilometers an hour. In Stockholm, it's 14 kilometers an hour. If we could get rid of some of those buses, we would create a super, super efficient and good public transport system. You should think about that, all of you that sits out there. I think most of you would like to go in your own car. I do that myself. But if we can do that change, it's going to be so much better. So, coming back to that, stability is very important, and the rules and regulations, I would like them to be a little bit more conform.
Interesting. Fredrik, I'll let you comment on that if you want, but also adding in another challenge that a company like yours are facing is unfair competition also from other parts of the world. How does that affect a company like yours?
I'm not sure we face that much unfair competition. I think if we look at what we produce, we have to stand on our own feet. What we sell is based on our own R&D, our own technology base, and for us, having low tariffs and open borders are important for us to be competitive to begin with. Of course, you could have a look at what we can call as being unfair. Should a government in another country, give support to a specific industry, or if the way their products are developed, if that is made in an unfair way, that is not up to our standards. But that's not about protecting industry. That's about getting products that live up to our sustainability goals, that they are produced in a responsible way, that people get a living wage, that they can live on that wage, and of course that they are produced with clean energy. So if we're to talk about protecting anything, then it's about kind of ensuring that things are produced in a responsible way.
Interesting. Henrik, what all these crises and challenges, what should the EU do to handle them? A very short question.
Yeah. Well,
and let me also add, so to give you a little bit time to think. I know that we at the Swedish Enterprise have some figures on how companies are coping with these kind of crises. I know we did it during the pandemic, but we've also done it later. If you can share something about them, I think that would be interesting.
Yeah, the figures I can mention them first. We did during the pandemic conduct several surveys of our member companies and asked them how they were reacting to the big disruptions in global supply chains. And the most common answer was building warehouses. They didn't have it before because it was just-in-time delivery, so you don't need to store products anywhere. You just deliver them straight to the door. They suddenly needed them, and there were a lot of warehouses built during those years. But they also diversified. They found new suppliers, new companies, and even new countries to trade with in order to spread your risks, not put all the eggs in the same basket. A more recent assessment, a survey we did in May this year, we asked them about how they work with risks in their supply chains. It turns out, luckily, that the vast majority, 80% of firms, say they actually do have active risk assessment in their firms. It's mostly the smaller ones that don't have capacity that don't do it, but most of the other firms do. What they primarily do is to talk to their first supplier and try to figure out risks and how to handle it with them. The problem is that a value chain consists of suppliers and suppliers to the suppliers and back many, many times. And it's very hard for companies to follow it all the way back and understand if there is a problem 10 steps back, then you find that's an issue. But firms are reacting right now as well. We found out that 8% of the firms say they are relocating some of their activities and supplies to Sweden. And 24% say they're moving it from some country where they are to some other country where they might not be for the moment. So things are happening, which means globalization isn't dying, but it's perhaps spreading to more countries. Not all companies want to have all their supplies from China, because that is dangerous, or for the US for that matter, or to be too dependent on the American market. Diversification is what we always advocate for. And also the issue of predictability. What we also find clearly is that when it comes to the tariffs that the US is imposing, that is a problem. But the unpredictability, when it changes all the time, you impose it, you change it, you make exceptions, it changes by the day. That's a much worse problem than the tariffs themselves. That's what most companies say.
Yeah. Do you agree, Malin?
Yes, so I'd like to comment on the stability, but first also it just struck me that sometimes you would like to have some of the mentality and mindset that pops up in a crisis in everyday life, because the power of the people is very strong and eminent when it comes to a crisis, because everyone wants to make a difference. Everyone works very hard and collaborates in a totally different way if you can, use the power in the correct way. So sometimes you would need some level of crisis all the time, I guess. But then when it comes to stability, this is an excellent point on the predictability. And it's both with, in the best of worlds, we would like to have consistent international trade rules. That would be wonderful. But then also predictable regulatory environments. I think you were mentioning that before. And also, of course, being transparent on governmental policies, and also the manageable economic fluctuations. I think if you had those, you would get a good stability. But why is stability important? For us, it's also the fact that, I mean, we're a company. Investors don't really, they don't scream of joy if there's instability. So you kind of lose investors if you have too much instability in your business. And then it's also for your own financial planning. It's being accurate and being able to plan, giving your comment on predictability, and also to be able to long-term finance R&D and invest in manufacturing sites. So there's it's so many points that are so crucial for business when it comes to stability. And that could not, I would not say easily, because it's not so easy to align across countries and regions, but it is not so, it's not rocket science what is needed. Maybe it's rocket science to get it needed, but...
Yeah. So stability on the one hand, but also good to have a crisis every here and then. Do you agree with that assessment?
Yeah. And maybe we can add one more thing to this. We talk a lot about the rules and the regulations and stuff like that. Maybe sometimes it's also less rules and less specifications, and make things a little bit more simple.
Smooth processes.
Yeah, because sometimes we have a tendency to, as a society, I think, and that goes for many countries, that we are over sort of regulating things. And from a business perspective, the less regulations, at least in general, is better.
Fredrik, do you want to come in there?
Well, I was just reflecting about buses. It sounds just ridiculous that a bus from Stockholm cannot be moved to Skåne, and then we've gone too far. Yeah.
A medicine cannot be moved from a hospital to another region's hospital.
And you would think that a heat pump in your house could be sold in Sweden or in the Netherlands. And that's a nice thought, right? But that's not necessarily the case. No. Because we have the same thing there, that there's a lot of local requirements. And that also has to do with actually stability, meaning that when you're driving a transition, politicians many times try to foster that one, and they come with incentives. And the incentives, even though the product may be sold on a bigger market, the incentives are very local. And that drives cost. That means the product needs to be certified, qualified under different rules. It provides absolutely zero value to the end customer. It drives cost for us as industry, whatever we do. So it builds cost that someone has to pay for. So really, stability in terms of those type of incentives, that they don't go up and down that fast, because then we don't know how to invest. And of course, the less local requirements, the better.
Henrik?
Yeah, just a comment for hearing these concrete examples. There was a study very recently. I'm not 100% sure who did it, but I think it was the IMF, so it's a very credible study. Yep. They looked at the internal barriers in the internal market when we trade with ourselves in Europe, and concluded that when it comes to goods, it was maybe in the range of 40%, something like that?
44%.
44%, yeah. And in services, 110%. That means that they basically take all these examples that you make and that you mentioned and recalculate them into a figure. And those figures are then much higher than the Trump tariffs. So in a sense, what we are doing to ourselves is worse than what Trump is doing to us by having all these silly regulations that you mentioned.
So strengthening the single market pretty much.
Strengthening the single market and our ability to trade with ourselves is actually even more important than trade with the rest of the world, even though that is important too. But we have a large home market that is untapped and regulated in a very odd manner sometimes.
Do you agree, Fredrik?
Oh, absolutely.
You need one set of rules across the European
the fewer
market.
rules, the better. Absolutely. Okay. And absolutely, if we can stay with just one set instead of 27, it would help.
Anything you want to add on the importance of the single market as well?
No, but maybe a twist to it, and that is quite interesting, that what you're saying, that we have a tendency in order to, I mean, Europe is Europe. Carl Bildt said it's the best place to live, yeah, but it may not be the most competitive, partly because of these sort of rules and stuff. If you go outside, if you go and you look in, we're looking at some project in South Africa, we are looking in South America and India, then there is a tendency to have less, they are not as mature, which also means that they have less rules. So that could also be some interesting thing that if you go outside Europe and maybe as a united Europe, you may have advantages also by having less rules in some of those economies.
Yeah.
So I think that's also interesting.
Yeah, it's a combining being a strong inner market and also using that to be a strong export market. Overall benefits from the EU is of course the regulatory harmonization. So fewer but also maybe standardized IP protections or rules, and then also consistent tech and other standards, simplified processes. For manufacturing, for example, it's also beneficial if regulations can make it easier to transfer production between countries. That could also be a strength. And there's lots of population here, so for us it's a huge number of patients that needs medicines. But from then specific messages from like our industry is that what the EU can do is first of all saying that they have the ambition to be a strong life science region. That is super important to really emphasize that, and that it is prioritized to have medicines and medical innovation in the EU for many reasons that I mentioned before. And then it was talked about yesterday, the omnibus within the defense. I think this could be used even here to look over the regulations, because it's so fragmented and overlapping at the moment, coming back to the rules and regulations. And last but not least, also that was also mentioned, I think, yesterday when the EU looks into suggested legislations. They, in many cases, they look into the impact on the EU per se, but also on the impact on the EU competitiveness. That does not happen with all the regulations that are looked into for the pharma sector. So that is also something that should also check if the regulations, what type of impact it has also on the competitiveness.
Interesting. I think we're nearing the end of our time, but I think we might be able to squeeze in one or two questions from the audience before I want to round up with a final question to you all, but please.
Absolutely. What are the biggest challenges that scale-ups and startups face in the EU? What kind of legislative action would you like to see from the EU in the near future?
Big question. I think if we compare the EU to the US, for instance, the access to risk-willing capital is different, and I think that is a difference. So the playing ground becomes different. We would be more innovative if we can have more companies that can have access to more venture capital or private equity capital going into scale-up phases.
Thank you. The recent crises have demonstrated that dependency on other EU countries might put one in a vulnerable position. Do you think it's realistic for the EU to become more self-sufficient?
I think you say, depends on what you mean, of course, but I guess we can become more self-sufficient to a degree with some products and some services, but we cannot become fully self-sufficient, and if we did, that would be catastrophic, because it's much better to trade with the world than to isolate yourself. So, but in some particular strategic industries and sectors and goods, it might be good for our own security to be a bit more self-sufficient, but only a bit. So if you exaggerate it, you undermine your own competitiveness.
I fully agree. I think that's very important. To just focus on doing everything ourselves, it's not going to be long-term good.
You're going to kill innovation, and also it's not possible from a manufacturing point of view to do all the medicines, for example, that everyone needs. It's not possible.
I also fully agree. If the aim is to become fully self-sufficient about absolutely everything, I think the examples with how you produce a vaccine says it all. But on some areas, I think, and here I come into energy, how the heck could we be dependent to 40% of all imports of energy from a dictator? So being self-sufficient is one thing, being super dependent is another.
Good point.
We have 1 minute left. I don't know if you have thought about it today, but it's actually 3 months until Christmas Eve today. Maybe you didn't reflect upon it when you woke up this morning, but I want to ask all of you, the three company representatives, that is, if you can ask for one thing from EU policymakers, it can be scale down regulation, someone has mentioned, it can be another free trade agreement, it can be whatever you want that you get to put on the wish list. What is it? Who want to start?
Acknowledging the value of medicines and vaccines for the people.
Short and snappy, I like it.
Since I have customers that are politically run, I'd like the political world to, this is kind of big, but to make sure that the people that is doing things that affects us gets a little bit more recognition, a little bit more pay, so we can get better people out there. Because sometimes we don't have capable people enough.
Well, I would like two things then. First of all, I would like Legos, but on the side to that one, I think having a neutral playing ground when it comes to fossil fuels and renewables, so that we don't tax electricity the way we do today, and that we don't subsidize fossil fuels the way we do today. If that happens, I think industry will take care of the rest.
Interesting. And then finally, Henrik, is this realistic?
If these things are realistic, I'm not the right one to answer, because I was preparing my own answer instead.
Yes, please go ahead with that. I put you on the spot there.
Yeah,
sorry.
no. A conclusion of the free trade negotiations with India would be my main thing that I would like to see before Christmas, and that is fairly realistic, but far from certain.
Fingers crossed then. Give a round of warm applause for our panelists. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, welcome to this session hosted by Lund University, and the theme is strategies in an uncertain world, and we will try to dig a little bit into business economy and see how our representatives here see how they navigate with their strategies in the world of today. And to help us with this discussion, we have Ray Mauritsson, President and Chief Executive of Axis Communications. We have Marie Sandin, Managing Director and Vice President Strategic Programs, Tetra Pak, Sweden. You'll have to correct the titles if they are wrong, because these are the ones I have on my paper. Thomas Kalling, Professor of Strategy, Lund University School of Economics and Management. And Henrik Isaksson, who is a Trade Policy Advisor at the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise. Welcome, very nice to have you here.
Thank you.
Director, Trade Policy. Yeah, that was much better. Yeah,
Sounds much better.
Of course, they can read. So if it's not the same. So anyway, very good to have you here. I would like to give all of you the opportunity to give a short introduction to the topic of strategies and a little bit how you manage, from your perspective, the current situation in the world. So Ray, do you want to start?
I can try to start. So I represent Axis. We're a company with a vision to innovate for a smarter, safer world. So we have long-term goals with providing solutions and products to the market that increase safety and security. Mainly network-connected surveillance cameras, but also other technologies that help create safety. So from a strategy perspective, we have since many years gone in a certain long-term direction, and we keep to go in that direction. So for me, strategy is long-term ambitions. When it comes to the current situations, it's more tactics on how you navigate, but we'll get back to that, I guess.
Yes, thank you very much. And to Thomas?
Thank you. I study how these people behave in times of crisis, and I've done that for a long time. And I can tell you that during the 2010s, we thought it was a lot going on, with China entering the third stage of their industrial plan, and Russia starting to move, Brexit, and the first US elections in 2016 and so on. And then we thought, okay, the 20s might become the roaring 20s that we had 100 years ago. Yeah, we did. They were roaring, so to speak, but not in the way we thought. So 2020 came along, and all of a sudden, I got a lot more to do as a professor of these kinds of things. So that's where I come from. And then 2020 with the pandemic and everything else. Still, 2025 is probably a very special year historically when it comes to the levels of uncertainties that we're talking about and so on, which we shall discuss more today, of course.
Yeah, we'll get a little bit more into the details later. Marie, you represent a company with a long history and a product line that is been stable for quite some time, I would say. So how do you navigate these uncertainties?
Yeah, so coming back to Tetra Pak, I mean, we are a food solution provider. That means that currently we have a big responsibility already today, as you say. We are providing 72 billion liters of food to consumers around the world already today. And that means both food processing, packaging solutions, but also integrated and very much connected solutions then, of course, as well. And as you say, that means that we have had the opportunity to work with a vision throughout the years, and that is to provide safe food to the world, and to do that while protecting not only the food, but also people and the planet. And coming back to what Ray said, I mean, we are not changing our overall vision, mission, our strategies. That remains. However, what's happening right now is that we need, of course, to adapt accordingly in terms of how we work. And that is, of course, important, because there is a new reality now. We learned that already from COVID. It has continued, and we definitely believe it will be continuing as well. But that doesn't change our overall ambition and where we want to go as a company. And I just want to say, so I'm the MD of Tetra Pak here in Sweden, but I'm globally responsible of driving the deployment of sustainability and digitalization programs as integrated in our core businesses as well.
Yes, let's get back to that maybe as well in a while. What about you, Henrik, the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise? How has this affected your work?
It affects us a lot because, I mean, I've been dealing with trade policy personally my full career, mostly for the government, for Kommerskollegium, National Board of Trade, but since 5 years back at the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise. Suddenly I note that the issues that I work with are mainstream issues that are discussed in the media every day. Suddenly people sit at home eating dinner talking about Trump tariffs. They didn't have these discussions a year ago, but they do now. And companies are very worried, and media is reporting about it all the time, and we have to figure out what is happening, why is it happening, what could be the next step to try to inform our member companies and talk to politicians about how to react and how not to react. And so we need to be hyperactive. And it's not just the Trump tariffs. Another dimension is the issue of security, because we fear that in the search for a more secure Europe, that we might go too far in some areas, because some people might say that the best way to become secure is to trade less with the rest of the world, because the rest of the world is dangerous. And if we do that, there might be reason for some particular products to do it, but if we do that on a general level, we kill our own competitiveness. So being secure but trying to increase competitiveness at the same time, that's a delicate balancing act that we work with on an everyday basis.
We will also get back a little bit to what you expect from policymakers for the future. But Ray and Marie, you represent the companies here in the panel. So if you look at the unpredictability from the US and maybe also from China, a little bit different kind of unpredictability, has this at all impacted your strategic planning?
Well, I can start. I mean, it's definitely affected our tactical planning. We have more than 50% of our sales in the US. And of course, introducing tariffs at the level that they were introduced affect us short term very much. Even if we have, since many years, for other reasons as well, had set up a supply chain that is diverse and come from different sources. We have manufacturing in many different countries, so we have possibilities to play with the different sources of products coming into the US. What we have done is to try to not be too hasty. We also have quite a complex model of reaching our customers. We have a two-tier distribution model, so it's hard to quickly react and change prices based on tariffs, because you also need to consider the consequences in your channel, especially if you have to go back and forth. So one of the rules that we have used to navigate is to try to not react on what's happening now, but try to guess what's going to be the scenario or the situation 9 to 10 months, maybe a year out, and sort of steer towards that instead. So that's been sort of the tactics for us.
But you try to differ between the tactics and the strategies. Does that mean that you don't think this is that has any long-term effect because it doesn't affect your strategies? Or how should we interpret that you talk about tactics? That's the only thing that changed. Strategy is still the same. Does that mean that you don't actually think that there will be any long-term consequences?
There will be long-term consequences because there will be new priorities when we decide where to manufacture in the future, what suppliers to use, etc. This will be a new parameter. Prior to this, maybe we were optimizing manufacturing close to our customers for sustainability reasons or minimize transportations. Now we need to consider yet another parameter. So in that sense, absolutely.
Okay. Yes. Marie.
Yeah, so I mean, as a company, we are based in over 160 countries around the world. That is how the company has been built. And the reason is, of course, that working in the food working with food systems and in the food value chain. That means, of course, also having local sourcing if we talk about our customers from that perspective. So that means that we do have production in many countries, including then both US and China, as you mentioned as well. But it's also important to know that we're working, I mean, on top of our agenda and priority is food safety. Food safety means working with certified suppliers. It means working with equipment that is really certified for food. And of course, we are dependent on a global supply from that perspective as well. However, what we also see is, of course, that we can turn this into opportunities to diversify even further when it comes to being able to grow some markets that are so important. We just heard India here in the previous panel, and the importance of getting a free trade agreement now with India, between EU and India. There are huge market opportunities there, but even, I mean, more important, there are so many people in that country that needs food. And so for us, it's very much linked to, again, what we want to do, what needs to be done. We want to provide more food to the world. And that means, of course, that we are working very broadly with so many different countries. And of course, yeah, want to accelerate that further.
Thank you. Thomas, I was wondering, we've seen, of course, a lot of global companies diversifying their production chain or the different production in different places around the world. Will we see this continue, or will it be like more consolidating? Like the EU is talking a lot about bringing back industry to Europe and produce more raw materials and more electronics and technology and so on.
Yeah, I think it will continue for a couple of years, to be honest, unfortunately. Moving things closer to home, moving things closer to countries and places where there is low so-called geopolitical distance, i.e. countries that are more like us. I think it will continue for a couple of years, but not forever, of course. But there are so many uncertainty factors now, and I think it is an appropriate strategy to actually invest in these changes to supply chains even for short periods of time, so mid-term, 3 years. Yeah, I think so.
So if you would advise decision makers, what would you advise them? To stay calm, not make too many changes, keep free trade going, or should you advise them to?
No, of course, for anyone who's a little bit courageous and talented with analyses, so to speak, there are opportunities already now, to locate it in good places and be actually benefiting from it financially in the long run. But, like we were alluding to here now, I think tactics beat strategy at the moment. And I think, now is perhaps the time when, because the world forces us to be pragmatist, opportunist, having soft policies, and being prepared to paddle home from from objectives you might have set out. I'm thinking also about the automotive industry and Volvo's promise in 2019 to be totally electric by 2030. For many reasons and good reasons, they left that objective some time ago. That's just one example of having to be flexible and run with soft policies now. So that's one general advice I would argue.
Henrik, from the perspective of your member companies and your organization, what would you say? How should the decision makers try to make sense of this situation and navigate?
Well, when it comes to, it depends on what you mean with this situation, but if you come to the tariff situation, it is very hard to make sense of it because it changes all the time. So the only advice there is just to try to keep informed, but also try to distinguish the real policies that are happening in the US from all these statements that are coming out that don't mean anything. And that's the US. And then you have China, which is a much different thing to deal with because there is not much unpredictability there. That's not the problem. The problem is that there is a fair degree of unfair competition when they subsidize some products in a way that we cannot compete with. Sometimes that is exaggerated. Not all competition from China is unfair, certainly not, because they're very good at doing many things. But some things they do subsidize, for example, electrical cars. And then we have a trade conflict with China. So China is not saying so much, but they're doing things under the radar, which causes problems for businesses. In the US, quite opposite, they're saying a lot. We focus entirely on them. But trying to navigate between the US and China and realizing that we might have had peak both those countries in the sense that these economies might not grow as much anymore. So we'll have to find other trading partners and also improve our own internal market.
Yes, Marie.
Yeah, and just to build on that one,
Please.
I really believe it's time for everyone to think about what are the strengths. If we look into here, Sweden, I mean, we are really good in driving system changes. We've seen that in the past, how our country has been built. And if I look into the food system and food value chain right now, we are basically going from a very linear fossil-based food value chain to now getting opportunities to work really in a circular way with materials, with food, take care of the waste that is happening. 1/3 of all the food that is produced in the world is actually being wasted. However, many of our customers now, they want to come with solutions in terms of using that waste to produce more food, like plant-based drinks, etc. So we have an opportunity now to really drive some new system changes, and that will mean business opportunities then in the end. But it requires partnership, it requires a common way of working, cross sectors, cross even industries to make that difference as well. So if for the ones who are able to invest, it really will create more opportunities. But it is important, as you say, Henrik, to be open-minded, to adapt, to be quick, to be agile, to create that, and then again work in partnership in a good way.
We have seen, if we look back historically, there were quite many years when it was super popular to invest in China and start production there and build trade relations with China. And then we saw just a couple of years ago it was really popular, at least in the sectors that I follow, clean tech, green transition, to invest in the US because of the Inflation Reduction Act imposed by Biden. And now it seems that it's moving towards Europe. Is that something that you would agree on, Thomas, for example?
Well, it's not my field, as you can tell, but necessarily where those investments are moving. But I've seen some data indicating that, and it totally makes sense in my book, of course. But it all depends on what kind of industry you're in, I would argue. You know, certain industries, you know, it's not that big of a deal. For other industries, it's more important to consider these things. But I also read now that, for instance, pharmaceutical AstraZeneca were investing in 2 new massive R&D centers in China recently, for instance. That's one indication of the kind of faith that they have and how it works in that kind of industry. So it varies a little bit, but it makes sense, and I think it's true what you're saying. So.
And Henrik, do you see that amongst your companies?
Yeah, because most of our companies talk in, when I talk about the green transition, they talk about it in terms of opportunities, not as problems, even though there are problems, there are costs and there's red tape and there are various things that are very problematic, but they mostly see it as an investment phase. You need to do this investment, come out stronger on the other side and be able to compete in a greener economy. The US is abandoning this. China is certainly not. China is better at this than we are. We need to catch up with China, not catch up with the US in this regard, and that will be hard. They are much better in doing solar panels and electrical cars and many of the other products that we need in the future. So, but I hope that Europe can also become a center for the green transition so that we don't become over-dependent on China. We are already over-dependent on China, but not to avoid becoming even more so.
So when the situation is uncertain like this, is it even worth the while for companies to invest, or for universities for that matter, to invest resources and time in trying to understand what's going on?
Yeah, I can start. Yes, definitely. And I really want to connect this to your other question before as well. I mean, driving a sustainability agenda means creating value for the businesses. It needs to be integrated with what we are good at and what are our strengths as well. And that means that driving innovation and sustainability together and make sure that we create value there is a key part. But the only way to do it is through competences and make sure that we have people with the right competence, both today and way of working, as well as in the future. And just as one example, we are investing right now, Tetra Pak, in biosolutions. So what is that? Biosolutions is using biotechnology, precision fermentation, biomass fermentation. It's pharma technology to produce more food to the world. Why are we doing that? Because material will be a limited source. Yeah. Limited, you know, the planet is getting limited and material is getting more and more limited. Then we need to use technologies in new applications. But we are not doing that ourselves. We're doing that together with Lund University because we need research, innovations and scaling that up, industrialize that jointly together. So we definitely believe in investing in innovations, in competence, but really to make a difference.
Not in competence, but in competence.
In competence, yes. Definitely. Yes, yeah. No, but I think you hear what it's key to invest now.
And of course, people will need food always. So that's quite a secure line of trade, so to say. But if we look at the EU then, these are the EU days. Is there something you would expect the EU to do to take action on, and what would be sort of the most prioritized issues? Ray, do you think about the decision makers in Brussels in your daily life?
A little bit. I think there are more things than tariffs to consider. I think there was a session around, for instance, cybersecurity in the room next door. And we see countries, not only within Europe, but also globally, trying to fight the cyber threats by, I would say, almost closing the borders or creating their own rules on how to ensure cybersecurity in the components or in the solutions that you buy. And that's going to be a trade restrictor as well. If you have too many rules and regulations that are, you talked about it in the previous session here, if you have too many different rules to comply with, we're going to be inefficient and all our solutions are going to be non-competitive. So help out to find those areas where we need common rules within EU first and foremost, but also to be a driver for global common rules. I think it's key for me.
So to create also a larger market in the European Union by removing barriers.
Yeah, I think there are tendencies for some countries in Europe discussing actually today how they can create their own cybersecurity rules, and I would love to see them being the same throughout Europe.
I think actually that is happening in many different areas, that countries are starting to look also to sort of build barriers around themselves within the European Union, which is maybe a little bit worrying for some at least. Thomas?
Well, one thing as a professor and academic, you know, it's one thing that is pretty good with the EU we like, of course, are all these efforts and commitments and investments in certain strategic areas, EIT food, the culture kicker and all these things. And also now recently with von der Leyen and her ambition with the Neue Bauhaus and how do we build a society that is based on sort of traditional European competitive advantages. Very interesting, and we do a lot of things in connection to that. We're also involved in the food research, of course, and also city and societal development. The other thing, though, is on a more industrial level. It's when the EU actually decides something or creates a directive, it has an impact. And I know that there are many industries who are a little bit paralyzed because they're waiting for some form of indication from politicians on an EU level what's going to happen. The fixed plastic cap is a case in point that you guys know everything about on bottles. You know, whatever we think about it, when they finally decided to make it, you know, there was some industrial action going on. But before industry knew what was going to happen, nothing is going to happen. So in terms of legislation, so then nothing will happen. So bad news is sometimes better than no news in this case. And
yeah,
a little bit more like that.
Still, there are a lot of initiatives that contain numbers and statistics, like what would you say, like targets more, like the Raw Materials Act, for example. There are a lot of targets, but not maybe so much
a little bit
action.
of industrial policy paired with clever investment wouldn't hurt, perhaps sometimes certain sectors.
It creates flexibility, of course, if you don't do too much. So, Marie.
Yeah, EU has such an important role, of course, to create a common framework, common regulations, because that is so important. It's more important than ever, I would say, in terms of driving Europe together and really using our strengths, but not only within Europe, but also in our discussions with now, as part of the free trade agreement discussion, etc. Because what is key there is to create common standards in sometimes also new areas, because that creates a common language. If we have a common language with, like India, etc., then we can really create something good together, and we don't need to waste to test each other as components, to certify suppliers. If we have mutual recognition in the different agreements, we already, make sure that we have a common view around, for instance, then quality, which is a key one. So I believe it's more important to have the right framework, the right regulation, that it will really drive us in the right direction as well.
Henrik, I've been thinking this relocation, backshoring, whatever you call it. The European Union has taken a few initiatives, a sort of signal that they want to make public procurement demand European production, for example, or at least give extra points to products that are produced in Europe and such things. The Commission initiative about building a European car, like with raw materials from Europe. There are some signals like that. Is this something that you take into account when you discuss with your member companies? Or do you see these companies sort of bringing back production to Europe at all?
Well, when it comes to these buy European clauses,
yes.
They will probably come. We don't have them yet. Americans have them, Indians have them, many countries have them, but we don't, because we have based our model on procurement on finding the best, most and qualitative products and services. That will change. We don't like that change because it'll be less competition, and we are in favor of competition. Having said that, for some specific products, it might be good to be a bit more self-sufficient, and that could then be solved. But in some areas have buy European clauses in order to facilitate the growth of European alternatives to some firms that we otherwise would have to buy from abroad. So yeah, so it very much depends. But if you take the buy European idea and expand it all over for all government procurement, the main thing you will get is low quality services and goods and higher taxes, because the governments all over Europe will have to pay more and get less. So that wouldn't be very good.
And those taxes would have to be paid by companies and people in Europe.
Yes,
probably.
yes, that's right.
Yes,
I can comment that one as well. We believe innovation, industrialization goes hand in hand. Why is that? Because speed to market is so important, and it's more important than ever. We are based here in Lund. We started here 75 years ago in Lund. It's our biggest innovation center. We're having around 4,000 employees here in Sweden overall, majority here in Lund, but it's also our biggest production center. Why is that? Because when you design new equipment, new packages, you need to industrialize them as well before they are fully into full-scale production, if you say so. That means that you need to have advanced manufacturing competencies working together with designers, with researchers as well. So doing that together in kind of local ecosystems, again, in partnership with suppliers, customers, that we believe is so important. And I really think that's something to build on even further going ahead as well.
Well, let's check if we have some questions from the audience.
We do. Are there any risks for Sweden in becoming over-reliant on the EU? Can we always expect that EU interests align with Swedish interests?
That's a very good question.
Yeah, okay. No? I can start off.
Yes.
We are, innovation leaders in the world here in Sweden. That's a core strength we are having. We are also really very good when it comes to driving the combined innovation and sustainability, create a value out of that. So I believe we need to continue to build on that strength. That is why other countries are coming to us, both in EU and also outside EU, and looking into us and saying, what are you doing here? And I really believe it's in our culture, it's our way of working. We believe in cooperation, we believe in building the strengths of people, and we also believe in working together as well. So I'm very confident that we will continue as long as we continue to invest in innovations, in sustainability, but also make sure that we create the value and, of course, industrialize that in a good way as well.
Henrik, do you want to answer the question as well?
Yeah. I was thinking that we can, of course, not expect the EU interest always to align with our interest. No one can do that. France can also not do that because it's a compromise. So no country can expect the EU to only do what they want and nothing else. Having said that, we have more influence in the EU than we think. We always refer to ourselves as a small country. We're not a small country, we're actually a medium-sized country. Our economy is big, diversified, competitive, much more than most of the rest of Europe. Because of that, people listen to us and and so on. So we have much more influence than we think. I think that's very important when we look at the world. So we can influence the EU. In many regards, the EU have become more like we want it to be than it was before, but still there will be decisions taken in Brussels that we certainly don't like, for sure.
We are the most innovative country in the European Union, according to the economists. Do we have any more questions?
There is one more. How about if we stand up against Donald Trump, especially avoiding normalizing trade tariffs?
Can you read that again?
That we should stand up to Trump and not make an agreement, I guess, on the tariffs. Let him do whatever he likes, and we just, ignore him. I guess that was sort of the point. Can we ignore him? I mean, if he messes up the American economy, that's good for us, right?
Long run, we will win. So, yeah. No, pragmatism in that sense as well.
It's not so good for us. We have 50% of
yeah,
our sales in the
and there are
US.
a lot of European companies to sell their products on the US market, and I guess that's sort of...
It is for the moment very hard to stand up to him because of the Ukraine war as well. The reason the EU signed a very bad deal with Trump is to still have him on board when it comes to Ukraine. That's otherwise they probably wouldn't have signed such a lousy deal as they actually did.
And I must say as well, I mean, in all kinds of partnership, it's always important to think about who is sitting on the next, on the next side of the table, because everyone is driving, of course, right now, different agendas. But we need to understand what is really the reason why they are driving a certain agenda. So independent, if it's Trump or some other parts of the world, we need to listen, we need to make sure that we find mutual interest and drive that accordingly as well. I think that's so driving partnership relations, but really understanding the interest from the others and what is really the reason why a person or someone is driving in a certain direction.
Sounds wise, I guess.
So, and also a historical Swedish competitive advantage in terms of behavior, listening to the other people on the other side of the table. That we know how to do that. So
that's great. But still, I think it's not an irrelevant question to ask if at least something good could come out of the current situation. What would you say if you would say something positive that you believe could actually be the result of this uncertainty that we're facing right now? Mary?
Yeah, I believe we will really be able to create more local strengths, considering as I mentioned, the material shortages, the climate challenges we see in front of us. So we will be able to create strengths in different countries, in different parts of the world, that is really good for each country. But the good thing is that we nowadays have all the connections that we can make. We can connect between different countries. We can drive more efficiency out of that one. So we can really combine the best of the past local way of working to the global systems that we had just a couple of years ago, to really create now a hybrid that is really optimizing our way of working and really being a responsible as way when it comes to taking care of our planet.
Henrik, what do you say? Is there something positive that could come out of this? When we talked yesterday, you said that you could answer the question, is globalization dead now or not? And what does that mean? Is there something good that could come out of the deglobalization that we're seeing?
I don't think there is much of a deglobalization, but there will be a de-Americanization because America will make itself less relevant if they continue to pursue Trump's policies. And when it comes to the issue, we could find something good out of this, for sure we can. Some investments that would happen in the US will now happen in Europe instead. And some of the smartest people in the world who might want to move to the US to contribute to their economy will come here instead. I'm talking, and some Americans will also move. I've actually heard just last week from 2 of the CEOs of the largest companies in Sweden that their inboxes are filled with American applications. Americans want to come and work here instead. So that's clearly a benefit. There is an opportunity for Europe, and particularly a country like Sweden, to snatch some of the smartest people in the world to come here and work. So there are clearly opportunities here.
What do you say, Ray?
Having 50% of sales there, I think it pushes us to diversify on our sales side. Maybe we'll put some more efforts, investment into growing in other areas where we're not in such a relative strong position as we have in the US. So for us, that may be a driver, positive driver.
And Thomas?
Well, times like these are, although there might be difficult times to be in, they will force us to, first of all, it's a reminder that things can be tough. That is not just Schlaraff and Lund all the way through, right? And it forces us to come up with new things, better things, new partnerships, new value chains, new everything. And that will bear fruit at some point in time in the near future, of course. We're in an intensive learning curve now, I would argue.
So, Thomas, you mentioned earlier that Sweden, we are maybe already quite good at this uncertain situation because we are used to listening to people and trying to make understanding and such things. Do you think we can teach the EU policymakers something in this regard?
No.
No.
I mean, it's difficult, of course. Leading by example, perhaps, but of course, if we could, we would have done it a long time ago, I guess. As we've been there 30 years now. So, but I really don't know that. But everyone will be forced to collaboration now, and you can collaborate in different ways as well. In Sweden, we do it in one way, with remisskultur and what have you. There are other ways to collaborate as well, where we could learn from as well, because our way of making decisions and collaborating is not necessarily the fastest one, because we take time normally. That's one area where we need to improve, actually.
And that's why the combination of Europe, EU, and like India is a very nice combination. Because the speed there, the hunger, the motivation, and us, innovations, experience, and all that, it's a nice 1 + 1 make 3, actually. So, yeah.
And what do you say, Ray? Do you feel that you would like to communicate something to the EU policymakers that they could learn from you? Or from businesses here in Sweden?
Hard to say. I mean, I touched upon it before. It's one thing is to align rules within EU, but also be a driver for alignment of rules globally, because we don't want to close the borders around EU. We want to be successful globally, even if we have a trend in a different direction maybe right now.
My note says that you need to leave, Marie. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, and we still have 5 minutes, but we will thank you then for your contribution and give you a round of applause.
Okay, so it's only me leaving.
Yes, it's only you leaving.
Okay.
If you need to leave. Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. And we will continue just a little bit. So, Henrik, do you have something that you would like to communicate to your policymakers that they could learn from Sweden that you believe?
Well, in general, we've always been perhaps the most free trade-oriented country in the EU, and we've been having great problems with some of the other countries, particularly France. We have a very different view on this, and but we are to some degree converging because the world is changing, and we are less free trade than we used to be because we have to take other considerations into account as well, security, sustainability, for example. The French are under Macron maybe becoming a bit more open-minded. We are to some degree converging. I'm not sure that answers your question, but that answers some. Well, it's still
the difference between well, what can Sweden contribute?
Yeah, I mean, by looking at our successful economic model, because it is successful, and how trade has contributed to it, other countries could also perhaps learn from that, and also not be so negative sometimes as they are towards new free trade agreements. But this is, as I said, partly a thing of the past. A few years ago, I wouldn't expect this giant deal that we now have with the Latin American countries, the Mercosur bloc, to pass easily. But now it seems they will vote European Parliament this autumn. It will pass. So things have changed in Europe for the better when it comes to that.
That's quite a good point, actually. So let's start our final round. Do we have a question from the audience we want to bring into that round?
There is one more question that came in that sort of relates to what you were saying before about talent. You have been talking about trade of goods, but what about people and the expertise needed? What can we do better to encourage and facilitate movement of people to match competence with universities and businesses?
Yeah, so if you want to, you can bring that also into your final round while you conclude what you think we need to do when we try to build strategies in this uncertain world. Do you want to start, Ray?
Yeah, I mean, with that question, I start to think about diversity and having sources of ideas and innovations from many places, and that's relevant for us. We are very big here in Lund, have 3,000 plus people in the Lund organization, but we are also extending our innovation agenda outside within the EU. We're in Asia as well, and we spread ourselves within Sweden. So supply of talent is critical for us, and but to not necessarily move people, but actually set up innovation sites in different places. So that's one key thing to, as Marie said, continue to be innovative, and also to understand the different possibilities and opportunities throughout the world.
It might help with strategy building if you have competencies from all around the world. I think that's quite a good conclusion. And Thomas?
Yeah, well, from the university point of view, if we talk talent, of course, it's we wouldn't mind absorbing a little bit of brains from certain parts of the world, of course, and however, in the Swedish university system, it requires money and prioritization and things like that, of course, so it might take time. But generally speaking, of course, and when it comes to Sweden in general, you know, some of this vertical integration backwards, so to speak, is back to home countries will bring back certain industries and therefore requirements for certain talents as well. When we know that's what industries that might be, so that will require the same thing as well, talent and making it attractive to live, not only to work here, but to live here as well.
Yes, and Henrik?
Yeah, actually, when we ask our member companies what is their main concern, then the second most important issue is access to cheaper and green energy. But the most important by far is the skill situation. The fact that it's very hard to find both low-skilled and high-skilled people. And therefore, what the government is doing right now in restricting access to the Swedish labor market from abroad is from outside of the EU. That's a problem. But that's for low-skilled workers. For the high-skilled workers, I could return to what I just talked about, this fact that we might be able to attract some very skilled people from the US, and even more so from India, because the EU is right now is closing towards immigration from India to the US by some of the smartest people in the world. And if we could get some of them here, that would be a win-win. And of course, not only India, but these people primarily reside in India. And they're not a security threat because there are also lots of people from China that might want to come, but we are a bit wary of them because of security reasons. So tapping the international labor market would be excellent for us.
Interesting strategy to include that as well. So thanks a lot to the panel. We still have chocolate, I think. So now there is lunch outside, and after that there will be more sessions, and there will be I think sessions at it will start at 1 o'clock. So please be back and give these people some applause. Tack så mycket.
Tack så mycket.
Ja, det var dina papper. Jag ska fortfarande inte ha dem.
Till Sverige, till Borås, där min storebror bodde. Efter gymnasiet utbildade jag mig till lärare i samhällskunskap och flyttade till Ulricehamn. Som lärare vill jag förmedla EUs betydelse till mina elever. För 4 år sedan utbildade jag mig till skolambassadör för EU. Utbildningen gav fördjupande kunskaper om EU, men också konkreta exempel på hur jag ska göra för att få eleverna mer intresserade av EU-frågor. Jag vill väcka elevernas intresse för EU och förklara för dem vad vi får ut av medlemskapet. EU-samarbetet ger oss fantastiska möjligheter. Från spännande praktikplatser i Bryssel eller på andra ställen i Europa, till fria tågresor med Discover EU, till utbildningar på Europas bästa universitet. Men viktigast av allt, EU står för frihet. Att tycka och tänka fritt och röra sig hur man vill. Så har det inte alltid varit i Europa.
När jag var 12 så flyttade jag med min familj från Iran till Sverige eftersom mina föräldrar ville att jag skulle få bättre möjligheter i livet. Under den resan så såg jag Europa för första gången. Det var mitt första riktiga steg ut i världen och redan då visste jag att jag ville se mer. Sverige var så fint. Under ett sommarlov lärde jag mig programmering genom att titta på YouTube och min pappa som är dataingenjör lärde mig robotik. Så jag valde såklart teknisk linje på gymnasiet. En dag fick vi information om ett EU-projekt inom Europeiska solidaritetskåren med fokus på klimatförändringar. Jag hade alltid varit engagerad i klimatfrågan, men samtidigt så hade jag aldrig rest utomlands själv någon gång. Så jag var lite osäker på om jag skulle våga eller inte. Men min mamma sa, ta den här chansen, åk, vad är det värsta som kan hända? Så jag åkte. Jag kände mig ensam i början, men sen blev det väldigt intressant och det gick jättebra. Efter så kollade jag upp vilka fler program EU har som man kan ansöka till. Jag åkte tillbaka till Georgien och lärde ut robotik och så har jag även varit i Marocko och lärt ut programmering och engelska. Jag vill fortsätta jobba med Europa. Jag har lärt mig så mycket som kommer hjälpa mig i framtiden.
Jag vill visa att det går att övervinna hinder oavsett om de är fysiska eller mentala. Träning har varit avgörande för mig och tack vare idrotten har jag fått resa runt i Europa och andra delar av världen. Nu vill jag inspirera andra att hitta sin egen väg. När jag var liten spelade jag fotboll varje dag och drömde om att bli proffs. Men när jag var 12-13 år förlorade jag min syn och med det försvann också min dröm. Jag hamnade i en djup depression och visste inte hur jag skulle ta mig vidare. Men en dag blev jag inbjuden till ett parasportläger där jag träffade andra som var i samma situation som jag själv. De visade mig att det fanns ett liv trots blindheten och det var gnistan som räddade mig. I Sverige tar vi för givet att vi kan dricka kranvattnet, så är det inte överallt. Jag har tävlat i länder där man måste köpa flaskvatten då kranvattnet inte går att dricka. Det är fantastiskt att vår EU-kommissionär kämpar för att vatten ska finnas tillgängligt och förbättra kvaliteten i vattnet i hela EU. För mig är det viktigt med ett öppet och fritt Europa, och så var det ju inte första gången som Stockholm Marathon hölls 1979. Och jag ser hur idrotten förenar oss oavsett ursprung och fysisk förmåga. Och det är så härligt att få dela den här upplevelsen tillsammans med alla andra löpare som har tagit sig hit från alla EUs länder.
Jag har jobbat som polis hela mitt vuxna liv. 23 år gammal var jag när jag tog examen, och sedan dess så har brottsligheten och kriminaliteten förändrats väldigt mycket i Sverige. Skjutningar och sprängningar har ökat väldigt mycket. De kriminella har blivit yngre och de kriminella nätverken har blivit mycket mer organiserade och mobila. Ofta kopplat till internationella nätverk som både samarbetar digitalt och på marken. Det här ställer helt nya krav. För att möta den nya organiserade brottsligheten så måste polismyndigheterna inom EU samarbeta tätt tillsammans. Och det här har både gjorts och görs. Vi har några exempel som Europol har jobbat med, till exempel Cepol, Impact, Encrochat och Sky. Och det har lett till många fällande domar och många fängelseår. Men något som har frustrerat mig länge längs med vägen, det är att vi har ofta glömt bort att jobba brottsförebyggande. Vi har gått ifrån att möta människor och ungdomar långt innan de går in i brottsligheten. Det här var en av anledningarna till varför jag slutade som polis och engagerar mig nu i civilsamhället, för då kan jag försöka påverka ungarna i ett tidigare stadie så att de ser att det finns andra alternativ än ett kriminellt liv.
Jag flyger för Saab i samarbete med MSB och RESC-EU, där EU-länder kan be varandra om hjälp vid exempelvis skogsbränder. Jag var ju med i 2024 i Bulgarien på de omfattande skogsbränderna. 37 grader varmt, och det var nästan så att olivträden självantände. Helt sedan jag var barn har jag velat bli pilot. Och sedan dess har jag flugit allt från segelflygplan till helikopter, ambulans, privatjet. Egentligen flyger allt utom stridsflygplan. Det är först nu när jag börjar flyga brandflygplan som jag får använda alla mina kunskaper och dessutom göra skillnad. Flygplanet är en Fireboss, gjort för ändamålet skogsbrand. Vi landar på vatten, skopar upp det i tanken som ligger mellan motor och cockpit tills vi har önskad mängd vatten. Då släpper vi in skoporna, accelererar upp till lättningsfart och går in över skogsbrand. Vi brandflygpiloter jobbar ju bara under sommarhalvåret och jag fick erbjudande om fast tjänst som pilot. Men det här jobbet är så utmanande och utvecklande för mig som pilot, och dessutom gör jag något som betyder något på riktigt, både för mig själv och för samhället i stort. Och det är det jag vill göra.
Jag borde ju verkligen kunna kalla mig för europé. Ibland gör jag det också. Men jag vet inte om jag tycker att det finns någon europeisk själ. Jag vet inte ens om jag tycker att det är speciellt viktigt. EU är mycket viktigare. Mycket viktigare än så. Det spelar väl ingen roll om jag tycker att jag är lite lik en rumän eller en polack eller ens de ibland ganska svårbegripliga fransmännen. För sanningen är mycket större. Vi behöver varandra för att kunna fortsätta leva på det sätt vi vill. I fred och i en natur som vi inte förstör för oss själva och de som kommer efter oss. Det är klart att det finns mycket kvar för EU att göra och mycket som EU skulle kunna göra bättre. Inte minst för att säkerställa att alla inom EU faktiskt kommer överens om att vi åtminstone har en gemensam syn på mänskliga rättigheter. Men det betyder inte att EU blir mindre relevant. Tvärtom. För vi skulle knappast kunna klara av vår tids utmaningar på egen hand.
Jag tror att EU-medlemskapet har inneburit att vi numera säger också här i Europa att vi känner oss hemma i Europa. Sen har det förstås påverkat så mycket i vår vardag, allt från hur vi handlar till beslut som påverkar oss i vardagslivet. Det viktigaste för mig var ju miljöfrågorna och klimatfrågan som vi faktiskt flyttade fram positionerna under de år som jag fick vara med och påverka EUs politik. Att vi också lyckades att genomföra lagstiftning som faktiskt gör tillvaron säkrare och bättre för människor och för miljö.
Men för mig har ju EU-medlemskapet betytt att vi faktiskt är med tillsammans med våra vänner och grannar och bestämmer och påverkar klimatkrisen, flyktingkrisen. Så svåra problem kan vi bara lösa tillsammans. Så det känns naturligt att vi sitter tillsammans och försöker hitta en väg framåt. Ja, men det har ju hänt så mycket under de här åren, men det jag tänker framförallt på det var i maj 2004 när de 10 nya medlemsländer kom med. Och då hade vi en stor ceremoni på Europaparlamentets gård. Flaggor hissades, det var barn som sjöng. Och det var otroligt stort att tänka på. Inte så långt efter att Berlinmuren hade fallit så stod vi där tillsammans, 25 länder. Det var stort. Ja, men jag har ju haft förmånen att få vara med så länge så det är klart att man har kunnat bidra lite grann. Jag har ju förhandlat flera handelsavtal till exempel som har skapat inte bara handelsförbindelser utan närmare band mellan EU, Kanada, EU, Japan, EU, Singapore, EU och flera länder i Afrika. Och det är klart att det är en fantastisk känsla när det äntligen skrivs under och när det träder i kraft.
Jag tar med mig mina erfarenheter från att ha bott i ett land utanför EU med mig in i klassrummet. Jag vill förklara för mina elever varför de inte ska ta demokrati och andra rättigheter för givna. Jag föddes i Albanien. Min pappa var väldigt intresserad av politik och han pratade mycket om till exempel EUs möjligheter. Det var nog där drömmen föddes, om att flytta till ett land inom EU och bli en del av något större. Jag var bara 10 år gammal när jag packade väskan och flyttade till Sverige, till Borås, där min storebror bodde. Efter gymnasiet utbildade jag mig till lärare i samhällskunskap och flyttade till Ulricehamn. Som lärare vill jag förmedla EUs betydelse till mina elever. För 4 år sedan utbildade jag mig till skolambassadör för EU. Utbildningen gav fördjupande kunskaper om EU men också konkreta exempel på hur jag ska göra för att få eleverna mer intresserade av EU-frågor. Jag vill väcka elevernas intresse för EU och förklara för dem vad vi får ut av medlemskapet. EU-samarbetet ger oss fantastiska möjligheter, från spännande praktikplatser i Bryssel eller på andra ställen i Europa, till fria tågresor med Discover EU, till utbildningar på Europas bästa universitet. Men viktigast av allt, EU står för frihet. Att tycka och tänka fritt och röra sig hur man vill. Så har det inte alltid varit i Europa.
När jag var 12 så flyttade jag med min familj från Iran till Sverige eftersom mina föräldrar ville att jag skulle få bättre möjligheter i livet. Under den resan så såg jag Europa för första gången. Det var mitt första riktiga steg ut i världen och redan då visste jag att jag ville se mer. Sverige var så fint. Under ett sommarlov lärde jag mig programmering genom att titta på YouTube och min pappa som är dataingenjör lärde mig robotik. Så jag valde såklart teknisk linje på gymnasiet. En dag fick vi information om ett EU-projekt inom Europeiska solidaritetskåren med fokus på klimatförändringar. Jag hade alltid varit engagerad i klimatfrågan men samtidigt så hade jag aldrig rest utomlands själv någon gång. Så jag var lite osäker på om jag skulle våga eller inte. Men min mamma sa, ta den här chansen, åk, vad är det värsta som kan hända? Så jag åkte. Jag kände mig ensam i början, men sen blev det väldigt intressant och det gick jättebra. Efter så kollade jag upp vilka fler program EU har som man kan ansöka till. Jag åkte tillbaka till Georgien och lärde ut robotik och så har jag även varit i Marocko och lärt ut programmering och engelska. Jag vill fortsätta jobba med Europa. Jag har lärt mig så mycket som kommer hjälpa mig i framtiden.
Jag vill visa att det går att övervinna hinder oavsett om de är fysiska eller mentala. Träning har varit avgörande för mig och tack vare idrotten har jag fått resa runt i Europa och andra delar av världen. Nu vill jag inspirera andra att hitta sin egen väg. När jag var liten spelade jag fotboll varje dag och drömde om att bli proffs. Men när jag var 12-13 år förlorade jag min syn och med det försvann också min dröm. Jag hamnade i en djup depression och visste inte hur jag skulle ta mig vidare. Men en dag blev jag inbjuden till ett parasportläger där jag träffade andra som var i samma situation som jag själv. De visade mig att det fanns ett liv trots blindheten och det var gnistan som räddade mig. I Sverige tar vi för givet att vi kan dricka kranvattnet, så är det inte överallt. Jag har tävlat i länder där man måste köpa flaskvatten då kranvattnet inte går att dricka. Det är fantastiskt att vår EU-kommissionär kämpar för att vatten ska finnas tillgängligt och förbättra kvaliteten i vattnet i hela EU. För mig är det viktigt med ett öppet och fritt Europa och så var det inte första gången som Stockholm Marathon hölls 1979. Och jag ser hur idrotten förenar oss oavsett ursprung och fysisk förmåga. Och det är så härligt att få dela den här upplevelsen tillsammans med alla andra löpare som har tagit sig hit från alla EUs länder.
Jag har jobbat som polis hela mitt vuxna liv. 23 år gammal var jag när jag tog examen och sedan dess så har brottsligheten och kriminaliteten förändrats väldigt mycket i Sverige. Skjutningar och sprängningar har ökat väldigt mycket. De kriminella har blivit yngre och de kriminella nätverken har blivit mycket mer organiserade och mobila. Ofta kopplat till internationella nätverk som både samarbetar digitalt och på marken. Det här ställer helt nya krav. För att möta den nya organiserade brottsligheten så måste polismyndigheterna inom EU samarbeta tätt tillsammans. Och det här har både gjorts och görs. Vi har några exempel som Europol har jobbat med, till exempel Cepol, Impact, Encrochat och Sky. Och det har lett till många fällande domar och många fängelseår. Men något som har frustrerat mig länge längs med vägen det är att vi har ofta glömt bort att jobba brottsförebyggande. Vi har gått ifrån att möta människor och ungdomar långt innan de går in i brottsligheten. Det här var en av anledningarna till varför jag slutade som polis och engagerar mig nu i civilsamhället. För då kan jag försöka påverka ungarna i ett tidigare stadie så att de ser att det finns andra alternativ än ett kriminellt liv.
Jag flyger för Saab i samarbete med MSB och RESC-EU där EU-länder kan be varandra om hjälp vid exempelvis skogsbränder. Jag var ju med i 2024 i Bulgarien på de omfattande skogsbränderna. 37 grader varmt och det var nästan så att olivträden självantände. Helt sedan jag var barn har jag velat bli pilot. Och sen dess har jag flugit allt från segelflygplan till helikopter, ambulans, privatjet. Egentligen flyger allt utom stridsflygplan. Det är först nu när jag börjar flyga brandflygplan som jag får använda alla mina kunskaper och dessutom göra skillnad. Flygplanet är en Firebus, gjort för ändamålet skogsbrand. Vi landar på vatten, skopar upp det i tanken som ligger mellan motor och cockpit tills vi har önskad mängd vatten. Då släpper vi in skoporna, accelererar upp till lättningsfart och går in över skogsbrand. Vi brandflygpiloter jobbar ju bara under sommarhalvåret och jag fick erbjudande om fast tjänst som pilot. Men det här jobbet är så utmanande och utvecklande för mig som pilot och dessutom gör jag något som betyder något på riktigt, både för mig själv och för samhället i stort. Och det är det jag vill göra.
Jag borde ju verkligen kunna kalla mig för europé. Ibland gör jag det också. Men jag vet inte om jag tycker att det finns någon europeisk själ. Jag vet inte ens om jag tycker att det är speciellt viktigt. EU är mycket viktigare. Mycket viktigare än så. Det spelar väl ingen roll om jag tycker att jag är lite lik en rumän eller en polack eller ens de ibland ganska svårbegripliga fransmännen. För sanningen är mycket större. Vi behöver varandra för att kunna fortsätta leva på det sätt vi vill. I fred och i en natur som vi inte förstör för oss själva och de som kommer efter oss. Det är klart att det finns mycket kvar för EU att göra och mycket som EU skulle kunna göra bättre. Inte minst för att säkerställa att alla inom EU faktiskt kommer överens om att vi åtminstone har en gemensam syn på mänskliga rättigheter. Men det betyder inte att EU blir mindre relevant. Tvärtom. För vi skulle knappast kunna klara av vår tids utmaningar på egen hand.
Jag tror att EU-medlemskapet har inneburit att vi numera säger också här i Europa att vi känner oss hemma i Europa. Sen har det förstås påverkat så mycket i vår vardag, allt från hur vi handlar till beslut som påverkar oss i vardagslivet. Det viktigaste för mig var ju miljöfrågorna och klimatfrågan som vi faktiskt flyttade fram positionerna under de år som jag fick vara med och påverka EU:s politik. Att vi också lyckades att genomföra lagstiftning som faktiskt gör tillvaron säkrare och bättre för människor och för miljö.
Men för mig har ju EU-medlemskapet betytt att vi faktiskt är med tillsammans med våra vänner och grannar och bestämmer och påverkar. Klimatkrisen, flyktingkrisen, så svåra problem kan vi bara lösa tillsammans. Så det känns naturligt att vi sitter tillsammans och försöker hitta en väg framåt. Ja, men det har ju hänt så mycket under de här åren, men det jag tänker framförallt på det var i maj 2004 när de 10 nya medlemsländer kom med. Och då hade vi en stor ceremoni på Europaparlamentets gård. Flaggor hissades, det var barn som sjöng. Och det var otroligt stort att tänka på. Inte så långt efter att Berlinmuren hade fallit så stod vi där tillsammans, 25 länder. Det var stort. Ja, men jag har ju haft förmånen att få vara med så länge så det är klart att man har kunnat bidra lite grann. Jag har ju förhandlat flera handelsavtal till exempel som har skapat inte bara handelsförbindelser utan närmare band mellan EU och Kanada, EU och Japan, EU och Singapore, EU och flera länder i Afrika. Och det är klart att det är en fantastisk känsla när det äntligen skrivs under och när det träder i kraft.
Jag tar med mig mina erfarenheter från att ha bott i ett land utanför EU med mig in i klassrummet. Jag vill förklara för mina elever varför de inte ska ta demokrati och andra rättigheter för givna. Jag föddes i Albanien. Min pappa var väldigt intresserad av politik och han pratade mycket om till exempel EUs möjligheter. Det var nog där drömmen föddes, om att flytta till ett land inom EU och bli en del av något större. Jag var bara 10 år gammal när jag packade väskan och flyttade till Sverige, till Borås, där min storebror bodde. Efter gymnasiet utbildade jag mig till lärare i samhällskunskap och flyttade till Ulricehamn. Som lärare vill jag förmedla EUs betydelse till mina elever. För 4 år sedan utbildade jag mig till skolambassadör för EU. Utbildningen gav fördjupande kunskaper om EU men också konkreta exempel på hur jag ska göra för att få eleverna mer intresserade av EU-frågor. Jag vill väcka elevernas intresse för EU och förklara för dem vad vi får ut av medlemskapet. EU-samarbetet ger oss fantastiska möjligheter. Från spännande praktikplatser i Bryssel eller på andra ställen i Europa till fria tågresor med Discover EU, till utbildningar på Europas bästa universitet. Men viktigast av allt, EU står för frihet. Att tycka och tänka fritt och röra sig hur man vill. Så har det inte alltid varit i Europa.
När jag var 12 så flyttade jag med min familj från Iran till Sverige eftersom mina föräldrar ville att jag skulle få bättre möjligheter i livet. Under den resan så såg jag Europa för första gången. Det var mitt första riktiga steg ut i världen och redan då visste jag att jag ville se mer. Sverige var så fint. Under ett sommarlov lärde jag mig programmering genom att titta på YouTube och min pappa som är dataingenjör lärde mig robotik. Så jag valde såklart teknisk linje på gymnasiet. En dag fick vi information om ett EU-projekt inom Europeiska solidaritetskåren med fokus på klimatförändringar. Jag hade alltid varit engagerad i klimatfrågan men samtidigt så hade jag aldrig rest utomlands själv någon gång. Så jag var lite osäker på om jag skulle våga eller inte. Men min mamma sa, ta den här chansen, åk, vad är det värsta som kan hända? Så jag åkte. Jag kände mig ensam i början, men sen blev det väldigt intressant och det gick jättebra. Efter så kollade jag upp vilka fler program EU har som man kan ansöka till. Jag åkte tillbaka till Georgien och lärde ut robotik och så har jag även varit i Marocko och lärt ut programmering och engelska. Jag vill fortsätta jobba med Europa. Jag har lärt mig så mycket som kommer hjälpa mig i framtiden.
Jag vill visa att det går att övervinna hinder oavsett om de är fysiska eller mentala. Träning har varit avgörande för mig och tack vare idrotten har jag fått resa runt i Europa och andra delar av världen. Nu vill jag inspirera andra att hitta sin egen väg. När jag var liten spelade jag fotboll varje dag och drömde om att bli proffs. Men när jag var 12-13 år förlorade jag min syn och med det försvann också min dröm. Jag hamnade i en djup depression och visste inte hur jag skulle ta mig vidare. Men en dag blev jag inbjuden till ett parasportläger där jag träffade andra som var i samma situation som jag själv. De visade mig att det fanns ett liv trots blindheten och det var gnistan som räddade mig. I Sverige tar vi för givet att vi kan dricka kranvattnet, så är det inte överallt. Jag har tävlat i länder där man måste köpa flaskvatten då kranvattnet inte går att dricka. Det är fantastiskt att vår EU-kommissionär kämpar för att vatten ska finnas tillgängligt och förbättra kvaliteten i vattnet i hela EU. För mig är det viktigt med ett öppet och fritt Europa, och så var det ju inte första gången som Stockholm Marathon hölls 1979. Och jag ser hur idrotten förenar oss oavsett ursprung och fysisk förmåga. Och det är så härligt att få dela den här upplevelsen tillsammans med alla andra löpare som har tagit sig hit från alla EUs länder.
Jag har jobbat som polis hela mitt vuxna liv. 23 år gammal var jag när jag tog examen, och sedan dess så har brottsligheten och kriminaliteten förändrats väldigt mycket i Sverige. Skjutningar och sprängningar har ökat väldigt mycket. De kriminella har blivit yngre och de kriminella nätverken har blivit mycket mer organiserade och mobila. Ofta kopplat till internationella nätverk som både samarbetar digitalt och på marken. Det här ställer helt nya krav. För att möta den nya organiserade brottsligheten så måste polismyndigheterna inom EU samarbeta tätt tillsammans. Och det här har både gjorts och görs. Vi har några exempel som Europol har jobbat med, till exempel Cepol, Impact, Encrochat och Sky. Och det har lett till många fällande domar och många fängelseår. Men något som har frustrerat mig länge längs med vägen, det är att vi har ofta glömt bort att jobba brottsförebyggande. Vi har gått ifrån att möta människor och ungdomar långt innan de går in i brottsligheten. Det här var en av anledningarna till varför jag slutade som polis och engagerar mig nu i civilsamhället, för då kan jag försöka påverka ungarna i ett tidigare stadie så att de ser att det finns andra alternativ än ett kriminellt liv.
Jag flyger för Saab i samarbete med MSB och RESC-EU, där EU-länder kan be varandra om hjälp vid exempelvis skogsbränder. Jag var ju med i 2024 i Bulgarien på de omfattande skogsbränderna. 37 grader varmt, och det var nästan så att olivträden självantände. Helt sedan jag var barn har jag velat bli pilot. Och sedan dess har jag flugit allt från segelflygplan till helikopter, ambulans, privatjet. Egentligen flyger allt utom stridsflygplan. Det är först nu när jag börjar flyga brandflygplan som jag får använda alla mina kunskaper och dessutom göra skillnad. Flygplanet är en Firebus, gjort för ändamålet skogsbrand. Vi landar på vatten, skopar upp det i tanken som ligger mellan motor och cockpit tills vi har önskad mängd vatten. Då släpper vi in skoporna, accelererar upp till lättningsfart och går in över skogsbrand. Vi brandflygpiloter jobbar ju bara under sommarhalvåret och jag fick erbjudande om fast tjänst som pilot. Men det här jobbet är så utmanande och utvecklande för mig som pilot, och dessutom gör jag något som betyder något på riktigt, både för mig själv och för samhället i stort. Och det är det jag vill göra.
Jag borde ju verkligen kunna kalla mig för europé. Ibland gör jag det också. Men jag vet inte om jag tycker att det finns någon europeisk själ. Jag vet inte ens om jag tycker att det är speciellt viktigt. EU är mycket viktigare. Mycket viktigare än så. Det spelar väl ingen roll om jag tycker att jag är lite lik en rumän eller en polack eller ens de ibland ganska svårbegripliga fransmännen. För sanningen är mycket större. Vi behöver varandra för att kunna fortsätta leva på det sätt vi vill. I fred och i en natur som vi inte förstör för oss själva och de som kommer efter oss. Det är klart att det finns mycket kvar för EU att göra och mycket som EU skulle kunna göra bättre. Inte minst för att säkerställa att alla inom EU faktiskt kommer överens om att vi åtminstone har en gemensam syn på mänskliga rättigheter. Men det betyder inte att EU blir mindre relevant. Tvärtom. För vi skulle knappast kunna klara av vår tids utmaningar på egen hand.
Jag tror att EU-medlemskapet har inneburit att vi numera säger också här i Europa att vi känner oss hemma i Europa. Sen har det förstås påverkat så mycket i vår vardag, allt från hur vi handlar till beslut som påverkar oss i vardagslivet. Det viktigaste för mig var ju miljöfrågorna och klimatfrågan som vi faktiskt flyttade fram positionerna under de år som jag fick vara med och påverka EUs politik. Att vi också lyckades att genomföra lagstiftning som faktiskt gör tillvaron säkrare och bättre för människor och för miljö.
Men för mig har ju EU-medlemskapet betytt att vi faktiskt är med tillsammans med våra vänner och grannar och bestämmer och påverkar klimatkrisen, flyktingkrisen. Så svåra problem kan vi bara lösa tillsammans. Så det känns naturligt att vi sitter tillsammans och försöker hitta en väg framåt. Ja, men det har ju hänt så mycket under de här åren, men det jag tänker framförallt på det var i maj 2004 när de 10 nya medlemsländer kom med. Och då hade vi en stor ceremoni på Europaparlamentets gård. Flaggor hissades, det var barn som sjöng. Och det var otroligt stort att tänka på. Inte så långt efter att Berlinmuren hade fallit så stod vi där tillsammans, 25 länder. Det var stort. Ja, men jag har ju haft förmånen att få vara med så länge så det är klart att man har kunnat bidra lite grann. Jag har ju förhandlat flera handelsavtal till exempel som har skapat inte bara handelsförbindelser utan närmare band mellan EU, Kanada, EU, Japan, EU, Singapore, EU och flera länder i Afrika. Och det är klart att det är en fantastisk känsla när det äntligen skrivs under och när det träder i kraft.
Jag tar med mig mina erfarenheter från att ha bott i ett land utanför EU med mig in i klassrummet. Jag vill förklara för mina elever varför de inte ska ta demokrati och andra rättigheter för givna. Jag föddes i Albanien. Min pappa var väldigt intresserad av politik och han pratade mycket om till exempel EUs möjligheter. Det var nog där drömmen föddes, om att flytta till ett land inom EU och bli en del av något större. Jag var bara 10 år gammal när jag packade väskan och flyttade till Sverige, till Borås, där min storebror bodde. Efter gymnasiet utbildade jag mig till lärare i samhällskunskap och flyttade till Ulricehamn. Som lärare vill jag förmedla EUs betydelse till mina elever. För 4 år sedan utbildade jag mig till skolambassadör för EU. Utbildningen gav fördjupande kunskaper om EU, men också konkreta exempel på hur jag ska göra för att få eleverna mer intresserade av EU-frågor. Jag vill väcka elevernas intresse för EU och förklara för dem vad vi får ut av medlemskapet. EU-samarbetet ger oss fantastiska möjligheter, från spännande praktikplatser i Bryssel eller på andra ställen i Europa, till fria tågresor med Discover EU, till utbildningar på Europas bästa universitet. Men viktigast av allt, EU står för frihet. Att tycka och tänka fritt och röra sig hur man vill. Så har det inte alltid varit i Europa.
När jag var 12 så flyttade jag med min familj från Iran till Sverige eftersom mina föräldrar ville att jag skulle få bättre möjligheter i livet. Under den resan så såg jag Europa för första gången. Det var mitt första riktiga steg ut i världen och redan då visste jag att jag ville se mer. Sverige var så fint. Under ett sommarlov lärde jag mig programmering genom att titta på YouTube och min pappa som är dataingenjör lärde mig robotik. Så jag valde såklart teknisk linje på gymnasiet. En dag fick vi information om ett EU-projekt inom Europeiska solidaritetskåren med fokus på klimatförändringar. Jag hade alltid varit engagerad i klimatfrågan, men samtidigt så hade jag aldrig rest utomlands själv någon gång. Så jag var lite osäker på om jag skulle våga eller inte. Men min mamma sa, ta den här chansen, åk, vad är det värsta som kan hända? Så jag åkte. Jag kände mig ensam i början, men sen blev det väldigt intressant och det gick jättebra. Efter så kollade jag upp vilka fler program EU har som man kan ansöka till. Jag åkte tillbaka till Georgien och lärde ut robotik och så har jag även varit i Marocko och lärt ut programmering och engelska. Jag vill fortsätta jobba med Europa. Jag har lärt mig så mycket som kommer hjälpa mig i framtiden.
Jag vill visa att det går att övervinna hinder oavsett om de är fysiska eller mentala. Träning har varit avgörande för mig och tack vare idrotten har jag fått resa runt i Europa och andra delar av världen. Nu vill jag inspirera andra att hitta sin egen väg. När jag var liten spelade jag fotboll varje dag och drömde om att bli proffs. Men när jag var 12-13 år förlorade jag min syn och med det försvann också min dröm. Jag hamnade i en djup depression och visste inte hur jag skulle ta mig vidare. Men en dag blev jag inbjuden till ett parasportläger där jag träffade andra som var i samma situation som jag själv. De visade mig att det fanns ett liv trots blindheten och det var gnistan som räddade mig. I Sverige tar vi för givet att vi kan dricka kranvattnet, så är det inte överallt. Jag har tävlat i länder där man måste köpa flaskvatten då kranvattnet inte går att dricka. Det är fantastiskt att vår EU-kommissionär kämpar för att vatten ska finnas tillgängligt och förbättra kvaliteten i vattnet i hela EU. För mig är det viktigt med ett öppet och fritt Europa och så var det inte första gången som Stockholm Marathon hölls 1979. Och jag ser hur idrotten förenar oss oavsett ursprung och fysisk förmåga. Och det är så härligt att få dela den här upplevelsen tillsammans med alla andra löpare som har tagit sig hit från alla EUs länder.
Jag har jobbat som polis hela mitt vuxna liv. 23 år gammal var jag när jag tog examen och sedan dess så har brottsligheten och kriminaliteten förändrats väldigt mycket i Sverige. Skjutningar och sprängningar har ökat väldigt mycket. De kriminella har blivit yngre och de kriminella nätverken har blivit mycket mer organiserade och mobila. Ofta kopplat till internationella nätverk som både samarbetar digitalt och på marken. Det här ställer helt nya krav. För att möta den nya organiserade brottsligheten så måste polismyndigheterna inom EU samarbeta tätt tillsammans. Och det här har både gjorts och görs. Vi har några exempel som Europol har jobbat med, till exempel Cepol, Impact, Encrochat och Sky. Och det har lett till många fällande domar och många fängelseår. Men något som har frustrerat mig länge längs med vägen, det är att vi har ofta glömt bort att jobba brottsförebyggande. Vi har gått ifrån att möta människor och ungdomar långt innan de går in i brottsligheten. Det här var en av anledningarna till varför jag slutade som polis och engagerar mig nu i civilsamhället, för då kan jag försöka påverka ungarna i ett tidigare stadie så att de ser att det finns andra alternativ än ett kriminellt liv.
Jag flyger för Saab i samarbete med MSB och RESC-EU, där EU-länder kan be varandra om hjälp vid exempelvis skogsbränder. Jag var ju med i 2024 i Bulgarien på de omfattande skogsbränderna. 37 grader varmt och det var nästan så att oljeträden självantände. Helt sedan jag var barn har jag velat bli pilot. Och sen dess har jag flugit allt från segelflygplan till helikopter, ambulans, privatjet. Egentligen flyger allt utom stridsflygplan. Det är först nu när jag börjar flyga brandflygplan som jag får använda alla mina kunskaper och dessutom göra skillnad. Flygplanet är en Firebus, gjort för ändamålet skogsbrand. Vi landar på vatten, skopar upp det i tanken som ligger mellan motor och cockpit tills vi har önskad mängd vatten. Då släpper vi in skoporna, accelererar upp till lättningsfart och går in över skogsbrand. Vi brandflygpiloter jobbar ju bara under sommarhalvåret och jag fick erbjudande om fast tjänst som pilot. Men det här jobbet är så utmanande och utvecklande för mig som pilot. Och dessutom gör jag något som betyder något på riktigt. Både för mig själv och för samhället i stort. Och det är det jag vill göra.
Jag borde ju verkligen kunna kalla mig för europé. Ibland gör jag det också. Men jag vet inte om jag tycker att det finns någon europeisk själ. Jag vet inte ens om jag tycker att det är speciellt viktigt. EU är mycket viktigare. Mycket viktigare än så. Det spelar väl ingen roll om jag tycker att jag är lite lik en rumän eller en polack eller ens de ibland ganska svårbegripliga fransmännen. För sanningen är mycket större. Vi behöver varandra för att kunna fortsätta leva på det sätt vi vill. I fred och i en natur som vi inte förstör för oss själva och de som kommer efter oss. Det är klart att det finns mycket kvar för EU att göra och mycket som EU skulle kunna göra bättre. Inte minst för att säkerställa att alla inom EU faktiskt kommer överens om att vi åtminstone har en gemensam syn på mänskliga rättigheter. Men det betyder inte att EU blir mindre relevant. Tvärtom. För vi skulle knappast kunna klara av vår tids utmaningar på egen hand.
Jag tror att EU-medlemskapet har inneburit att vi numera säger också här i Europa att vi känner oss hemma i Europa. Sen har det förstås påverkat så mycket i vår vardag, allt från hur vi handlar till beslut som påverkar oss i vardagslivet. Det viktigaste för mig var ju miljöfrågorna och klimatfrågan som vi faktiskt flyttade fram positionerna under de år som jag fick vara med och påverka EU:s politik. Att vi också lyckades att genomföra lagstiftning som faktiskt gör tillvaron säkrare och bättre för människor och för miljö.
Men för mig har ju EU-medlemskapet betytt att vi faktiskt är med tillsammans med våra vänner och grannar och bestämmer och påverkar klimatkrisen, flyktingkrisen. Så svåra problem kan vi bara lösa tillsammans. Så det känns naturligt att vi sitter tillsammans och försöker hitta en väg framåt. Ja, men det har ju hänt så mycket under de här åren, men det jag tänker framförallt på det var i maj 2004 när de 10 nya medlemsländer kom med. Och då hade vi en stor ceremoni på Europaparlamentets gård. Flaggor hissades, det var barn som sjöng. Och det var otroligt stort att tänka på. Inte så långt efter att Berlinmuren hade fallit så stod vi där tillsammans, 25 länder. Det var stort. Ja, men jag har ju haft förmånen att få vara med så länge så det är klart att man har kunnat bidra lite grann. Jag har ju förhandlat flera handelsavtal till exempel som har skapat inte bara handelsförbindelser utan närmare band mellan EU, Kanada, EU, Japan, EU, Singapore, EU och flera länder i Afrika. Och det är klart att det är en fantastisk känsla när det äntligen skrivs under och när det träder i kraft.
Oj. Ja, jo men det är det. Och sen är det lite... Nu drar vi igång strålkastarna här. Ja, det är kallt där ute så vi får värma på oss lite. Ja, nu vinkar de där att vi ska dra igång. And we're gonna do it in English, sorry. Welcome back from the lunch. I hope you had a nice break and that you also went out and profited a bit from the nice sunshine. Now we're going to talk about preparedness and the different challenges for the EU, but also for Sweden, maybe also opportunities, of course. My name is Annika Wepling-Korsenek. I'm head of the European Commission's representation here in Sweden. And with me, I have an eminent panel, Anna Reneus Guthrie from Free World Forum, eller Frivärd, Kalle Håkansson from Swedish Defence Research Agency, FOI, Lars Hultkrantz, Center for Business and Policy Studies, och Katarina Engberg, CIEP, Swedish Institute for European Policy. Very welcome to you. And a big applause to warm up a bit. So yes, what's the issue about? You might have noticed that in Sweden this week there is something called Preparedness Week, where we all are supposed to think a bit extra about, are we prepared? Can we manage a week in case of crisis or war independently? Do we have enough supplies? Do we know how to cook without electricity and so on? this is also a new way of thinking in the EU. We have a situation, as you know, also you who have followed now 1.5 days of EU days in Lund, we have focused a lot on the geopolitical situation with global tensions, with war in our neighborhood, but also growing amounts of natural disasters. We have cyber threats, etc. So there is an increasing need for both the military preparedness but also the civil preparedness. And here the EU has stepped up a lot and changed the whole kind of approach to defense. We had this Preparedness 2030 plan coming out early spring, and where the focus was on different aspects, both on the defense, how to ramp up defense, and as some of you listened to Carl Bildt this morning, it's NATO, of course, who's our military coordinator and cooperation partner, but the EU is the security one. So they're both parts in this, and we will go more into this together with the panel. But then we also have Sweden. Sweden has a long tradition of preparedness, especially civil preparedness, and also capable defense, which is also now being ramped up. But of course also faces challenges in form of budgetary challenges or modernization challenges. How do we deal with the fact that we now see that we are maybe not attacked in the old way, military way, but in new ways, in cyber ways, or in hybrid ways, or drone ways. And all this I would like to discuss with my panel today. We call it the think tank discussions because you all belong to different think tanks. And I would like to start with a very general question, on more or less on the same as the introduction. The EU is facing multiple preparedness challenges, ranging from the different areas I mentioned. If you would single out one of those that you think is most urgent when it comes to preparedness challenge for the EU, which one would it be and how do you see it? If I start with you, Kalle.
Well, for me, I think still the military hardware and kind of the defensive capabilities is the kind of main thing to develop at the European stage, given the fact that if the war in Ukraine would stop anytime soon, even though I don't think so at the moment, Russia would reconstitute its forces very quickly and could be a threat to NATO countries and to European countries in a few years' time. And we also have, of course, a very unpredictable US administration. We will have later in September or quite soon a new global posture review from the US administration and new national security strategy. And I think that the US will probably reduce its military forces in Europe. So we in Europe need to step up and ready to kind of fill that gap. And we also have a lot of critical capabilities which the US at the moment possesses. And here I think that we need to do more in a European setting to replace that and to rebuild our military capabilities as a first step.
Mm. We will come back to that for sure. Anna?
Well, yes, of course, I agree here with Kalle, but I'd also like to think, when we're looking at Europe, all these different variants of countries and cultures, I'd say that also having a distinct common threat perception is very important as the base for our preparedness. And here we can still see that there are some differences in how we view different threats. So I'd say this in combination with the amount of time that we have at our hands, the hybrid war is growing, and the time is kind of running out. We need to level up even quicker, I'd say.
And how do you think we can kind of reach that kind of common threat perception? Do you have any thoughts of that?
Well, I think that we need to have more discussions and dialogues, of course, with those who are not as, say, defense ready to start with from within the EU. I think that we have a very good understanding within the Nordic Baltic countries, Poland, Germany, even talking outside of the EU, Great Britain. But what we need to do is also to engage more with our southern colleagues throughout Europe and really talk these issues through. So that they also see what we are seeing and addressing at the moment with much more force.
Thank you. Lars?
I think we all agree that we need ammo. We need a much better, extensive and cost-effective air defense, all in Europe, and not least in Sweden. We need robots, and we need drones, and at the very heart of that is cost efficiency, because we need very big quantities, and so we have to cooperate within Europe, but we also have to be much better in doing cost benefit analysis of quite new applications that. It's not very cost effective to as in Poland to use very expensive high-tech robots against quite cheap drones. So that's one of our big challenges, to scale up and to do it in smarter ways, using limited resources to get more back for the buck.
Thank you. Katarina, what's your take?
Well, thank you first for inviting me. It's good to be in this part of Sweden. Malmö is my original hometown, and I initiated my academic studies in 1970 with the Russian language studies at the Slavic institution here in Lund. So this is the origin, my origins. Good to be here. Well, as you alluded to, this is the Readiness Week, and I think you have noticed on the posters that this is amply notified to the public of a population of Lund in huge posters highlighting exactly the fact that this is the Readiness Week. This has meant that I have been invited to a number of municipalities in the greater Stockholm area, the Nacka kommun, Södertälje kommun, and they've both, it's typical, they ask me for a talk for the functionaries or the civil servants in the respective municipalities dealing with readiness issues, and they ask me to start with the global security situation, and then what does it mean for Europe, and what is the role of EU, and what does it mean for the municipalities. So I found myself, I was surprised, because I found out that some of these civil servants now in the municipalities are discussing EU directives concerning readiness of civil society and preparedness issues. And as you know, in Sweden we talk about krisberedskap, civilt försvar. You are scaling up from peacetime situation up to warlike in your preparedness, and there's an intermediate section where we actually find ourselves a grey zone with hybrid threats. This is very important to reinforce the resilience of our society against these kind of threats. And what they were discussing, to be concrete, were the two directives, the NIS 2 directive, which is on electronic communications in IT systems, and the SEER directive, which is on critical entities, and it's called entities because it's a combination of infrastructure and services, so it's functions of civil society, and the aim is always to create greater resilience in these central societal functions. And for example, if you look at what's indicated, and I should say with the NIS 2 directive, we will have a cybersecurity law coming into force in Sweden on the 15th of January. So the EU directive is not translated directly into Swedish law, and the government in its recent budget allocated 200 million crowns to the municipalities for its implementation only during 2026. So EU is having a direct impact in an area we will all know is very central to our resilience and resistance of our civilian societies, as we can see examples one day after the other about cyber threats and not only threats, but just the way criminal networks also are preying on the vulnerabilities of our system. But the second, the SEER directive, is even more intrusive in terms of impacting municipalities, because the SEER directives, it establishes requirements regarding energy supplies, financial services, healthcare, care of elderly and of children, transport system, etc., etc. And if you compare that to the responsibility of municipalities in Swedish society, you have an overlap of many of these functions. And there will be laws coming out from Sweden during the next year that translates the SEER directive into Swedish law. So I was surprised to find that the EU is impacting directly now on Swedish society and actually coming before Swedish laws resulting from the build-up of our total defense, because we will see the first coming out maybe in 27, because that's more complicated. You have to solve the issue of financial support from the state to the municipalities before you can actually translate this into implementation. So EU directives go first, impact on our civil society in a good way, and eventually we'll have more properly Swedish legislation. I found that surprising last week.
It's very interesting, because we often the perception that Sweden has of itself is that it's very ahead when it comes to readiness and preparedness, and so this is interesting to see that we also have EU directives, etc., pushing the Swedish readiness and preparedness. I just wanted to go back a bit on the hardcore defense that you were touching, or all three of you were touching upon, and I think this very pertinent what you were saying, Lars, about this, that we are maybe a bit out of sync, because we say, okay, we're going to ramp up with defense and we're going to go for it, and NATO is kind of steering what kind of capabilities in this. The EU is facilitating with loans and giving room of maneuver in the economic in the deficits, etc., for countries. But as you said, we cannot go for the old military equipment, because then we will be obsolete. And I think many of us heard that in Ukraine, when they build new drones, they are, after 4 months, there are new models coming out because they are obsolete already. So how do you see this? How should we think, and how should this cooperation between EU and its kind of direction work together with NATO, with this capabilities? Kalle, sorry, you look like you want to say something.
I think that it's quite clear today that EU has become an enabler for NATO in that sense, and also we need to be better to kind of take the lessons from Ukraine to feed in the Ukrainian defense industry to the European or EU defense industry. This is something that we are trying to do, but I think we need to do this even more urgent and more pressing in that sense. I think that, as Carl Bildt said earlier this morning, that NATO will continue to be the main defense actor. NATO will set the collective defense capabilities that is needed, but the EU has a vital role in kind of financing these materials to help member states to develop them. We see that the cost of developing also the new technology is so costly, so one single member state cannot do that on their own. So then we need this European framework to push this forward in that sense.
Mm-hmm. Lars, do you have anything?
I have two takes on that. First is that a very important question for all European countries and EU is whether what has happened in Ukraine could have happened if Ukraine had been a member of EU, and the answer is no, because it would have violated a lot of our procedures and rules, like procurement regulations and state aid. So that's something we should be inspired of and consider. another issue is that when the defense industry, especially in Sweden, is quite different from the defense industry we had during the Cold War. I happened to live in Karlskoga, where Bofors is situated, and at the site of Bofors, everything was governed in the head of office in Karlskoga. Now, at this site, which is very important to Sweden and to EU, and there are many plans to scale up and build new sites and so. Then it turns out that because of the vertical and horizontal fragmentation during globalization, but not least because of the European single market. The land is owned by a French company, and the explosives are made by a French company, but the ammo is made by a Norwegian company with head office in Norway, and there are British companies and Swedish companies. So there is a much stronger need now to have supranational coordination and sometimes funding, because this far-off head offices are very reluctant to make long-term investments in education or in new power grids or water and sewage, long-term investments for production in a small country like Sweden. So to some extent, there is a strong need for European coordination and commitment, just because we have been so successful in applying the single market concepts.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Katarina.
Yes. A challenge for Europe, and tying into what Lars was saying, is that the EU, of course, can release funding for ramping up defense material production. However, and it has the latest initiative in that sense is a safe function of 150 billion euros that member states can borrow against the security of the EU budget to make necessary investment. And the EU has prioritized in its strategy for closing critical military capability gaps what we need to do, and air defense, as has been alluded to, is one of the prime priorities. Drones is another. However, you have to find way within the EU now to channel this money into exactly cost-effective investment that produce these capabilities that have been pointed out as lacking. And of course, we have seen over the last couple of days how vulnerable we are in this regard. And that will be a challenge for EU, because that will require more of Commission and more of Union competence. And we see that already happening in some of the new initiatives in the defense industrial area, where you see the structures lead us to more of an importance for the Commission in joint procurement, but indicating vulnerabilities in security in supply chain. But nevertheless, I won't expand more on this topic. I just wanted to underline that we need deeper integration if this is going to work. And otherwise, we'll just spend 150 billion euros, which might sound a lot of money, but if you disperse it on diverse products with little impact, where we really need it in terms of our defense, it's money lost.
Absolutely, and that is, of course, one of the vulnerabilities that the EU has, that there are 27 member states with 27 ideas of how to build their defense. So we definitely need that coordination. Anna?
Well, thinking about how Europe can prepare better, I think the best way is not to start with looking inside too much, but also actually talking and engaging even more with Ukraine, because they have so many lessons and so many levels to learn us. And taking, for example, how Western companies, defense companies, products, weaponries have been used, and then getting the feedback, how are they working actually in actual practice, is just one concrete example. But also on the whole societal level, how they have been able to keep the society running and the vital parts are functioning. You know, there's this saying that the trains in Ukraine are more punctual than the Swedish ones. I mean, anecdotal, of course, but still it says something about the society as well and preparedness to keep on living their life and keep on defending their society in all levels. So I think Ukraine, we must keep on learning even more from them during the coming years.
Absolutely. And as horrible as it sounds, it is of course an opportunity to test our capabilities via Ukraine. If we then look a bit broader on not only on defense but on preparedness, as you alluded to, and many others. So how here the EU has also changed its direction quite a lot. I mean, we started also quite some years ago talking about strategic autonomy, and then there was a lot of criticism, especially from Sweden, to this way of thinking. But we should continue to be open to trade, etc., and not focus too much on our own autonomy. Now, of course, with the new situation that we have, also this rhetoric has changed quite a lot. How do you see this with energy, with critical raw materials, also probably with infrastructure, etc.? How should we think in the EU when it comes to our, maybe we shouldn't call it autonomy, but at least a bit more self-sufficiency? Yeah, hello?
I think that there is, of course, a balancing act at the moment for EU to strive towards both strategic autonomy, but also having this free trade in its DNA, be very open, be a maybe last actor that is really trying to push for multilateral solutions and so on. Yet, I would say that we are facing a so different and hard situation today, where we see how dependencies could be weaponized and so on, be it in energy or be it in critical minerals and so on. And it's quite clear that we need to find a new balance act in that sense. We also, at the moment, we're looking at our defense industry and looking at how dependent they are on, for instance, China in terms of critical minerals. This could be a key lessons or a key dependency that we need to manage ahead, I think. But of course, it's hard for the union. As I said, we're coming from this free trading DNA and so on, and to find a new kind of way for the union is hard, and especially hard here in Sweden.
Absolutely. Lars?
It's true. Unfortunately, it's true, but we have to realize that all this will be very, very expensive. So I think the main implication now is that both the European Union and Sweden has to do much more to improve economic growth and innovation and productivity. So if you look on what has happened after the Draghi report came a year ago, not much has happened. And in Sweden, I happen to be a member of Swedish Productivity Commission, and we are coming with 600 pages with suggestions for policy reform next week. So you should have a look at that. But the important thing is that all things we have to do with the preparedness and military and civil defense will cost a lot, and so building economic strength is more important now than it has ever been.
Absolutely. Anna, did you?
No, but of course, as several has mentioned already, the EU is fundamentally open for trade, and we want to trade with with more countries, and we should stay open in any ways possible. At the same time, we do have these dependencies which could come and bite us in the back. So we do need to have smart regulations, and we also, I think, in a time which is very loaded with uncertainty, not fall into the trap that searching for new stability where we just recently have seen risks, so that we don't try to find this one large stable trading partner and invest all our energy into that. Instead, we need to be more flexible and smart and really stick to our grounds and our values, but kind of balancing this in a way that makes sense in a long-term perspective as well.
Diversifying our sources is of course crucial, and here comes with new trade agreements. I mean, we saw new here recently with Indonesia. We see negotiations with India, and we know that maybe they are not ideal, as you said. It's not going to be 100% there, but to be able to diversify our risks. Katarina.
Yeah, I think in order to understand the sort of new directions that you have been talking about within the European Union, you have to look at the global context. This is part of a global picture. This is happening not only in Europe, but it's happening in the United States, in India, in China. We are in a period of counter-reaction to certain aspects of globalization. As was said in the previous panels, globalization hasn't stopped, but it's changing in nature. And already the COVID, the pandemic, was a shock, a wake-up call, indicating that we were very vulnerable in terms of supply of vaccines, etc., etc. And the European Union and the Commission played a very important role in securing the supply of vaccines for the European population and for globally as well. So this is just one example of the global society is trying to adapt to a new phase, if I put it that way, of globalization. So we are not that unique in many of these aspects. One of the aspects is the fact that of self-reliance, of strategic autonomy, is that, for example, if you want to apply for funding from the SAFE fund, the value of the product that come from companies outside the European Union, unless you are a country that have a special agreement with the European Union, like Ukraine, and that UK now is getting, EFTA, Norway, etc., the value coming from outside that ecosystem cannot exceed 35%. Of the value of the product. So this is a sort of a defensive way of introducing a buy European. It's not total, it's not protectionistic in my mind. It's reasonable because you're applying for funding from the EU budget, or at least loans with the security of the EU budget backing up the loans. I find that natural. It would be bad if you said it would be can only be 5% or 10%, but 35%, that's still quite a lot. So that's a way, just one example of how the EU is now trying to translate strategic autonomy into something more practical.
Yeah, thank you. Please also send in questions. You have the Mentimeter code there, and then I will ask your colleagues to read out the best of the best questions. Moving to another part of preparedness, which is quite tricky, I think, to prepare for, but it's when it comes to disinformation and this kind of hybrid warfare that involves information and disinformation, maybe also economic coercion to a certain extent. Do you have any thoughts on this? How the EU, or Sweden for that sake, should gear up to be more resilient against that? Yeah,
I think a very important aspect is trust. The trust among people towards civil servants. And during the pandemic, we had a lot of decisions and regulations made that seem to have been made on rather ad hoc basis, and even afterwards, it's very difficult to see on what grounds trade-offs were made. So I think the European Union's broader work on improving quality of government is very important. Also in Sweden, because when decisions are made that are very difficult and costly to both businesses and individuals, it's very important that they are made on good grounds.
Good faith. Yes, Anna.
Oh, yes, following up on the trust issue here, I think it's important also to discuss where one gets one's information and news from, and what we are feeding ourselves with, what kind of channels and platforms, discussions, contexts that we are receiving our information about everyday news from. And there's a big difference here between, of course, adults and younger people, and also people who perhaps are not as attached to society. I think we should have much more of a thorough discussion on these issues, as we see platforms becoming sole providers for some groups, for the intake of news, for instance, and where we see also on these platforms that disinformation is growing quite rapidly with new techniques and with AI and etc.
Absolutely.
Thinking about issues of disinformation, hybrid warfare, and so on, I think that this is in a way the main task for the EU. In a way, the EU is a market in terms of these issues. The NATO has been the actor that has kind of knocked on EU's door and said that, yeah, we want to discuss these matters with you, since you have the market power, you have the regulations, you have the financing to kind of try to deal with all of these matters. One thing that I see in terms of these issues is that we develop a lot of different tools to meet economic coercion, to try to meet disinformation and so on, but then we maybe see a lack of implementation by the member state. So I think that this is a really important task to look into and to kind of really push forward to more European solutions to meet these different threats.
On the other hand, we kind of also, with the US, we go a bit head to head here when we talk about regulating platforms, and then Trump comes back and says, well, if you do this, I'm going to do this. And are we brave enough?
We have to become brave enough. Otherwise, we'll be a ping pong ball between China and the United States. And not that we equalize them, I wouldn't say that, but still when it comes to tech regulation, there's definitely the danger that we become just a ping pong ball. Vance, when he was before heading to the Commission conference in February, he participated in a conference on AI and tech regulation in Paris, and he told bluntly to the Europeans, you abide to the rules we are setting for tech regulation, or we will punish you in various manners. It's us or the Chinese you have to choose. And I think that's, and in particular, this US tech also merges with the oligopoly that you have in the tech market in the United States, and you can see the merger of political influence of these tech companies and political power in Washington that is becoming increasingly with state intervention in the markets. I think Europeans really have to think very hard about how to guard themselves against an overly forceful impact from the US administration. It has to be prepared to maybe adjust to some, compromise on some things, but not become a victim of the pressures that I think will just continue from the United States, without then falling into a dependence on the Chinese in this matter. Very difficult task, but I would put it at the center for the next couple of years for the European Union.
Thank you. Do we have some questions from the audience?
Yes, so we have a question about what would happen to our defense and military industry when the Ukraine war ends and when Russia is no longer necessarily our enemy, when we no longer have a threat.
Okay. Anyone wants to take on that one?
I can start. I think that for the foreseeable future, Russia will continue to be a threat towards European states, even though if the war would happen or would stop in Ukraine. So I think that we need to have long-term planning for the military defense, not to move fast to scale down like we did after the end of the Cold War, to have a more stable situation in that sense. But then, of course, we need to think about now when we have ramped up production capacities, how should the factories look like? Could we do stuff to find new solutions and so on? But long term, the threat from Russia will be there.
Thank you. Lars?
We should not just think about war and peace, but we have lot of other challenges, like climate catastrophes and also diseases, pandemics. So we have a lot of vulnerabilities that we have to work with. Now very much focus is on military defense and civil defense against aggression, but I think a lot of the work we are doing now in analysis preparedness is useful also for other purposes.
But would you say that we are focusing, if we look at budgetary means, that do we put too much on hard defense and we should think more on the others, or are we in the right balance?
It's always more cost effective to think about how we will work than how much resources we spend. But I don't know more precisely.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else want to comment on the question? Or we move to the next one, if we had.
Yeah, so we have about more general question about growing water shortage in Sweden in general, and especially on Gotland, that has strategic military position.
So we have water shortage in Gotland. We actually had water shortage in most of Sweden this summer, which is kind of new for Sweden, at least having it all over the country. So that's of course part of the preparedness. How do we deal with water? How do we build water resilience? Anyone who has thoughts on water resilience? Maybe it's outside your remits, but maybe Lars.
Gotland is an island, so it's a special case. For most other parts of Sweden, this is mostly about infrastructure. It's about pipelines. For instance, Örebro is planning to build pipelines from the big lake Vättern. We have been lazy thinking about such risks, but at most places it's just a matter of getting better and more infrastructure. But Gotland is another case.
Yeah. If we stay in Sweden for a while, then on preparedness, as we said, at least we have a view of ourselves of having quite a good preparedness level and readiness level. But where would you see that Sweden actually have weaknesses, and where the focus should lie? Be it on food or water, on energy or infrastructure, you choose. What do you think is our major weaknesses where we have to put in more effort? Anna?
Well, I think what you can hear from various parts of society on several topics and discussions is that sometimes Swedes tend to be a bit too confined to our own limitations and the mission we have and the work we do here and now. So when various government bodies or organizations outside the government, the companies, the private sector are talking or discussing, working on these issues, should be more coherent together. There is limitations when it comes to information sharing, for instance, which some countries do not seem to apply in the same diligent manner as we do. Perhaps there is something here that is addressable. Perhaps we should make the effort of trying to loosen up or be more permissive in our interpretations of what kind of dialogues we can have across borders in order to kind of reach the goal, the common purpose of our work within these areas.
Yeah, I mean, data sharing seems to be a problem within Sweden, but of course also then cross-border for sure. Katarina, you over here.
Well, harking back to my initial comment, we shouldn't think only in terms of infrastructure, but functions. Taking care of children, taking care of the elderly. Now there is being investment made in the safe areas underground. What do you call it? Skyddsrum in English. What would you call this?
Safety room.
Safety room, yeah. Safety room. Anybody know the bunkers? Shelters, yeah. Because you apply state money to this, so the state had been sort of forthcoming doing this investment. But there's yet, if I understand it correctly, I'm not responsible for this planning, so I'm reflecting what I hear when I visit the municipalities and also some of my colleagues in the government offices. There's no plans yet of how to get the children or the elderly or the sick to these bunkers in case there is the extreme threat. But there can be intermediate situations, which are not wars, but still you have to move people into safe places. There's still not that organization in place. And in a way, this is natural because it's complicated, but you also run the risk of the municipalities in the state getting into this negotiating game. Give us the money before we do anything. Not all municipalities act that way. They are advanced with their own plans. Södertälje, for example, has made sure that their functionaries or civil servants can continue to operate a couple of weeks, even if they are cut off. So they have frozen food, they have taken measures that can keep them going. Of course, they cannot supply all citizens with food, but they can make sure that people that take care of the sick, take care of the children, can continue to operate in extreme situations. So some municipalities move ahead without everything being in place in terms of government funding or laws. And this is an area where I think we have a weakness. We have to move very quickly in order to cover, remove the vulnerabilities that we have. And I think that the population in general understand the need for planning for these sorts of things. They may not think in terms of war, but they may, but they also think in terms of consequences of climate change.
Natural
and and we can come back maybe if there's still time that we have in terms of the general have a common view, European view of threats and challenges. We have to talk to the Southern Europeans, not the Portuguese, they are good, but the Spaniards who tend to say, oh, you are alarmistic about the war, let's talk about climate change. Because they had these catastrophic events in Valencia.
Absolutely.
So we have to make sure you don't put one thing against the other, because many times the societal functions are the same in order to address the challenges and the threat, although war means scaling up on a different level. But still, you have to find these keys in society that are important to secure both kinds of situations.
And I think that's what you were also hinting at.
And these issues are related. For instance, we talked about urban public transport. All the bus fleets in Lund and in Stockholm and other places, they are now changing from diesel to electricity, making all transport by municipalities or people very vulnerable to sabotage of the national power grid. That's a new situation, and we have to consider that.
Absolutely. And the payment systems that we have that is completely reliable, relying on electricity. We have maybe, we can take a last question from the audience if you have, and then we have to finish off.
So during the pandemic, we saw a lot of countries returning to each to their own logic regarding necessities and goods. How will we motivate EU actors to act in a collective way in a future crisis?
Okay.
Well, I think lessons were learned very quickly that it didn't work. You can't stop transports at the borders, which some did, or keep your own equipment. It won't work. You cannot procure vaccines that do not exist, and when they exist, by yourself, because there will be competition and prices will rise. And that's where you saw innovations on the part of the EU side in public procurement and in identifying vulnerabilities in security of supplies. And now we have the European Union has made big strands in terms of addressing these sorts of vulnerabilities, using the same instruments, for example, now in ramping up defense industry and procuring artillery grenades that was important for Ukraine. So the innovations made during COVID is now applied to the defense sector. So I think we have already moved beyond that limitation.
I think we actually, as you said, the lessons were learned, and actually we saw in the beginning chaos, and then the solutions came into place, realizing, yeah, we are stronger together, and now we actually use these mechanisms. So I think this is actually, it was a good way to end, that we do learn, and we will continue to learn, of course, also when it comes to preparedness and to use these kind of mechanisms. And with that, I have to end this interesting discussion with you. So thank you very much, Kalle, Anna, Lars, and Katarina. And a big hand to the panel. Thank you. And thank you to the audience. Thank you very much.
EU-medlemskapet betyder att vi faktiskt är med tillsammans med våra vänner och grannar och bestämmer och påverkar klimatkrisen, flyktingkrisen. Så svåra problem kan vi bara lösa tillsammans. Så det känns naturligt att vi sitter tillsammans och försöker hitta en väg framåt. Ja, men det har ju hänt så mycket under de här åren, men det jag tänker framförallt på, det var i maj 2004 när de 10 nya medlemsländer kom med. Och då hade vi en stor ceremoni på Europaparlamentets gård. Flaggor hissades, det var barn som sjöng. Och det var otroligt stort att tänka på. Inte så långt efter att Berlinmuren hade fallit så stod vi där tillsammans, 25 länder. Det var stort. Ja, men jag har ju haft förmånen att få vara med så länge, så det är klart att man har kunnat bidra lite grann. Jag har ju förhandlat flera handelsavtal till exempel, som har skapat inte bara handelsförbindelser utan närmare band mellan EU, Kanada, EU, Japan, EU, Singapore, EU och flera länder i Afrika. Och det är klart att det är en fantastisk känsla när det äntligen skrivs under och när det träder i kraft.
Jag tar med mig mina erfarenheter från att ha bott i ett land utanför EU med mig in i klassrummet. Jag vill förklara för mina elever varför de inte ska ta demokrati och andra rättigheter för givna. Jag föddes i Albanien. Min pappa var väldigt intresserad av politik och han pratade mycket om till exempel EUs möjligheter. Det var nog där drömmen föddes, om att flytta till ett land inom EU och bli en del av något större. Jag var bara 10 år gammal när jag packade väskan och flyttade till Sverige, till Borås, där min storebror bodde. Efter gymnasiet utbildade jag mig till lärare i samhällskunskap och flyttade till Ulricehamn. Som lärare vill jag förmedla EUs betydelse till mina elever. För 4 år sedan utbildade jag mig till skolambassadör för EU. Utbildningen gav fördjupande kunskaper om EU, men också konkreta exempel på hur jag ska göra för att få eleverna mer intresserade av EU-frågor. Jag vill väcka elevernas intresse för EU och förklara för dem vad vi får ut av medlemskapet. EU-samarbetet ger oss fantastiska möjligheter, från spännande praktikplatser i Bryssel eller på andra ställen i Europa, till fria tågresor med Discover EU, till utbildningar på Europas bästa universitet. Men viktigast av allt, EU står för frihet. Att tycka och tänka fritt och röra sig hur man vill. Så har det inte alltid varit i Europa.
När jag var 12 så flyttade jag med min familj från Iran till Sverige eftersom mina föräldrar ville att jag skulle få bättre möjligheter i livet. Under den resan så såg jag Europa för första gången. Det var mitt första riktiga steg ut i världen och redan då visste jag att jag ville se mer. Sverige var så fint. Under ett sommarlov lärde jag mig programmering genom att titta på YouTube. Och min pappa som är dataingenjör lärde mig robotik. Så jag valde såklart teknisk linje på gymnasiet. En dag fick vi information om ett EU-projekt inom Europeiska solidaritetskåren med fokus på klimatförändringar. Jag hade alltid varit engagerad i klimatfrågan, men samtidigt så hade jag aldrig rest utomlands själv någon gång. Så jag var lite osäker på om jag skulle våga eller inte. Men min mamma sa, ta den här chansen, åk, vad är det värsta som kan hända? Så jag åkte. Jag kände mig ensam i början, men sen blev det väldigt intressant och det gick jättebra. Efter så kollade jag upp vilka fler program EU har som man kan ansöka till. Jag åkte tillbaka till Georgien och lärde ut robotik. Och så har jag även varit i Marocko och lärt ut programmering och engelska. Jag vill fortsätta jobba med Europa. Jag har lärt mig så mycket som kommer hjälpa mig i framtiden.
Jag vill visa att det går att övervinna hinder oavsett om de är fysiska eller mentala. Träning har varit avgörande för mig och tack vare idrotten har jag fått resa runt i Europa och andra delar av världen. Nu vill jag inspirera andra att hitta sin egen väg. När jag var liten spelade jag fotboll varje dag och drömde om att bli proffs. Men när jag var 12-13 år förlorade jag min syn och med det försvann också min dröm. Jag hamnade i en djup depression och visste inte hur jag skulle ta mig vidare. Men en dag blev jag inbjuden till ett parasportläger där jag träffade andra som var i samma situation som jag själv. De visade mig att det fanns ett liv trots blindheten och det var gnistan som räddade mig. I Sverige tar vi för givet att vi kan dricka kranvattnet, så är det inte överallt. Jag har tävlat i länder där man måste köpa flaskvatten då kranvattnet inte går att dricka. Det är fantastiskt att vår EU-kommissionär kämpar för att vatten ska finnas tillgängligt och förbättra kvaliteten i vattnet i hela EU. För mig är det viktigt med ett öppet och fritt Europa och så var det ju inte första gången som Stockholm Marathon hölls 1979. Och jag ser hur idrotten förenar oss oavsett ursprung och fysisk förmåga. Och det är så härligt att få dela den här upplevelsen tillsammans med alla andra löpare som har tagit sig hit från alla EUs länder.
Jag har jobbat som polis hela mitt vuxna liv. 23 år gammal var jag när jag tog examen och sedan dess så har brottsligheten och kriminaliteten förändrats väldigt mycket i Sverige. Skjutningar och sprängningar har ökat väldigt mycket. De kriminella har blivit yngre och de kriminella nätverken har blivit mycket mer organiserade och mobila. Ofta kopplat till internationella nätverk som både samarbetar digitalt och på marken. Det här ställer helt nya krav. För att möta den nya organiserade brottsligheten så måste polismyndigheterna inom EU samarbeta tätt tillsammans. Och det här har både gjorts och görs. Vi har några exempel som Europol har jobbat med, till exempel Cepol, Impact, Encrochat och Sky. Och det har lett till många fällande domar och många fängelseår. Men något som har frustrerat mig länge längs med vägen, det är att vi har ofta glömt bort att jobba brottsförebyggande. Vi har gått ifrån att möta människor och ungdomar långt innan de går in i brottsligheten. Det här var en av anledningarna till varför jag slutade som polis och engagerar mig nu i civilsamhället, för då kan jag försöka påverka ungarna i ett tidigare stadie så att de ser att det finns andra alternativ än ett kriminellt liv.
Jag flyger för Saab i samarbete med MSB och RESC-EU, där EU-länder kan be varandra om hjälp vid exempelvis skogsbränder. Jag var ju med i 2024 i Bulgarien på de omfattande skogsbränderna. 37 grader varmt och det var nästan så att oljeträden själv antände. Helt sedan jag var barn har jag velat bli pilot. Och sen dess har jag flugit allt från segelflygplan till helikopter, ambulans, privatjet. Egentligen flyger allt utom stridsflygplan. Det är först nu när jag börjar flyga brandflygplan som jag får använda alla mina kunskaper och dessutom göra skillnad. Flygplanet är en Firebus, gjort för ändamålet skogsbrand. Vi landar på vatten, skopar upp det i tanken som ligger mellan motor och cockpit tills vi har önskad mängd vatten. Då släpper vi in skoporna, accelererar upp till lättningsfart och går in över skogsbrand. Vi brandflygpiloter jobbar ju bara under sommarhalvåret och jag fick erbjudande om fast tjänst som pilot. Men det här jobbet är så utmanande och utvecklande för mig som pilot och dessutom gör jag något som betyder något på riktigt, både för mig själv och för samhället i stort. Och det är det jag vill göra.
Jag borde ju verkligen kunna kalla mig för europé. Ibland gör jag det också. Men jag vet inte om jag tycker att det finns någon europeisk själ. Jag vet inte ens om jag tycker att det är speciellt viktigt. EU är mycket viktigare. Mycket viktigare än så. Det spelar väl ingen roll om jag tycker att jag är lite lik en rumän eller en polack eller ens de ibland ganska svårbegripliga fransmännen. För sanningen är mycket större. Vi behöver varandra för att kunna fortsätta leva på det sätt vi vill. I fred och i en natur som vi inte förstör för oss själva och de som kommer efter oss. Det är klart att det finns mycket kvar för EU att göra och mycket som EU skulle kunna göra bättre. Inte minst för att säkerställa att alla inom EU faktiskt kommer överens om att vi åtminstone har en gemensam syn på mänskliga rättigheter. Men det betyder inte att EU blir mindre relevant. Tvärtom. För vi skulle knappast kunna klara av vår tids utmaningar på egen hand.
Jag tror att EU-medlemskapet har inneburit att vi numera säger också här i Europa att vi känner oss hemma i Europa. Sen har det förstås påverkat så mycket i vår vardag, allt från hur vi handlar till beslut som påverkar oss i vardagslivet. Det viktigaste för mig var ju miljöfrågorna och klimatfrågan som vi faktiskt flyttade fram positionerna under de år som jag fick vara med och påverka EU:s politik. Att vi också lyckades att genomföra lagstiftning som faktiskt gör tillvaron säkrare och bättre för människor och för miljö.
Men för mig har ju EU-medlemskapet betytt att vi faktiskt är med tillsammans med våra vänner och grannar och bestämmer och påverkar. Klimatkrisen, flyktingkrisen, så svåra problem kan vi bara lösa tillsammans. Så det känns naturligt att vi sitter tillsammans och försöker hitta en väg framåt. Ja, men det har ju hänt så mycket under de här åren, men det jag tänker framförallt på det var i maj 2004 när de 10 nya medlemsländer kom med. Och då hade vi en stor ceremoni på Europaparlamentets gård. Flaggor hissades, det var barn som sjöng. Och det var otroligt stort att tänka på. Inte så långt efter att Berlinmuren hade fallit så stod vi där tillsammans, 25 länder. Det var stort. Ja, men jag har ju haft förmånen att få vara med så länge så det är klart att man har kunnat bidra lite grann. Jag har ju förhandlat flera handelsavtal till exempel som har skapat inte bara handelsförbindelser utan närmare band mellan EU och Kanada, EU och Japan, EU och Singapore, EU och flera länder i Afrika. Och det är klart att det är en fantastisk känsla när det äntligen skrivs under och när det träder i kraft.
Jag tar med mig mina erfarenheter från att ha bott i ett land utanför EU med mig in i klassrummet. Jag vill förklara för mina elever varför de inte ska ta demokrati och andra rättigheter för givna. Jag föddes i Albanien. Min pappa var väldigt intresserad av politik och han pratade mycket om till exempel EUs möjligheter. Det var nog där drömmen föddes, om att flytta till ett land inom EU och bli en del av något större. Jag var bara 10 år gammal när jag packade väskan och flyttade till Sverige, till Borås, där min storebror bodde. Efter gymnasiet utbildade jag mig till lärare i samhällskunskap och flyttade till Ulricehamn. Som lärare vill jag förmedla EUs betydelse till mina elever. För 4 år sedan utbildade jag mig till skolambassadör för EU. Utbildningen gav fördjupande kunskaper om EU, men också konkreta exempel på hur jag ska göra för att få eleverna mer intresserade av EU-frågor. Jag vill väcka elevernas intresse för EU och förklara för dem vad vi får ut av medlemskapet. EU-samarbetet ger oss fantastiska möjligheter. Från spännande praktikplatser i Bryssel eller på andra ställen i Europa till fria tågresor med Discover EU, till utbildningar på Europas bästa universitet. Men viktigast av allt, EU står för frihet. Att tycka och tänka fritt och röra sig hur man vill. Så har det inte alltid varit i Europa.
När jag var 12 så flyttade jag med min familj från Iran till Sverige eftersom mina föräldrar ville att jag skulle få bättre möjligheter i livet. Under den resan så såg jag Europa för första gången. Det var mitt första riktiga steg ut i världen och redan då visste jag att jag ville se mer. Sverige var så fint. Under ett sommarlov lärde jag mig programmering genom att titta på YouTube och min pappa som är dataingenjör lärde mig robotik. Så jag valde såklart teknisk linje på gymnasiet. En dag fick vi information om ett EU-projekt inom Europeiska solidaritetskåren med fokus på klimatförändringar. Jag hade alltid varit engagerad i klimatfrågan men samtidigt så hade jag aldrig rest utomlands själv någon gång. Så jag var lite osäker på om jag skulle våga eller inte. Men min mamma sa, ta den här chansen, åk, vad är det värsta som kan hända? Så jag åkte. Jag kände mig ensam i början, men sen blev det väldigt intressant och det gick jättebra. Efter så kollade jag upp vilka fler program EU har som man kan ansöka till. Jag åkte tillbaka till Georgien och lärde ut robotik och så har jag även varit i Marocko och lärt ut programmering och engelska. Jag vill fortsätta jobba med Europa. Jag har lärt mig så mycket som kommer hjälpa mig i framtiden.
Jag vill visa att det går att övervinna hinder oavsett om de är fysiska eller mentala. Träning har varit avgörande för mig och tack vare idrotten har jag fått resa runt i Europa och andra delar av världen. Nu vill jag inspirera andra att hitta sin egen väg. När jag var liten spelade jag fotboll varje dag och drömde om att bli proffs. Men när jag var 12-13 år förlorade jag min syn och med det försvann också min dröm. Jag hamnade i en djup depression och visste inte hur jag skulle ta mig vidare. Men en dag blev jag inbjuden till ett parasportläger där jag träffade andra som var i samma situation som jag själv. De visade mig att det fanns ett liv trots blindheten och det var gnistan som räddade mig. I Sverige tar vi för givet att vi kan dricka kranvattnet, så är det inte överallt. Jag har tävlat i länder där man måste köpa flaskvatten då kranvattnet inte går att dricka. Det är fantastiskt att vår EU-kommissionär kämpar för att vatten ska finnas tillgängligt och förbättra kvaliteten i vattnet i hela EU. För mig är det viktigt med ett öppet och fritt Europa, och så var det ju inte första gången som Stockholm Marathon hölls 1979. Och jag ser hur idrotten förenar oss oavsett ursprung och fysisk förmåga. Och det är så härligt att få dela den här upplevelsen.
Får man den här fantastiska strålkastarbelysningen. Så. Ja, men någon du kan komma med mig så att jag blir lite, så jag inte är ensam. Precis, till klockan 15. Ja. Vi ser, kan vi börja? Ja. Nej, jag ska faktiskt till Kastrup, till England. Så jag tar... jag har visum. Nej. Okej, jag tror vi är redo. Jag fick en liten signal. Välkomna tillbaks. Och nu inser jag att jag ska prata engelska. Welcome back. It's fantastic that you still endure the EU seminars. That's the real spirit. We have the real EU interested people here now in the room. So very fantastic to be here. We are going to be a bit philosophical on a Wednesday afternoon. I think it's time for that. And I have a fantastic panel to do that. First, my name is Katarina Arskog. I work at a place called Impact Europe, but I've also worked in the European Commission and at the Ministry for Foreign Affairs and been in Brussels for a long time. Then we have Joachim Sander, who is a lecturer in EU law here at Lund University. And we have two journalists. We have Laura Ingemarsson, who is a Brussels-based journalist, gives us the fresh Brussels perspective on everything. And we have Henrik Broers, who knows everything about the EU and has followed EU politics from different angles during a long time. And who also writes on Om Europa, which I can highly recommend if you want to dive deeper into EU things. So we are going to talk about European values and dissect what that is and try to define it. And that is not so easy when you start to think about it. I mean, first of all, I thought this is very, very simple discussion. We can do this in 5 minutes because you just read Article 2 of the Lisbon Treaty, which I'm going to read to you in case you don't know it by heart. So it says, the Union is founded on the values of respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights, including the rights of persons belonging to minorities. These values are common to the member states in a society in which pluralism, non-discrimination, tolerance, justice, solidarity, and equality between women and men prevail. And that is, I mean, fantastic goals and objectives, and it says a lot because this is the result, of course, as Carl Bildt said, of a continent who have a very bloody history, the 2 wars that have caused most human deaths globally ever since history began. So this is very important. But when I think about it more, a lot of organizations have these values and goals and objectives, but they don't succeed in respecting them. So my thinking on this, which I want to test if you agree or disagree, is that there are more to the European Union than only defining those values, but also being able to keep them. And that, I think, has a lot to do with integration and actually coal and steel, which Carl Bildt also talked about this morning. What is unique for Europe is that we actually, foremost Germany and France, they agreed to be vetoed, to be ruled over by another country, and they gave their most maybe valuable assets, coal and steel, to an authority that of civil servants that could decide, because they realized if we decide on coal and steel, there will be another war. So for me, that's also the economic integration in a way is a European value too, to let somebody else decide over my valuable assets. That's how far I came to think. So Joachim, Laura and Henrik, what are your thinkings about European values? Who wants to start?
I can start with the most explicit meeting I went to where European values really was important. It was in Copenhagen, 1993, a EU summit where the Copenhagen criteria was decided, and it's 4 criteria that was meant because the Central and East European countries wanted to join the European Union, former communist countries, and that's why the EU especially took those decisions about the need of democracy, human rights, rule of law, a political system where you can have different parties, and corruption is acted against, and stability to change and follow what EU does. And I think that apart from the economic values that the governments in the East European countries saw, for the people it was important. They saw that it meant something, not just money, to join the European Union. And that's why, I mean, today Viktor Orban, he would really like to leave the European Union, but the people in Hungary, they think this is important. They see the value ever since that time. And the other thing, the next decision was Carl Bildt didn't mention. It was Carl Bildt and the Polish Foreign Minister Sikorski in 2008. They proposed an Eastern Partnership. Nobody talked about with Ukraine, Georgia, Azerbaijan, different countries. They talked about cooperation. They didn't mention membership. But the people in Ukraine, they saw this as a turning point. If we have this, this is the first step for joining the European Union, and we can have a more stable democracy that we have found. And when President Yanukovych in 2013, I was in that summit in Vilnius. They had a European summit. Reinfeldt, your chief, was there, and I saw Angela Merkel talking to Yanukovych, trying to convince him to sign this partnership agreement. He said no. He went home and had an agreement with Russia, and that led to the Maidan revolt, and a lot of people killed. Yanukovych fled, and you have the war today. And this means the Ukrainians every day shows that they want freedom, they want to fight, they're prepared to fight for it. It was said that the Eastern Partnership was a mistake. Failure, I suppose that's why Bill didn't mention it, but I think it was success in that way, that Ukrainians showed that they know what it would mean to join the European Union.
So you mean the European values you see that in relationship to the enlargement 2004, to the Central and Eastern European countries, and also to Ukraine and Moldova right now?
Yeah.
Joachim, what's your view on the European values?
Yeah, I think I always ask so I teach students here at the university, right, in EU law and sort of the foundations of EU law. And I always start by asking them the question, what is the EU, right? So, and we always conclude that it's not geography because it can change, right? We lost the UK, we gained a lot of other countries. We have gone from 6 member states to 27, right? Where it's not language, we speak loads of languages, it's not religion, it's not ethnicity. So what is it then? If it's not geography and it's not sort of common language or a common culture, we have millions of or thousands of cultures between us. So what is it then? And I think it is the values. I think that is what makes the EU. I think it is these values that you read from Article 2 in the Treaty on the European Union. This is who we are, right? This is what we are. And these values we created or they come from our own creation, right? We were created from the ruins of this continent with a firm belief from the founding sort of fathers and mothers of this continent, this European Union, that we don't want to repeat the past, right? That's the whole impetus of the European Union, not to repeat the atrocities of the past, right? And the way we try to avoid that is by upholding these values, and the means we have for upholding these values is the market. So we have an internal market based on 4 freedoms, but underneath that market lies these values. The market is only there to protect these freedoms, right? Or protect these values. And I think we see now that we have some member states, you mentioned already Hungary, of course, the obvious bête noire in the whole club, right? But we see how they intentionally try to breach these fundamental values, and we then see the importance of upholding them and what happens when we try to uphold them. So we can come back to that later, but I think that is our internal struggle now to maintain these values upon which this whole union is founded, and also then in a global setting, when these values suddenly have been devaluated, it seems, on the global level at the moment, how do we become this beacon, this force for maintaining them, right? So I think we have 2 challenges. One is internal, how do we maintain them in the European Union? And how do we create a global order based on them? And I think that has always been the goal of this union, kind of.
I'm not even sure that the European values are so widely shared. I know that the European movement, an NGO, made a poll just like a month ago when they concluded that only 52% of Swedes are consistent supporters of democracy. So even like that kind of vague term as democracy is not that widely supported. That number was 25 in Spain and 31 in Romania. Even like just the concept of being European is not a widely shared value or concept. I mean, almost everyone feels connected to their own country, but when you look at how many people feel European or how many people feel like EU citizen, that number is way lower. But of course, it's a vision, but in practice, I don't think that those EU values are as European as they are universal. Yeah, but of course, the challenge is to uphold them. Another European value is also like just the European vibe of drinking Aperol Spritz at a charcuterie board at a terrace in continental Europe, or going on like a 8-hour Flixbus ride across the Benelux region. We might not be the most influential continent, we might not set the global political agenda, but we are romanticized. Americans want to go on a Euro trip for the summer.
That's true, they do.
But I mean, I don't think people talk and know exactly what democracy is, but in Sweden, the Swedish voters, the Swedish public have really showed the support for EU has gone up steeply after the Russian attack on Ukraine. And that, I mean, Ukraine is, the people are there are fighting for democracy, the freedom, and that the Swedish people understands in that sense what it means, and it's important that Ukrainians succeed. And in showing support, even the Swedish Democrats are prepared to loan money, billions, to send to Ukraine. That in that way, all the Swedish parties show that they know what it means, the real democracy. Even if you don't talk about democracy, just freedom and choose your way of life.
Yeah, I was going to comment on that because the support for the EU has increased a lot with the crisis. You're not strong alone, you're stronger together. But your point, Laura, just so I understood it, was that democracy as such is, people are not supporting democracy as such. It was not the European Union you referred to, it was democratic values.
Vaguer values, yeah, that they're not as obvious or evident as we may think.
Well, I'm going to be the boring lawyer then, so I'm going to say it doesn't matter what people think, because that is exactly why we make these values into foundational documents, right? Yeah. That is because so that we won't be swayed by sudden shifts in public opinion, because we have decided that the conception of this whole dream of Europe, I agree, it is a dream, about the European Union, we decided from the beginning that these would be the values that would guide us, regardless of, we don't take a vote every year, do we still support these values? No, we do support these values until we all can agree that these values are no longer what guides us.
But when 25% in almost every European country votes for hard-right parties, euphemism, I think those values will be severely challenged.
They will be, and they are, as we can see. And like in Hungary, and we saw it in Poland before, of course, and we see it in some other member states as well. But that is, again, exactly why we make them into a constitution, right? Which the Treaty on the European Union is. It's our constitution. So that is why we have it in these foundational documents, so that we can protect them when populist winds are blowing or when opportunist politicians want to protect their own ideas or peoples or whatever. That's why we have them in ironclad documents, so that we can withstand those trends when they come, right?
But
hate to be the conservative one here, but that's the truth.
But a follow-up question. Don't you agree that they could be under threat when you have governments like Viktor Orban's, or we might have Marine Le Pen in 2027, or we might have
Babiš in Czechia next
or
week.
AfD in Germany? Is there a risk that what governments have built up so carefully and kept and maintained, is it under threat now?
Yes, it is. And that's what I think I said in the beginning, that I think we see two threats, right? One is internal, so the challenge of these values internally in the European Union, and the external threat, where these that were once shared sort of global values no longer seem to be, perhaps in the same way. So we have these threats. And the internal, if we take the internal challenge, is of course these populist parties that want to make things sound very easy and simple and not care about these things. The question is, how do we handle that? I think the first thing we need to think of is being an EU member is not something you're forced to be, right? You don't have to be part of this club. You can do something else, right? You can be part of the United Kingdom or, you know, join them. They showed us that it's possible to leave the EU. If you don't share the fundamental values on which the rest of us want to operate, then go. Close the door after you. Fine, you don't have to be here. So I think we have to also perhaps stop thinking of the European Union in absolute terms and more the way it actually is, as a moving animal, right? Or a moving situation, more a situation than a place, right? So if Hungary doesn't want to support Article 2 values anymore, well, feel free to do something else. Join another club or stick to your own stuff. But if you're going to be part of us, then you do it, right?
Do we need to convince them? Should we have done more to convince the UK? Should we have been more explicit in the communication to the people when a lot of lies and false information was given? How far should you go, or should we just say that's your own decision?
Yeah, I think you should say that's your own decision. I think that's not, if you ask me, I'm not speaking for anyone else, but if you ask me, I think that's yes. It is a voluntary commitment, and it is a commitment. You join the European Union, you agree to the fundamental values, and you agree to giving up a large part of your sovereignty, right? That is what the European Union is. There is no, it's not a mystery, it's not some sort of thing we try to hide. That is who we are, right? So if you want to be part of that, then welcome. If you don't, then don't.
Henrik, do you agree? What's your view on this?
Yes, but I think apart from what's standing in the treaty, it depends also on the politician, the political leader, how they act. And how they act these days, again, when the strong leaders like Trump and Putin tries to divide the world, and how do the political leaders of EU act in that moment? And I mean, every time I look at the television, I see European leaders in the Oval Office of the White House. I think the support for EU gets lower, the political credibility gets lower. I mean, in a way, the whole EU is in a depression right now.
Yes.
If we can talk about Europe, but it's a depression, and it struck, and it's about the same as a football enthusiast as the Swedish football world is also in a depression because of Sweden lost against Kosovo.
That's a subject of another seminar. We have a lot to say about that.
I mean, then the really experts in football, not me, said we want Jon Dahl Tomasson's head on a plate and sent back to Denmark. And in Brussels these days, expert journalists been there since beginning of the 90s, say after Ursula von der Leyen went to the golf course of Donald Trump and accepted the deal, and a very humiliating way of doing it, they say, we want Ursula von der Leyen's head on a plate and sent back to Germany, and in a few weeks there will be 2 votes on misconduct?
Yeah, vote of confidence.
Yeah. Confidence against her in the parliament. And of course the football experts are wrong. It wasn't Jon Dahl Tomasson who was playing, it was the well-paid football players who would have run a little bit faster, and it wasn't Ursula von der Leyen who negotiated the deal, because there weren't the negotiations. The EU leaders, those who go to the White House, they said you have to sign anything. Trump says, any Ukasi says, you just have to sign it. So it wasn't von der Leyen's fault, but it's the European leaders who had made all of us in a depressive move right now, and that also is make it worse to act against Viktor Orban and act for the European values in the future, because I think the support for EU leaders will get much lower in the elections coming up.
Now I think we are getting a bit depressing here. We have to change the tone. We're talking about Brexit, and we're talking about leaders in the Oval Office, but I still believe that Europe has a lot to offer. If you choose where to live in the world, I think most people would prefer Europe instead of China or the US right now. So Laura, let us talk about European strengths. To you, what is Europe's strengths in addition to the Aperol Spritz?
Fuck, that's everything I have. Well, of course, we have the tangible and concrete strengths that we are the second largest market in the world, and that we have a relatively predictable political system, and we can ensure sort of not too corruptive systems and everything that works well with rule of law. But then, like, European integration, that we do live in Europe, that I can call up my Hungarian friend Virag at any given moment, who I'll get to know during my Erasmus 2020 when I need somewhere to stay for free in Paris. That I can take this Flixbus across 4 country borders in the middle of the night for €12. Sorry. Those are the real strengths that we live on an integrated continent.
So Europe has become our home country in a way.
For me, it is, but I'm a chronic Erasmus student.
Joachim, the strengths.
Yeah, I agree. I think those are definitely the strengths that we have. I think that we are so, in many cases, not everyone, of course, Europe is vast, right? But we are in many cases so incredibly used to living together, right? We have no choice by geography to be exposed to different religions and languages and ethnicities and cultures, right? Which makes us very agile, right? We become good at understanding each other and other people. And I think that is a huge strength as a European, especially now. And we are, if we're then talking about the sort of depressing current global climate, we are super reliable, right? We do what we say we're gonna do, and we do it in a, most of the time, fair and honest, transparent way, right? which I think is something we keep downplaying. We're talking about now the European leaders making asses out of themselves in the White House. I agree with that, absolutely. But that's not the whole story, right? The story is also that in a world where we have hugely unreliable big actors, we are the reliable one, right? We do what we say we're going to do, and we have the money most of the time to back it up, right? So I think we should talk more about that, how we have these strengths, like these types of strengths. And I think these strengths come out of our geography, out of our who we are, out of our history, but it also comes out of our values, right? So these things are all connected, making us, I think, and I'm an optimist, but I think that this is a world that is going through a transition, but the big global actor that is best positioned for this new world is Europe. Right? This is what we're made for, a situation like this. Our whole history, our whole geography, our whole culture is primed for this. If we can just get our act together and realize it and start acting on it. And the way we do that is we need to have more Europe, whatever the polling suggests, right? The other option is to dismantle the European Union. Obviously, that's also an option, but I don't think most people want that. And I think we need to start working. We have been focused on a rule-based world order, a free market, etc., and we have taken it for granted. It's not until the last years that this worldview is being challenged. And that means that we need to reposition ourselves slightly without losing all these strengths we have. So I think we have to think about things that we have hoped we had left behind us, so a common defense and common foreign and security policy, etc., etc. I think we need to make strides forward in these areas in order to be able to export and make use of the strengths that we have.
I agree. I will give you the word, Henrik. I just wanted to say, I read something very interesting in the Wall Street Journal, who really, in a sentence, said how the world has changed, saying that Europe, we were dependent on Russia for energy, we were dependent on the US for security, and we produced in China with globalized value chains. That's how we benefited from a globalized liberal world order. Everything has changed. We don't have Russian energy. We cannot depend on US security any longer with Mr. Trump, and China has started to put export bans on their critical raw materials, for example. So we need to adapt to a completely new world, where we need to rebuild. We have the Draghi report. We are rebuilding our security. So, but I'm also an optimist, saying that one of the strengths of Europe is that we never waste a good crisis.
No.
So probably we will adapt to the situation. But Henrik.
Now you're sounding depressing.
I'm an
to
optimist.
Talk about the high points in European history. It was in the mid of the 90s when EU was really in the forefront, getting the World Trade Organization, a rule-based order for world trade. And Sir Leon Britton was the EU commissioner, and Mickey Cantor was the US trade representative. They were equal partners, standing there, opened the champagne bottles in Geneva. Even we journalists got a slip.
Oh, very interesting.
That
Tell
was
us more.
really high point. And you see now what happens when Angela and Ursula von der Leyen has to go to Scotland. And in the same way with the Paris Climate Agreement, there was really a high point also where EU was pushing very hard, and now there's a follow-up meeting this autumn, and Europe doesn't even have a position on 2035. So it goes so sharply down in important areas where EU has been a world leader.
Now you sound depressing.
Yeah.
Realist.
We have a lot of work to do. That we can at least agree on. Laura, I mean, the EU has also been an advocate for democracy, freedom of expression, rule of law in external relations. When we have these problems internally, are we still a credible advocate? Can we still put conditions to countries outside the EU in our trade agreements or in our relationships in general? What do you think?
Yeah, I still think that we're credible, but I also think that the EU is more, we can compromise more than we think. Just the other week, the Commission announced a cooperation agreement with India at the exact same time as India was participating in a military exercise with Russia, and at the same time as they're buying Russian oil and selling it back to us. Council President Costa was in Samarkand talking to Tajikistan this spring, trying to find new allies. We also flew to China. We had an EU-China summit where all our wishes got ignored. But we do try to get more partners, and I just think that we are more morally flexible than we actually think. One thing that has hurt EU credibility quite a lot, I think, is the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. And now, of course, a lot during these last 2 weeks has changed. The Commission has proposed sanctions, even though they will never ever happen. But still, for 2 years, we kept basically silent, didn't say anything. And I think that really has hurt the EU's credibility long term. And it won't really change even if von der Leyen now proposes that we should sanction extremist ministers 2 years into the conflict.
That's true. I mean, that's hurting our credibility, but at the same time, maybe it can be a strength too, that we are not an authoritarian collective unit. We have different views within the EU, and we have also problems, which makes it maybe easier to talk to other countries that are also struggling in this part. I don't know. Could be also turned into a strength. But I'm thinking that I'm sure we have a lot of very good questions from the audience who want to take part in this discussion.
Yeah, we do. So about internal parts, should it be easier for EU to get rid of a member state that no longer comply with the values and legislation?
Yes. Done. Next question.
Yeah, I agree.
The whole panel. Article
Yes.
7. Should that? The problem is though that we need unanimity to change Article 7.
I don't think that we should have just a concept of consensus. It's not possible. You can barely have consensus when you do write an essay with 3 other students. It's impossible. If we're 27 different countries with wills and we all have to agree when it comes to suspending member states' voting rights, or when it comes to changing the seat of the EU institutions, we should not be in Strasbourg.
So QMV, qualified majority vote.
Qualified
all
majority,
over.
everything. Yeah, no consensus ever.
No
and that means that we will also get sometimes our will not go through.
No.
Henrik, what do you say?
You need Viktor Orban to vote for this.
Yeah, but I'm talking what I want.
Yeah, but I think we should talk about what's happening for real. Apart from this Article 7, they have made small steps in when the big fund, the 750 billion fund was decided. They also have a decision in that, and if member states can't handle those money, then we could stop paying them. And your EU has, European Parliament especially, pushed that very hard. And I think it was 28 billion that was stopped for Viktor Orban, Hungary.
And now we're giving it all back to him.
No, we don't give it all back.
Well,
we did. The other week.
Well, we did.
That we got 500 million, but it is 18 billion still. And I mean, Viktor Orban's economy is in a real way low, and he really needs that money. So he tries to act. But in Poland, they stopped, I think it was 35 billion from the last government. And that was one of the reasons why they lost the election, I think, because Poland is the country that gets most of the money from the EU budget, so it's very important for them. So that was a step forward. And in the new long-term budget, they come with a new proposal that the whole budget should be dealt with in the same way. Yeah. You won't pay out any money until you get their proposal of what they want to have the money to. And if it looks like they can't handle the way the money, they don't have any agency against corruption, you can stop the money. And there is about 1.8 billion, 1.8 trillion euros, the whole budget. So it's really big issue if that goes through.
So instead of doing as Clara wants, I agree, that would be perfect. I agree but that will be difficult because it demands
requires consensus to abolish consensus.
So the EU is taking a shortcut and using the EU budget to put pressure on member states. So at least something is happening. Next question, I think.
I just have something to add, because there is, and this is just a highlight, because we're talking about Article 2 and Article 7, right, which makes these values that you discussed earlier into a political agreement is needed between the member states, unanimity, in order to sanction breach of these, right? But now the Commission, European Commission, is trying a different route, right? So there is a case now pending before the Court of Justice where these LGBTQ plus laws in Hungary, which prohibits the sort of distribution of what they call pedophilia propaganda, so basically LGBTQ plus information, where the Commission has taken this to the court as what we call an infringement proceeding under Article 258, which means that they are bypassing the political agreements and instead making this into a legal issue. That breach of Article 2 is no longer only, that is what the Commission argues, doesn't have to be sanctioned politically anymore, but it can be sanctioned through the legal system. And then it gives the power to the court rather than to the politicians to decide. No, this is still pending, but the Advocate General came with her opinion in June, I think, where she sided unequivocally on the side of the Commission in an extremely strong opinion. Recommend you to read it. It's called European Values, or the Values of the European Union is the name of the case. So just giving it that name is an interesting move from the court. So that opens a new way of making breach of Article 2, the fundamental values, into a legal issue rather than a political issue.
I love EU law. Everything is possible.
Everything is possible.
And you have the link on omeuropa.se.
Yeah, you have it there. Good, yes.
Next question.
Generation will bring anything new or perhaps a new perspective to these European values?
I just think that the new generation, that like our generation, maybe I'm a bit older than you students, but sort of. But we've grown up with programs like Erasmus. We've grown up with going on interrail trips in the summer. We have European friends in other countries. I think that European identity will be way stronger going forward. I do, however, also think that some things will get lost. We will lose the memories of Europe's darker history. That will also disappear. But we will gain a stronger European identity, I do think, just because we are a more mobile generation.
I think that's fantastic what you just said, because, you know, it's 75 years ago. It's not that long time ago since, you know, French and Germans hated each other, and now it's unthinkable. It's silly. It sounds
no one hates French people.
It sounds silly
and no one
to
hates
say.
Germans.
So that's a success of the European cooperation, I must say. Next question.
Yeah. So how does European values correspond to US values, and how should the EU keep their integrity where it differs?
Very interesting. We always used to look up to the US. They were our model. That was the beacon of freedom. Now the cards are turned. So how do we handle this situation?
I think it's an opportunity, right? I think this is our turn. If there is a moment in history when Europe can be that beacon of hope, it's now, right? We don't have anyone else. Who of the major global actors can assume that burden or that opportunity except for Europe, right? We can't trust the US to do it, even if they get rid of Trump. We have seen what they can do. What we are so complicated in Europe that we can never get a Trump on the European Union level, right? We can get an Orban in Hungary and some Le Pen in France or whatever, but it's too integrated and too complicated, and that complexity is kind of our huge weakness, but also our strength, right? We're complicated people. But I think that means also that it's much more difficult to overturn these values in the European Union than it would be in the US, because no one could assume the power that Trump can assume in the US, right? So I think for Europe now, this is the opportunity to show, and we assume now, after 70 years after the war, whatever, it's our turn to be that guiding light, I think.
But to be the devil's advocate, the US Constitution is also constructed so things with checks and balances. So it should never happen either in the US. What is happening right now, Henrik?
Yeah, and it can happen. Obviously, he doesn't bother about the Constitution, and the High Court in US gives him right in almost all the decisions he has asked them to do, because he has put the judges he wants there. So, I mean, the World Value Survey shows that the difference in values between US and Europe, and especially Sweden, are very far away from each other. But the positive thing after 2nd of April, when he stood in the Rose Garden and had these double digits for different countries.
Liberation Day.
Yeah, Liberation Day, and there was an island with just penguins on, and they got a digit trade tariff also. But after that, a lot of countries came to EU and wanted to start negotiating to push negotiations. They want a big player who's more reliable, and that's EU compared to US now. And I mean, Indonesia, 300 million inhabitants, they've been negotiating for 8-9 years without nothing happens, and now all of a sudden, just a few months, yesterday they had a new agreement. They had lowered their tariffs on cars and a lot of things. So
we're about to ratify Mercosur. That's also been
yeah, but that's just
the same thing.
France and EU-kommissionen.
But it's still that we're
but it's
other countries are approaching us more.
Yeah, and India is. They're trying this much harder because they're trading with Russia at the same time. But they are negotiating. Many countries wants to negotiate now because they see we need another world when Trump wants to change the world rules, and but they of course should have acted on the 3rd of April. EU should have taken the lead with all the rest of the World Trade Organization member countries and said no together. That could have changed, could have made Trump understand he has the whole world against him. But now he acts like a mobster in the schoolyard. He went first to Keir Starmer, and he said, yeah, and then it took country after country, and that's the way mobsters act, and we know how you should act on schoolyards to attack them and meet them.
But maybe also the question lies a possibility, as you also are alluding to. Maybe this is a long-term possibility for the EU. The US is only 15% of EU trade, I think. 85% are with the rest of the world. So, Laura, do you think this maybe long-term will strengthen the EU on the global scene, that other countries we will become more attractive if you compare us to the US, since we are reliable, we respect rule of law, all the things that Joachim was mentioning before?
Definitely. And I mean also the US shift away from Europe, or the US shift away from the West in general, has also led us to invest heavily in our own defense. That would have never happened without that, without the US leaving us. And these last months have definitely just showed how relatively reliable we are, Europe. But there are still many challenges with our credibility. I mean, the current deregulation wave in the EU, where we're through these omnibus packages are trying to scale down and deregulate all legislation that we just agreed on during the previous term. That's a threat to our credibility as a union. I mean, just yesterday, our Commissioner Rosvall announced that we will once again delay the deforestation regulation, which is something that's been delayed. And I mean, so many industries globally are relying on that, on legislation like that coming in effect, and now we're backing from that. So I think that's a possible challenge, but still relatively we look great.
Time is going so quickly, but I think we can have a last question in case we have one.
Yeah, we can have a more controversial question.
Yes.
So,
yes.
How does migration affect European values?
How does migration affect European values? We take that, and in in answering this question, you can also make your final statement if there's something you weren't able to say. Henrik.
No, I'll just take that question. I mean, it's a setback against the European values when J.D. Vance and American MAGA movement is now trying to split European countries and supporting extreme right. But I think it's also a setback when a lot of member countries are now asking for the European Convention on Human Rights to be changed so they can make mass deportations quicker, and they even want to stop asylum seekers not be able to come to Europe and send them to some island in Africa to make the decision if they should have asylum. And Denmark is one of together with Italy is in the forefront of that. Now, I think that's a setback for European values in the way it is handled now, and that's because the extreme right is going forward so fast. I mean, look what's happening in Great Britain, and how fast the right wing can move and be the biggest party. And we just see the opinion polls today about in Sweden also.
Mm-hmm. Laura,
I definitely agree with that. But that's not really how migration changed our values. Well, maybe in some ways. I do think that the way we're changing our migration rule is a great threat to European values. To send people and see if they have asylum with fast-track procedures just based on countries, not looking at individual situations. That's definitely a threat.
Yeah, I have nothing to add. I think, of course, how we handle migration is one of the big blemishes on this whole project, right? So that's obvious, for me at least. But I think how migration has changed or shaped the European values, I think that they are an integral part of what European values are, right? You're talking about moving with the buses around Europe or interrailing like so many of us have done, right? That is a part of migration, if you will, as well, even if it's inside of Europe. It's that mixture of cultures and languages that is who we are, right? So we cannot let the far right, or whatever you want to call them, call the shots on that, because they are threatening who I want to be, and I think who you guys want to be, so that's not an option, I don't think.
And just concretely that the free movement within Schengen is no longer reality. Several countries put in border checks to stop migration, but also that will stop free trade across borders and free movement of individuals. So that's a direct impact.
Maybe to finish on a more positive tone, we have also a last question to you. In one word, what is the EU's greatest strength today? This you should have prepared. Maybe not Joachim got that question, but Henrik and Laura.
Unity.
Sorry, unity.
Yeah, I mean, 27 member countries with very different opinions were able to handle several crises during this last decade, the financial euro crisis, the corona pandemic crisis, and the Russian invasion without any armies. When they were, I mean, they were really extraordinary. I don't think anyone would have guessed it in beforehand how EU could handle the corona crisis when they have no decision rules. They can't do anything in those matters for real. It's strictly national competence on that.
Excellent. Laura?
I'm going to go with Erasmus again, or possibly BlaBlaCar, which is an incredible app. It doesn't have anything to do with the EU, but it's just cross-border in Europe ride sharing. So you go to like Luxembourg from Paris with an old retired French couple, and you speak broken English with them for 6 hours.
Okay. Now we know what to do next summer.
Doesn't exist in Sweden, sorry, yet.
Joachim.
Well, I'll go with chaos. I think that no one handles chaos the way we do, right? Europe is chaotic. Our decision-making in the EU is chaotic. It's a whole mess, all of it. It's, 24 languages, 27 countries. It's an unbelievable miracle that we're sticking together at all, but we are, right? So, and that chaos that is at the center of all of this is our incredible strength, and I don't think we should be afraid of it. I think we should embrace that chaos more.
And I'm the moderator, but I still allow myself to say something, if that's okay.
Yes.
I would say not being selfish is a European word, and that I come back to the decision-making structure of the EU, giving the right to take decisions to somebody you think is a bit wiser than yourself against the background of our wars. And with that, we have to finish. Sorry, my fault, I'm dragging this on. But thank you to this fantastic panel, and thank you to the audience.
Thank you, thank you.
Ni har inte förberett er, menar ni? Nej. Nej, men vi har ju liksom 25 minuter att fylla, så att prata på bara. Yes. Great. So this is the last exercise of the EU days. We have invited to the stage Annika Weppling-Korsenek, the head of the European Commission Representation in Sweden, and Karin Engberg from the... No.
Katarina.
You...
Am I right? I think.
Katarina Engberg. So why does it say the wrong name in my paper? This is the... Oh, that's... That was also in my paper, but I could recognize that he wasn't here. Katarina Engberg from the Swedish Institute for European Policy Studies. And I guess that it's more important that you know your name than what's in my papers. Anyway, they are here to help us summarize these EU days and tell us what their greatest takeaways are and, well, if there were any surprises maybe. So, Katarina, do you want to start?
Yeah, I was surprised at the optimistic tone, or at least the mentioning of the word opportunities. On several occasions, there is obviously a struggle for the soul of Europe, the pessimistic interpretation and the optimistic. But if you ask me about surprises, I noticed the word opportunities. Carl Bildt, in terms of the most dire situation, the Ukraine war, talking about opportunities. Giving the impression or describing how the Europeans actually can shoulder the burden for Ukraine, even in a situation where we are uncertain about US intentions in this regard. But if I could add a sort of existential element to that, I think we are into a historic struggle that sort of equate what was described in Carl Bildt's talk as well, the reconciliation between the former two great powers, France and Germany, whose rivalry had led to so many wars in previous European history. Another rivalry has been between Germany and Russia. So we have all these killing fields in between Germany and Russia in a similar manner as we have between France and between Germany and France. We have pacified the Western Front. We may now be in the process of pacifying the Eastern Front. If we manage to integrate Ukraine into the European Union, it's not only about the military struggle, the Ukrainians will decide that, but it will also remains dependent on our ability to integrate Ukraine into the European Union. Then we will have a Europe whole and free, and that will be a tremendous historic achievement. Not yet there, obviously, but still in that, even that dire context, opportunity. But also in terms of business, green tech. I was noticed the optimistic remarks about the possibilities for the European Union to make strides in terms of advancing green technology in spite of Chinese dominance in the fields. But still, there was an optimistic remark, and also pointing to the fact that we have to unlock the single market. It's the largest market we can actually realize, and it's in our own hands. So these were optimistic perspectives. On a different note, this was a surprise to me that the FEMA link will be in place in 4 years. I haven't followed the issue. Of course, I've followed as a Malmö-bo from the beginning the integration of the Örestad region. I was critical about many of the aspects of that in my youth, but still I have followed that process, but not the integration with northern Germany, which I found very interesting, and it was a surprise for me.
I only heard that someone wanted more money to build new roads because of that. Yes. So I was a bit skeptic. But I also lived in Brussels and drove my car to Sweden during the pandemic. So from that perspective, I really appreciate that there would be a possibility to drive.
Yeah, and one mentioned yesterday the bottlenecks in terms of railroads, the single pattern we have in Småland and parts of Skåne as well. So there's a lot of hindrance to overcome in terms of realize the potential of the FEMA link. But still, it was interesting to, for me, a surprise for me.
Yeah, in many ways positive development, of course. Annika?
Well, on the kind of surprise, but I think a positive surprise, but I think it was interesting that so many raised enlargement as an opportunity. In very many different panel discussions. We know from the different opinion polls, etc., that the Swedes in general are relatively positive. But we also heard it from the ambassadors in the different panels yesterday that they raised enlargement as a very important strategic opportunity, but also for that, as you mentioned, also for the single market and for the economic opportunities. Maybe in a more positive tone than I had expected. I know that when it comes to the crunch, it will be difficult, and there will be many objections to raise. But still, that was something that came across as very positive during these 2 days.
Oh, that's okay. That's great. So we are now in Sweden. We are moving into an election year. I tried to discuss this with the minister yesterday, whether the EU topics at all will have any room in the public discussion before the election. What should the Swedish politicians focus on in the EU discussion, and what role should they take on now during the election? What do you say, Annika?
But I think the security issue, indirectly will also, it is an EU, it has a strong EU dimension that I can hope will come across in the election discussion. Now, when I said it loud, it didn't sound so credible as it did in my head before, that they actually acknowledge this as an EU. But hope is the last thing that leaves us. So I hope and I think that it would be wise for the politicians to take that broader perspective, as we discussed in this panel on preparedness. There are so many aspects to security and preparedness. We have the whole energy issues, we have the infrastructure issues, we have the raw material issues, and there are so many aspects of it that you could really bring into also international election discussions. But now when I said it out loud, I'm not so convinced anymore. So I'll leave it to Katarina.
If we are realistic, what's usually, if there is any discussion about EU, it's migration is one thing. The other thing is someone is super angry with some very small thing that they misunderstood usually, that they think that EU will force us to do or not to.
But I wanted to lift it. I didn't want to mention EPA-traktor and snus, because I know that's going to happen.
That's also and then maybe EU budget that we are paying too much or something like that. It could potentially come up as well. But let's hope it will be a little bit
for the bigger picture.
Bigger picture. What do you think, Katarina?
Well, I think we will be, and tying into what Annika is saying, in a year's time we won't have any agreement with Russia on the war. I think this will rather result in a continuous situation where the front may stabilize in the sense that it doesn't move anymore. There's no advance by any of the parties, and we have a frozen conflict, and that's a reality we have to live with. And then we will have to have very strong nerves in Europe in order to shoulder that responsibility for Ukraine's security and advancing its membership in the European Union, particularly in view of what we expect to be a diminished American military presence in Europe and a refocus of attention to Asia. Because we will have European societies are under a lot of pressure, and I think this is something that was alluded to, but maybe not analyzed more specifically, and that's the undercurrents that gives energy to the right-wing populist movements. Migration has been mentioned, but there are many other aspects that sort of discontent that drive this opinion, and we have to understand. And given that these currents are rather strong in Europe, it will take a lot of strong nerves and good leadership by politicians to continue to convince our population that it is worth the risk, and that there are short-term costs but long-term gains to be made from this. Will Swedish politicians shoulder be able to conduct that sort of dialogue with the Swedish population during an election campaign? Let's see. I would hope. I guess I end on the same note as Annika.
I was thinking of another thing that should land quite positively in an election campaign in Sweden, even though there shouldn't be too many different voices. In the beginning of next year, the European Commission will place or put forward proposals on issues that are linked to internal security. So combating organized crime, for example, which will be one of the major issues, I think, for the Swedish election campaign, on, for example, drug trafficking, on firearms, selling of firearms, on economic transactions, etc. So that might land quite positively in this discussion, if we want to raise it a bit from those snus and EPA-traktor issues. So
well, there are also the version where the politician blames the EU for something they had to do, or that they don't want to do something, so they say that the EU should do it, otherwise we don't. Yeah. So there are a lot of different opportunities for the election campaign. But what about, I mean, there is one thing that has contributed to the European integration in many European Union member states, and that's the euro. Will any Swedish politician dare to mention that?
No.
Apart from the Liberals, who have 2.5% in the opinion polls?
No.
That might be the only issue that they can get, 4%. No one will mention the euro. Okay.
They will. I mean, the Liberals will mention it, but they will. Yeah, I don't think they will gain.
I mean, they already have the nuclear power and the NATO membership, so that's the only issue they got left. Just joking. No, but I personally would appreciate a discussion about the euro. Yes, I would think it was a very long time ago we voted on that. So that could be the
there was
time
a budding discussion when the krona or the crown was fluctuating so much last or about a year ago. Then we saw at least an academic discussion that re-emerged that we hadn't heard for quite some time. But now when the krona is more stable again, it has kind of died away, and no politicians really grabbed that opportunity.
I do think that the EU's work on preparedness is a big asset to bring up, could be a asset to bring up in the debates, since this is close to the hearts of the Swedes, I think, because we still have an institutional memory of total defense, and now total defense is being rebuilt in Sweden, and money is being allocated not only to the military side but also to the civilian side. And as I was mentioning in the panels previously, Swedish municipalities are in the process of implementing EU directives that really are touching on the security of some of the vulnerable parts of our citizens. This should be something that you could transform into politics, in my mind, where you can have a fine, positive bind between what is close to Swedish hearts and what is happening in the European Union, and where Sweden can actually jointly with Finland play a role in promoting that agenda. But I don't know if any politicians will bring it up, but I would propose it as a topic.
Yeah, I think we can have some hopes, at least, that the EU would have a more intellectual room.
We will send this video clip to all the politicians afterwards
in the election campaign. So, but if we look ahead now, then what would you hope to see at EU Days next year?
I think that many people will ask this question: what about this total focus on security, and nobody mentions climate? Security sort of crowding out attention of everything else, not only climate, but in particular climate. Bringing back the two topics, giving them equal emphasis would be a topic for next year. I think it would be, it's a political issue to keep the two simultaneously high up, I mean, and on the same level of awareness, but it's also a question of resource allocation. And we are moving into a situation with a lot of cross pressure on national budgets and on EU budgets because of all the new needs that we have discovered and that have been appeared over the last couple of years. And now we are borrowing, Sweden is borrowing to cover all these different new items and tickets on the budget. But this is a financial cross pressure that needs to be taken seriously and needs to be discussed. So I would suggest this as a topic. And also to show that you can be equally concerned about security and climate, the effects of climate change. It's not one thing or the other. And in integrating Ukraine, I think requires some specific analysis. How is it going to happen, apart from Hungary's hindrance and blocking the process? How can you work around Hungary, and what does it mean? What's next? What's the next step for Ukraine in terms of its functional integration? Because we all know this will not be the 20 years of fulfilling all the legal requirements, but this will be more gradual functional integration of Ukraine. How it is likely to happen, and how will it be linked to security guarantees? Because in my mind, there will be a tipping point where Ukraine, if we manage, becomes so integrated into European Union that its security becomes a responsibility of the European Union as well. So trying to imagine how this will happen, I think is important. And this also will tie into a topic that I think was discussed in the previous panel, that what we were looking at is probably a rather different European Union with more differentiated integration. You will have to move faster in terms of deeper integration, in terms of certain areas, defense material, for example, just to mention one. And you will have to come up with asymmetric formations that will encompass all this, the breadth of new actors in the field, including the British, that will demand coalitions of the willings of different sorts, not only in the area of security. So trying to imagine what this institutionally, how this, and politically, how this European Union will sort of try to absorb these cross pressures, I think would be an interesting topic academically and intellectually.
Yeah, it sounds super interesting. What do you say, Annika?
I agree with on all the topics. I will focus more than on people. My colleague said we should have Draghi here next year. So yeah, we could aim for that. I think the competitiveness and the single market and all that we will still need to continue battling for, because it is our greatest asset. I think we should also aim for having more international names. We have Denmark just across the bridge, so maybe we could have a more in-depth discussion also with Danish interlocutors. So
and Germans.
And Germans, they might
underestimated in terms of their importance.
And also it could be very interesting to see, because that will probably be right after the Swedish election. What will the new government or old government, what do I know, but the new after the election government, what's their EU ambitions?
Let's see if we have
a government. Exactly. I mean, I don't think the date has been set either. But let's say that we have a new government that they also say, well, what do we want to do with the EU? Where do we want to go? What's our next step? What's Sweden's ambition with the EU?
Yeah, you can't have it on the 24th of September next year if you want to have a new government, I think. They definitely not before the 1st of October, probably, but maybe, well,
the EU days could set the agenda then for the government.
yeah, exactly.
One of these opportunities.
EU days can be the government.
Like a Belgian situation, you at least.
Yeah, I was thinking about Belgium. I think the Belgian people, they say that those years were the best ever when they didn't have a government for 2 years and nothing happened.
It was mentioned in the previous panel that we are very good at managing chaos, and of course, in cultures like the Belgian cultures, they are excellent at managing chaos, and that's why they provide so many stellar diplomats to European diplomacy, because they are constantly at it, compromising. We have less experience of that sort.
I do think, though, that there is a need for policymakers, like in general. We need that to have some kind of stability in our country and in the European Union. And it seems also that there are quite a lot of topics still to be discussed. We haven't solved everything yet, unfortunately. And new challenges might arise during the coming year. Who knows what will happen on the other side of the Atlantic.
Yes, somehow,
new things every day.
Somehow between every EU day there are new topics coming up.
Yes, so that sounds great, because then we at least can expect there to be a very interesting program also next year.
Yes.
So looking forward to that. So thanks a lot to the two of you, and thanks to the audience, and thanks to everyone who followed online, and all those who left already. And it's been super fun. I've had a great time here.
And thanks to you, Maria. Thank you very much for moderating.